In order to make up for the various regrets of slaying gods, I descended to Tsunnan with the god-slaying system, while others refine essence. I refine Qi, wielding the 8 extraordinary techniques to become the 6th human pinnacle of the Great Xia. At this moment, in a rental room in Tsunnan City, a youthful handsome guy kneels in front of a blank wall, lighting 3 incense sticks, dressed in a black Taoist robe. His gaze is firm and powerful beneath his single-sided glasses as he says, "Good morning, ancestors. I, Chen Tian, have crossed over and know that this world is engulfed in mist, with the deities of Great Xia reincarnating and fighting each other, while foreign gods are also stirring. Since fate has brought me here, I will protect this land and, by the way, slay gods." I lower my body, and the act of kneeling makes my emotions more solemn, as images of the deities of Great Xia and the Taoist ancestors continuously flash in my mind. Suddenly, a mechanical voice comes from beside me. Ding, detected hosts wish to reach the heavens. System binding initiated. Ding, god-slaying system binding successful. Beginner's gift pack has been issued. Ding, comprehended innate Qi. Cultivation of 10 years. Proficiency in Wudong Tai Chi and Tai Chi swordsmanship has reached perfection. As soon as the words fell, I felt my body tremble. The originally weak physique suddenly became strong, with muscles slightly bulging and exceptionally firm. The enhancement of my cultivation led to a synchronous strengthening of my star soul, and the power of dual cultivation made my blood boil instantly. I stretched my limbs, and a series of crackling sounds erupted around me, like firecrackers. Then I threw punches and drew my sword, executing a set of Tai Chi, with the movements alternating between fast and slow, hard and soft, causing the air in the room to surge, as if a gentle breeze had swept through. Truly the authentic Wudong Tai Chi. I asked, "System, what exactly are you?" Ding, god-slaying system, aimed at helping the host embark on the path of god-slaying. It will release tasks from time to time based on the plot of the god-slaying world, and the host can choose to complete them for rewards. The plot has been detected to start, and the first task is released. Ensure Lin Xie awakens normally and kill the escaped ghost-faced man. The reward is an increase in cultivation for 1 year. As the scene shifted, I looked at Lin Xie, whose eyes were covered by a black satin cloth. He still had a bit of handsomeness, but he was a bit lacking compared to the adoptive fathers in front of the screen. At that moment, Wang Xiao shouted, "I've arrived. See you tomorrow." Just as I was about to say goodbye, a voice came from behind. "Wait a moment, classmate." I saw a very handsome guy in a black robe walking around the corner. Although he was an NPC, this world was real, and I couldn't stand by and do nothing. Jiang Qian politely asked, "Big brother, are you calling us? Is there something?" Wang Xiao looked around at his classmates in confusion, as if asking, "Do you know him?" But I frowned and said, "There is danger ahead. Take a detour. I can already feel it coming." Everyone looked at each other, confused. "Danger? What do you mean by danger? Is it that serial killer nearby?" Li Fei asked, his voice trembling with fear. "Impossible. How long have I been taking this road? Ugh, why does it suddenly smell so bad? I didn't notice it before." "It's coming," I said with a serious expression. Lin Xie, hearing me say it's coming, asked in confusion, "Who is coming?" As the footsteps drew closer, the stench also grew stronger. Li Fei covered his nose and stepped back, while Lin Xie looked towards the eerie alley, as if some terrifying monster might jump out at any moment. Then, an unforgettable scene unfolded. It was a huge monster with an ugly, ghastly face, its tongue flicking about, a terrifying existence far beyond their comprehension. Everyone trembled in fear, their eyes blank, completely forgetting to run away. I shouted urgently, "What are you waiting for? Run!" Finally, everyone reacted and started to flee in a panic, except for Lin Xie, who was at a loss, unable to see the monster ahead, his mental energy not sensing anything. He only had one question in his mind: what on earth did Jiang Qian and the others see that scared them so much? The monster's eyes glimmered with mockery, hungry for its dinner. As it drew closer, Lin Xie finally felt that terrifying aura and wanted to run away, but suddenly hesitated. He tried to shout "run," but was stunned by the scene before him. The words caught in his throat. The ghost-faced man stared at me, this weak human, and excitedly opened its blood-red mouth to pounce. With a loud bang, the wall beside me exploded, and dust flew everywhere. Taking advantage of the moment, I struck out with a palm, and the monster was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily into the distant ruins. As the dust settled, the ghost-faced man clumsily crawled up from the rubble, shaking its dazed head, with a confused expression on its face. "Who am I? Where am I? What just happened?" It seemed unable to believe everything before its eyes. At this moment, Lin Xie, seeing this, couldn't help but be astonished. This guy is really impressive. That huge ghost-faced man was knocked away with just one slap. He is definitely not an ordinary person. In fact, I felt a bit bitter inside. I had forgotten to wrap my palm with protective true energy when I struck, and my hand had directly touched that filthy monster. Oh no! How dirty is my hand? I stared at my clean hand, feeling like I might cry. Lin Chie ran over and whispered, "Thank you for saving me." I nodded, "Don't thank me. Let's go first. You can't help here. Hurry and escape. I'll handle this ugly thing." Lin Chie hesitated for a moment, wanting to help me, but staying would only drag me down, so he quickly said, "Alright, thank you. My name is Lin Chie. What's yours? I hope to see you again in the future so I can thank you in person." "My name is Chen Tian," I replied simply. Lin Chie noted down the name and nodded, saying, "Brother Tian, thank you. I'll be leaving now." He turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, glancing back at me a few times along the way. At that moment, I dashed forward, my fist striking out like a storm. The ghost-faced man could initially defend against it, but my punches were powerful, and he quickly found himself unable to cope, soon having his head exploded by me. Alright, that's a wrap. Wait, it seems there's another ghost-faced man. Where could it be? As I pondered, a golden beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky. Found it! I was startled and immediately rushed towards the light, knowing it was the signal for Lin Chie awakening the divine ruins. On the other side, Lin Chie hurried home after parting ways, thinking he had escaped danger. Unexpectedly, a ghost-faced man suddenly leaped down from the rooftop and lunged at him, tearing away the black satin cloth. He was extremely angry, knowing he couldn't escape and could only fight desperately. Soon, he was sent flying, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, lying on the ground with his anger meter rapidly filling up. Just as the words fell, a blazing golden beam of light erupted, shooting straight into the sky, illuminating the entire old city area as bright as day. The ghost-faced man was violently blasted away by this golden light, witnessing the divine patterns appearing on my body, radiating a hot and sacred aura, rendering him completely unable to move. This golden divine pillar enveloped most of Sangnan City. Countless people looked up, speculating about what explosive scene this was. Is this the opening of some event? This big laser light is too bright, like sunlight piercing through the night, dawn quietly creeping up the horizon. It's Digga. You're so childish. Let's break up. Whatever. Who is the enemy of light is still unclear. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Kongcheng also saw this mysterious light pillar. Wow. Who awakened the forbidden ruins? The commotion is so big. It can't be. Zhao Kongcheng's eyes turned, as if he thought of something, and he quickly gripped his knife and rushed towards the golden light pillar. "Captain, I am Hong Ying, and we haven't found the ghost-faced man here." At this moment, Team 136 was searching nervously when suddenly everyone looked at the golden pillar of light shooting into the sky, their eyes filled with confusion and shock. "Has someone awakened the forbidden ruins?" Si Xiaonan asked blankly. Wu Shangnan adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. "This golden light is glaringly hot. Definitely not an ordinary forbidden ruins. I understand now. This is actually the divine ruins." Divine ruins? Everyone was surprised after hearing this. That's right, it's the Seraphim Michael. Codename 003, this aura cannot be mistaken. Wu Shangnan continued. The area of the golden pillar is not far from Old Zhao's place. Old Zhao. This is Wu Shangnan. Did you see that beam of light? That is the awakening of the divine ruins by the divine agent of the Seraphim Michael. We must bring back the agent. Received, Deputy Captain. I will rush over immediately. Wait for my good news. The night was deep, and a bright full moon hung high, brighter than ever before. At this moment, the golden pillar of light had disappeared. However, the good news was that Zhao Kongcheng was only a street away from there. "Don't leave. Wait for me. I will be there soon," Zhao Kongcheng thought anxiously. Just as he accelerated on his way, he suddenly discovered something lying on the ground ahead, a corpse of a ghost-faced man. He flipped in the air and landed steadily. The scene before him shocked him immensely. With his years of experience dealing with mysterious forces and having seen all kinds of bizarre corpses, he had never encountered anything so strange. This ghost-faced man's corpse had no head, or rather, the head had been smashed to pieces, with red and white brain matter scattered all over the ground, clearly crushed by someone's fists. Which master did this? How could it be so brutal? Zhao Empyrean City's pupils shrunk slightly. His heart was shaken beyond measure. However, this was not something to be concerned about right now. It was better to go to the place where the suspected divine agent had awakened first. Quickly, Zhao Kongcheng sensed that there was someone in front of him, so he was on the roof of a building not far from them, observing everything in the street below. A teenager? A young man who seems to be dressed as a Taoist priest? What's the combination? Go back 5 minutes. Catch up. Kang Xiaobao glanced at Lin Chie who was within the golden light pillar, then at the ghost-faced man on the ground. Kang Xiaobao punched down at the ghost-faced man on the ground, smashing him to death on the spot, coming straight out of a plum. Ding! Detected the host completing this mission. Reward, 1 year increase in cultivation. Ding! Given that the host has received an additional reward for completing a mission for the first time, The number of times a feat is drawn *1. Will the drawing begin? Kang Xiaobao said silently in his heart. Extraction. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one of the 8 wondrous techniques, the Divine Machine 100 Refinements. The technique has been directly instilled for the host, so the host will continue to work hard. Kang Xiaobao closed his eyes and felt the extra knowledge and techniques in his mind, which was none other than the Divine Mechanism 100 Refinements. Awesome! Shinji Balian, the Gong method originated from the Caution 8 strange techniques, and was comprehended by Ma Benzai, one of the 36 thieves. The most powerful thing about the Shinji 100 refinements was the method of efficiently refining magical weapons and organs powered by air as an energy source, the Shinji, the ultimate in organ art, weapon refining, imperialism and materialization. With the ability to create complex and more dynamic instruments, Ma Xianhong's Ruhua has surpassed the Zhuge family's Woho Shinji. In addition, Ma Xianhong also built a body cultivation furnace with this ability. The core is produced by the 2 full hands, which can enable ordinary people to obtain the air to become a foreigner. He can also complete the transformation of objects and objects within 3-5 seconds, and can quickly complete the refining of artifacts. General refiners can only make a limited number of artifacts in a lifetime, and produce artifacts and treasures in large quantities. Ha, you can call me the great inventor from now on. Just when Kang Xiaobao still cared about Yin, Lin Qiye's voice came from the side. Bao, why are you here? Kang Xiaobao collected his mind for a moment, then said, it's 7 nights. I just finished cleaning up that ghost-faced man. Then I saw a golden pillar of light erupt from here, and the location just happened to be on your escape route, so I rushed over here fearing you were in danger. As expected, you met this stinky thing and made such a big scene. I guess you've awakened some kind of superpower. Lin Qiye was also touched inwardly when he heard this. The two of them had obviously only met once. Kang Xiaobao not only saved his life, but also ran over after worrying that he was in danger. What kind of righteous light is this? At once, Kang Xiaobao's figure glowed divinely in his eyes. Kang Xiaobao saw that he was also staring straight at himself without saying anything, and after thinking about it, he understood that it must be that he was very grateful to himself in his heart. Okay, this person can come out. Worthy of the protagonist, this 3 views are still very positive. Kang Xiaobao patted Lin Qiye's shoulder and said to him in a very pleased manner, alright, I know how you think. No need to thank you. I just hope that when you have the ability to do so, and when you are faced with someone else who is in danger and in trouble, you will also try to help them. When Lin Qiye heard Kang Xiaobao's words, he instantly felt that his figure had grown much taller and more magnificent, and these words of Kang Xiaobao also had a considerable impact on Lin Qiye later on. But of course this was an afterthought. Just as the two of them wanted to exchange pleasantries for a while, Kang Xiaobao's face suddenly sank before he shouted, Who, come out? Chapter 4 The Night Watchman. Who, come out? As Kang Xiaobao's voice fell, Lin Qiye's eyes followed Kang Xiaobao's sight and focused on Zhao Kongqing's hiding place. Knowing that he had already been discovered, Zhao Kongqing stopped hiding, and with just a few dashing flip jumps, he landed steadily on the ground from the 5 or 6 meter roof. At this moment, Zhao Empyrean City scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. After all, peeping and being discovered, Empyrean City more or less felt a bit of shame. Still, he wiped his hair and asked, Handsome? I'm most afraid of the sudden quietness of the air. The two didn't reply. They just looked at him warily, while Kang Xiaobao seemed to guess what was going on, but didn't say anything either, just stared straight at him. Ahem. Young man, are you still quite sharp? Don't be nervous, both of you. I don't have any malice. I'll introduce myself. I'm the Daxia Vigilante, the watchman of the 136th Squad Station in Sangnan City. My name is Zhao Kongqing. Lin Qiye looked at the strange uncle in front of him warily, although he was puzzled, but listening to his self-introduction, he had a soldierly feeling. It was thought that this should be a member of Daxia's official organization for the handling of mysterious events. Kang Xiaobao's eyes also softened as he looked at Zhao Kongqing, who was cloaked in a cloak and holding a star sword in front of him. Zhao Empty City, a member of Squad 136, a watchman, and a genius soldier king, the handsome uncle who swore to defend the oath of the Night's Watch to the death with the strength of an ordinary man. Kang Xiaobao was deeply impressed by Zhao Kongqing's words when he was watching Zhanshan at that time. Though I have not stood before 10,000 men, yet I have the whole world of that child behind me. Zhao Kongqing looked at the ghost-faced man on the ground, then glanced at the two of them, and returned to his usual, cheeky self. Awesome. One punch killed the ghost-faced man, and there was another ghost-faced man in the direction I came from just now who died the same way. Which one of you two did this? Kang Xiaobao looked at him and said, It's me. Immediately afterward, Zhao Kongqing asked, Then the divine ruin just now was also awakened by you? No, if you're referring to the person who caused that golden pillar of light, it's this teenager next to me? So you are Michael's agent. What is your name? At this time, Zhao Kongqing also turned his gaze to Lin Qiye behind Kang Xiaobao. Lin Qiye knew he couldn't hide, so he said, That's right, It's me. My name is Lin Chiye. At this moment, Zhao Kongqing's heart was very happy as he looked at the two young men, as if he saw the growth of Squad 136, seeing the future of the great summer vigilantes. One killed two ghost-faced men with his bare hands, and the other was a divine agent of the Blazing Angel Michael. Both of you are great talents. You don't need to be so nervous, just call me Brother Zhao. I was originally chasing after these two ghost-faced men, but I didn't realize that these two ghost-faced men had already been taken care of by you. Since it's fate that we met, I see that you two are also capable people, perfect for our vigilante team, so I'd like to ask you too, do you want to join our vigilante? Don't worry, we vigilantes are a formal agency organization of Dacia that specializes in dealing with mysterious events. We are affiliated with the military. One person becomes a soldier, the whole family is honored. Want to think about it? Lin Chiye glanced at Kong Xiaobao next to him, then said, I don't want to. I knew you would. What? You didn't want to? Don't you want to be a superhero? Don't you want to do something for the world? In Zhao Kongqing's mind, as long as he invited the other party to join the Night's Watch, then the other party would definitely agree without thinking. They were all young people, very hot-blooded, always fantasizing that they could become heroes who could save the world. But Zhao Kongqing didn't expect Lin Chiye to reject him so unexpectedly, without a hint of hesitation. Not at all, because I'm afraid of dying. I know that when I see what you guys usually face, I won't get involved with this little body of mine. I'm going home. If you want to recruit someone, ask Bao next to me. Zhao Kongqing was also silent for a moment when he heard Lin Chiye say that he was afraid of death. Seeing that Lin Chiye was about to leave, Zhao Kongqing hurriedly said, No, little brother, let's have another chat. Let's have a good chat. Lin Chiye nodded and said, Alright then, wait for me first. I dropped my book bag there. I'll go get my book bag first. There are important study materials in it. You and Bao Bao chat first. Seeing that there was still room for maneuver, Zhao Kongqing also nodded happily. Well, there's no rush, so go ahead and pick up your book bags, and I'll take you guys to the team later for a good chat. I'm sure you guys will join the Night's Watch, because joining the Night's Watch is really cool. After Zhao Kongqing finished speaking, he also lit a cigarette, then inquired if Kong Xiaobao next to him smoked. After Kong Xiaobao received the cigarette, Zhao Kongqing was obviously happier, so she wrapped her arms around his neck and sat on the street tooth, waiting for Lin Chiye. Little brother, you're pretty good too. You killed two ghost-faced men with your bare hands. I saw that there were no other wounds on that ghost-faced man's body. All of them were marks from punches. Sorry, little brother, I forgot to ask earlier. What's your name? Kong Xiaobao took a drag on his cigarette and said smilingly, It's okay, my name is Kong Xiaobao. Taoist name, Tian Tong. Oh, so it's a Taoist priest Heavenly Channel leader. That's a dominating Taoist name. Can't it be overbearing? That was the Taoist name of the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. As a young Taoist, the old heavenly master inside one person was his most worshipped idol. Well, it's just a term of endearment. You can call me by my first name too. I'd better call you Xiaobao. It sounds more intimate. Just call me Zhao. Kong Xiaobao nodded his head and said that he was free to call him whatever he wanted. Moreover, Kong Xiaobao originally had a good feeling about Zhao Kongqing, but he could call him whatever he wanted, as long as he didn't call him something strange. Zhao Kongqing see Kong Xiaobao nodded, also haha a smile, is more with him to talk to the sky, 4 or 6 not to. After a while, Kong Xiaobao saw that Zhao Kongqing was not finished talking, so he reminded him, Lao Zhao, do you remember what we're squatting here for? Why didn't we come here to wait for that Lin Chiye? Lin, hey I'm going. Where's the man? Where's the big guy? Zhao Kongqing also reacted at this moment. Together with this kid is making fun of me, running away directly. He is also like a too little cute. Like, squatting here waiting for others. Really play the eagle was bird-pecked eyes. How could Zhao Kongqing not expect that he, an old geezer, had fallen for a student's path? His expression immediately became embarrassed. Right at this moment, Zhao Empyrean's voice rang out from inside his earpiece from Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan. Lao Zhao, did Lao Zhao get it? Has that agent been found? If you found it, bring him back to the team. Have a good chat and try to pull him into our vigilantes' ranks. Definitely not letting the ancient god church's people cut them off. Lieutenant, the person was found. But, tell you what, I'll take the people back to the team first, and we'll talk about it when we get back. Good, then hurry back with the people, be safe on the way, and make sure to protect him. Lieutenant, I'm going back now. Zhao Kongqing then turned his head to Kong Xiaobao and said with a smile, Hey, little brother Bao, do you think you want to go back to the team with your brother Zhao and I'll have a seat first, and I'll show you around the members of our squad 136? Kong Xiaobao looked at Zhao Kongqing's awkward and dying look. He was also happy in his heart, and didn't intend to make things difficult for him. He originally had the idea of entering the night watch himself, so it would be better to simply follow him back. Good, then I'll go with you and meet you, and we'll talk about it afterward. When Zhao Kongcheng heard Kong Xiaobao agree, he also hemmed and hawed, then hugged Kong Xiaobao's arm tightly without letting go. Well, we'll go back together. I'm sure when you get to know the Night's Watch in detail you'll agree to join. Go. My car is over there. Kong Xiaobao also laughed out loud when he saw this fawning look on his face, afraid that he would run away. My brother Zhao, you don't have to hold me so tight. I won't run. I'll definitely go back with you. I'll do what I say. Zhao Kongqing scratched his head and hemmed and hawed at Kong Xiaobao, also embarrassed. Why, didn't I just get screwed by that kid? I'm sorry. Let's go. Peace Bridge on the Peace Road. Peace Office under the Peace Bridge. Peace Office, the base of the Night Watchman Squad 136. Next to the Peace Wedding as well as the Peace Funeral. Kong Xiaobao thought in his heart, this red and white collision break. Feng Shui is not good. No wonder the later 136 squads fell apart. Dead and gone. Back to the captain must be recommended to the next 2 stores packed down. Change a brand, change a camp, but it doesn't matter if I don't change. I'm here anyway, and as long as I'm here, I won't let Squad 136 make the same mistake this time. Ding dong. Welcome. As the electronic doorbell rang, Zhao Kongcheng pulled Kong Xiaobao into the peace office, which was the base of Squad 136. Captain, Vice Captain, brothers and sisters, I, Lao Zhao, am back. After Kong Xiaobao entered the office with Lao Zhao, there were 2 girls and 2 boys sitting on both sides of the desk in the middle of the hall. The 2 girls on the left, one with a high ponytail and sportswear, are cleaning their guns. The girl with short hair next to her is leaning over her playing with her cell phone. The 2 boys on the other side of the table, one was silently polishing the sniper rifle in his hand. The other was slumped over the table in a stupor. The 4 heard old Zhao's voice and also asked with concern, Old Zhao, what's the situation? Why are you back so late? Oh, nothing. I was searching for those 2 ghost-faced people who escaped the net, but I saw someone awakening the divine ruin, so I went over to find him. At that moment, the crowd also saw the young man behind Zhao Kongcheng. Wow, is this little brother the divine agent you were talking about? What a handsome face. The gun-polishing girl put down the lance in her hand and also happily ran over, looking around at Kong Xiaobao. The other 3 also placed their eyes on Kong Xiaobao and sized him up. They wanted to see what exactly made this divine agent different from them. After a few people had looked at it, they found nothing, just a feeling that the youth in front of them was that much thinner. A few people looked at old Zhao, questioning him with their eyes. No, he's not, but he's pretty good too. For starters, where's the captain and co-captain? Oh, it's like this. Old Wu is inside or doing a mission. As for the captain, he's searching for that Ghostface King, hasn't come back yet. Okay, I got it, Red Tassel. That what? Xiaobao, you sit down first. When the captain comes back, let's have a chat together. I'll pour you some water first. Yes. Kong Xiaobao had just received the water poured by Zhao Kongcheng when he heard a ding 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 as an electronic bell rang behind him. Captain, you're back? How was it? Did you find the Ghostface King? Kong Xiaobao looked backward along with Zhao Kongcheng's words, only to see a handsome uncle in a cloaked jacket carrying a long box walk in behind Kong Xiaobao. This person is none other than the leader of Squad 136, Shenmai, codename Black Impermanence. Shenmu also walked to the other end of the desk, then sat down and said, No, I let it get away even though I seriously injured it. This is, Chapter 5 Join the Night's Watch. This is, it just so happened that at that moment, the vice captain, Wu Xiangnan, also came out from the office at the back. The captain is back. How was it? Did you find the Ghostface King? Don't mention it. Let it run away for the time being. It's too late today. Let's plan in detail and search again tomorrow. We must find it, and never let it continue to harm people. Well, that's right. By the way, Lao Zhao, how is the divine agent on your side? Has anyone come yet? After Wu Xiangnan finished speaking, he looked at Kong Xiaobao on the opposite side again. Zhao Kongcheng scratched his head and said awkwardly, Captain, Vice Captain, the situation is like this. As Zhao Kongcheng finished the cause and effect of the incident, a burst of laughter erupted in the hall. Haha, old Zhao, you actually let a student play you. Shenmai and Wu Xiangnan both looked helpless as well, rubbing their temples with their hands. Zhao Kongcheng also had a dark face, gritted his teeth and said, Captain, don't worry, he can't run away from the monk. He can't run away from the temple. I saw that his school uniform says Tsangnan No, 2 middle school on it. I'll go to the school tomorrow to block him, and I'll definitely bring him over. Alright, everyone, don't laugh at old Zhao. Isn't there another one here? Yes, don't laugh guys. Uncle Zhao, introduce this little brother. Shenmai also changed the subject in time. Hello little brother, I'm Shenmai, the captain of Squad 136. Can you introduce yourself to everyone? Kong Xiaobao smiled and nodded to the crowd. Hello everyone, my name is Kong Xiaobao. I'm a Taoist priest. Taoist name, Tian Tong. It's 25 years old. Chen Mai waved his hand, signaling Kong Xiaobao to sit down and talk. I heard old Zhao say that you killed 2 ghost-faced men with your bare hands. Can I ask you how you did it? What forbidden ruins have you awakened? And do they serve any purpose? Sure, I killed it with taijutsu, but I don't know what the forbidden ruins you guys are talking about are. I guess it should be an ability. I'm an air refiner, and I'm also a weapon refiner. After the crowd heard Kong Xiaobao's introduction, they all wore a dumbfounded look on their faces. They hadn't heard of 2 names that were so niche. What do you mean by those 2? I am a person who cultivates air. People who refine the air are divided into innate and acquired, and I belong to the latter. The word air refers to the innate air. The innate air comes from the birth of human beings. Taoism considers this kind of air as the original substance before the creation of the universe, and the origin of the universe and life. And those who can use this energy are the air refiners. After constant cultivation, through special air refining techniques, to achieve the degree of dual cultivation of life, that is, to exercise the soul and the physical body, to sublimate them until ascension. It's also known as cultivation of immortality in novels. As Kong Xiaobao's words fell, the hall was silent, and the crowd was shocked by this unheard of idea. Cough, cough. It was only after Chen Mai's reminder that the crowd gradually came back to their senses. Xiaobao, then according to you, you are the one who has the air you mentioned. Were you able to manage to kill 2 Ghostface with your bare hands? Yes, Captain Chen, as long as you have the air. Even if you only know one set of military-style fists, you can still strike with uncommon power, and the application of the air is very wide. You can attach it to your body, attach it to your weapon for attack and defense, even if you don't use it to fight the enemy. As long as you can keep refining your air, then you can prolong your life. Zhao Kongqing took over the conversation at this time and asked, then can ordinary people cultivate? When the crowd heard this, they returned their gaze to Kong Xiaobao's body. Kong Xiaobao nodded with a smile. Actually, it is possible, except that some people can perceive qi and some can't. If it was an innate qi alchemist, then they would automatically perceive qi or awaken an ability after they were born. And the acquired air practitioners are able to learn through special methods. While the 2 are not differentiated into high and low, the latter just need to be guided by breathing through some special methods. And after a period of practice, they will be able to know whether or not they are suitable for air practice. At this moment, Zhao Kongqing's heart was very excited. He had been agonizing over the fact that he hadn't awakened the forbidden ruins. Now after hearing Kong Xiaobao's words, he felt that his career might take a new turn. At this point, everyone's faces were still in a so awesome, so shocked state. Then Xiaobao, what is this refiner you speak of? In fact, it wouldn't be accurate to say that I'm a mere weaponsmith. I'm likewise a master of organ techniques, as well as mastering the art of transforming and imperializing objects. And refiners actually use various materials, weapons and air to create items that are needed in various scenarios. And the things that are created can also be called magic weapons and magic treasures in myths and legends. Boom! The crowd's brains exploded again. This was immortal cultivation and magic treasures. Why does it feel so unreal? When the crowd was about to say something, they were stopped by Chen Mai with a hand gesture. Alright, everyone, don't be in a hurry. I'll first popularize some of the present-day knowledge for Xiaobao, and the duties of the night watchman. Anyone who has anything to say can wait until after I finish popularizing. The crowd nodded, signaling the silence to continue as well. It's like this, Bao. At the moment I'm not going to water it down. Anyone who's seen Chopper knows it better than I do. Now I'm asking you in the name of the leader of the Dasha Night's Watch Squad 136, have you really thought about joining the Night's Watch? Do you have a clear understanding of the duties of the Night's Watch? Kong Xiaobao returned a firm look at Chen Mai and then said, I expressed a clear understanding and strong agreement with the duties of the Night's Watch, and I've thought it over. I'm going to join the Night's Watch. More importantly, now that the heart of the outer gods to kill my Dasha is clear, I will definitely guard the land of Dasha and the people of Dasha as a night watchman, and my ultimate ideal is to strike a devastating blow against the mystery or whether it's the outer gods that covet Dasha. To regicide, Kaching dash. Outside the clear sky exploded with thunder. The crowd was also shocked by the dominating statement. Well, on behalf of the Night Watchman's Squad 136, I'd like to welcome you, Comrade Kong Xiaobao. Everyone welcome, Chen Mai bellowed out, his eyes glittering with a refined light as he expressed his approval and delight at Kong Xiaobao's words just now. Vice Captain Wu Shangnan also revealed a look of relief, as if he had seen a future human ceiling begin to rise. Wow! Applause in the hall. Brother Xiaobao, my name is Red Tassel, Squad 130 SAXS frontal combatant, and I recognize your determination. Call me Sister Red Tassel. I'll cover you from now on. Hello Sister Hong Ying, take care of me from now on. Hong Ying, don't yell nonsense. Xiaobao is older than you. Hong Ying pretended that she didn't hear and just made a mischievous face to Kong Xiaobao. When Kong Xiaobao was watching Chopping God, he really liked the character of Hong Ying, who was upright and kind, beautiful and straightforward, and a woman of honor. It is also the wife of countless geeks. Brother Xiaobao, welcome. I'm the combat aide and medic of Squad 136. My name is Si Xiaonan. As long as you still have a breath in you, I can definitely bring you back to life. Omega, Anti-Bone South, Loki's divine agent. A woman who plays Loki for a fool and is incredibly cute to look at. Squad 136 Frontal Station Force Wenshima. Welcome, we'll be comrades in arms from now on. Help each other out. Thanks, I'll take care of my back from now on. Squad 136 Sniper Lang Xian. Welcome, thanks. Lang Xian mastering the forbidden mobile arsenal. A man with a cold face and a hot heart. When a sentence to go home for me almost made Kong Xiaobao cry to death. A man who is keen to record the daily life of the family of the 136th Squad. And in the end, the only thing that is missing is a picture of him. Squad 136 Vigilant Zhao Kongcheng. Xiaobao, welcome to the Night Watch. Zhao will cover you from now on. Haha, I told you that I, old Zhao, am still attractive. Captain, I brought the man back. Thanks old Zhao, I'll cover you from now on too. Tang Xiaobao secretly decided in his heart, with me here this time, no one can kill you, and the god of death can't take you away. I said, 136 Vice Captain Wu Shangnan, welcome you Bao. Thank you Lieutenant, the immortal swordsman of Wu Shangnan Blue Rain Squad, an old-fashioned handsome uncle. In the high heavenly plains, he lost all his comrades in the squad, and his own hand was also chopped, and since then he could not hold the sword in his hand, and he was reborn 12 times, but only one time, after the battle of Tsangnan God, he stepped into the high heavenly plains again. Squad 136 Captain Chen Mai, Xiaobao, on behalf of Squad 136, I welcome you. Thank you Captain. Chen Mai, codenamed Black Impermanence, who had already died 10 years ago, relied on Lin Qi's mortal dust divine realm to survive, and continued to suppress Shiva's grievances with the Yama temple over the course of 10 years, before finally dying after the battle of the Tsangnan gods. By the way, Xiaobao, you are only a temporary team member now, you are not yet an official member. You can only become an official team member after you pass the intensive training. Temporary members of the salary and 5 insurance and official members of no difference, but just do not package food and housing. Food can come to the office to solve. Live if you have a place? It's okay, little brother Bao. You can come and stay at my house. It's big and crowded and lively. And Nan is at my house too. Then thank you, red ruffled sister. Hong Ying understood the meaning in Kong Xiaobao's tone. Her little face flushed and she grabbed Xiaobao's ear and said, why, I'm your senior. It's not too much to ask you to call me sis. It's not too much. How could it be red ruffles sis? How could Kong Xiaobao care about this when he saw such a lovely red tassel? When Shima also came up at this time. Rouge, I want to stay at your house too. Okay. Kong Xiaobao looked at the scene in front of him and felt cozy and unusual. He was a person without a home in this world, but the group of people in front of him gave him a sense of home. Alright, stop it. It's too late today and there's nothing else to do, so let's all go back and rest. Xiaobao, tomorrow you come over. I need to do some tests for you to see what you can do. Just go back and rest for today. Okay, Captain. I'll see you tomorrow then. Let's go. Little brother Pa, sister will take you home. Red Tassel drove all the way back to her house with sparks and lightning. Little brother Bao, we're here. Get off. Yes. Kong Xiaobao looked at the large villa in front of him, and the corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. Holy, what a big villa. You don't say you just came to Tsangnan. You haven't seen such a big villa when you were in the previous world. Si Xiaonan looked at Kong Xiaobao who stayed in front of him and said, I didn't expect it, did I? But Sister Hong Ying is still a little rich. You have to cheer up Omega. After the three of them changed their shoes, Hong Ying led Kong Xiaobao to his room. Shobu, this is your room, and Nan and I have our rooms across from yours. Your daily necessities, I'll bring them over to you in a while. If there's anything you need, you can find me. In advance, if you want to enter me in Nan's room, you have to knock on the door first. And you have to lock the door when you're taking a shower as well, or else. Humph, Red Riding said and raised her fist to show that she wasn't joking. Kong Xiaobao looked at the red tassel that was pretending to be fierce in front of him and smiled helplessly. Don't worry, Sister Hong Ying, I'm not like that, not the best. Alright, little brother Bao, then you can put your luggage first. In a short while, Hong Ying brought Kong Xiaobao all of his necessities. After Kong Xiaobao received the things, he thanked Hong Liao and then cleaned up the house, then went to wash up. While lying on the bed, Kong Xiaobao only had the time to enter the system to check his information. Host, Kong Xiaobao. Chapter 6, The Little Monster. Host, Kong Xiaobao. Cultivation, peak of refining essence and transforming qi, middle pool realm. feats, Tai Chi fist, Tai Chi sword technique, and Shinji 100 refinements. Items, none. Mandate, not yet available. It turns out that I'm already in the middle of the pool realm, so this strength isn't bad. Kang Xiaobao familiarized himself with the divine mechanism 100 refinements in his mind for a while longer. Did his evening class then went to bed. The other side. Xiangnan, how's the investigation going? There's no problem with this child, right? Next to him, Wu Shangnan picked up a report and said to Chen Mai, Kang Xiaobao, male, 25 years old, Sangbei City people, after graduating from high school, entered the Tsangnan City South Not Open University, studying marketing management. After graduation in Tsangnan City, the first electronic factory working so far, his parents died in a mysterious incident 10 years ago. Afterwards, he lived with his grandfather. Kang Xiaobao's grandfather was a wild Taoist priest. Whether he possessed the forbidden ruins or not is unknown for the time being, but its life in his hometown quite a reputation, often gave people free prescriptions to cure their illnesses. 1 year ago Kang Xiaobao's grandfather lived to the end of his life. From what the information showed, Xiaobao himself didn't have any problems, and then, based on his personal experiences and social relationships since he was a child, he didn't have any relationship with the ancient god church. As for his cultivation style, I guess I might have gotten it based on his grandfather. Chen Mai exhaled deeply and let go of his heart. It's good that there aren't any. I kinda like the kid. The look in his eyes when he joined the Night's Watch was very determined, and he reminded me of me when I first joined the Night's Watch. And did you hear that, Xiangnan? He says he's going to kill the gods for Daxia. What an awesome grandiose statement that is. Although he can't do it now, I'm sure he'll be able to do it in the future. Maybe he'll be one of the future human sealings. Wu Shangnan patted Chen Mai's shoulder and also said with a smile, Old Chen, I see it, I believe in your vision, and I also believe that he will have a great future in the future. These two were both old night watchmen, an immortal sword god and a black impermanence. They had seen too many good seedlings, and they believed in their vision. Alright Xiangnan, since we're sure that there's no problem with this kid, you go back to rest too. I'll finish writing Kang Xiaobao's report later and submit his application for joining the Night's Watch to the higher-ups. Then I'll go back. Wu Shangnan nodded. Okay, I'll go back first. You go back early when you're done. 2, let's go. After Wu Shangnan left, Chen Mai silently opened his cell phone and broadcast a number. Hey, Commander Yi, this is Chen Mai. I have something to report to you. The caller was silent for a moment. Okay, I know. Don't mention this to anyone else but me. And as for his abilities, you'll observe more and keep me posted. As for that agent of the Killing Angel, you must pull him into our ranks on your side, and never let those scumbags from the Church of the Ancient God get their hands on him. Yes, Commander. The phone went silent again. Alas Makino, after all these years, it's been hard on you. When Chen Mai heard this, he also smiled slightly and said with a frank voice, Commander, there's nothing bitter about it. It's all part of my duty. Hanging up the phone, Chen Mai rubbed his temples and lit a cigarette to look at the moon outside the window. The hand involuntarily gripped the chest. Soon, I can't hold it down any longer. Will there be another turnaround? Early the next morning. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Bao, are you up? Knock, knock, knock. Kaching dash. Hey, where is everyone? He disappeared early in the morning. Just then, Red Riding Hood heard voices coming from the backyard. Ah, little brother Bao, so you're here, so diligent, getting up so early to practice boxing. I'm looking forward to seeing you. Kang Xiaobao, who was in the middle of punching, heard Hong Ying's voice and also looked towards her. Good morning, Sister Hong Ying. I'm used to getting up in the morning to read my morning lessons and practice. Is it time to go to work? Yeah, it's time for us to go to work. So come back and wash up first, and we'll go to the office together when you're cleaned up. Okay, coming right up. Good morning everyone. Here's the breakfast I bought. Come along and have some. When Shima was still a bit drowsy, once he heard that there was breakfast to eat, he was instantly not sleepy. In an instant, he came to Kang Xiaobao's front, grabbed 2 buns and stuffed them into his mouth. Look for it, Shobu, you're still in love. Egu. Seeing him like this, Hong Ying was furious and smashed his fist on his head, almost making Wen Shima bite his tongue. I'm talking about you. Just eat. Can you not talk while eating? Be careful of choking to death. Ka Ching. Lin Shan looked at the embarrassing photo of Wen Shima that he had just taken. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, picked up a bun, and silently sat down on the seat. Thanks, Pa. You're welcome, Hen. Kang Xiaobao looked at the jostling duo and smiled. What a meta day. Why don't we see old Zhao? Hasn't he come yet? Wen Shima said as he swallowed the bun in his mouth. Old Zhao came a long time ago, but left again. He said he was going to the school to block that Lin Xie. The other side. Zhao Kongqing squatted at the entrance of the school and smoked a cigarette, carefully watching every student who entered the school. Strange, it's almost time for class. Why isn't he coming? Could it be that this kid guessed that I would come here to block him today? So he's not coming? Zhao Kongcheng didn't know that Lin Xie, whom he had longed for, was now not at school, but in a mental hospital. Dr. Han, it's like this. I have a friend who has a bit of a mental problem, but it's not convenient for him to come here, so I'd like to consult you about this condition of his. Oh, so that's how it is. Then I guess old Zhao may have to return home and defeat again today. Ah, Xiaobao, what did you say? What crippling defeat? Ha? Oh, nothing. Kang Xiaobao didn't intend to intervene in this matter, first letting old Zhao get in touch with him to break the ice. In the end, he himself would then help old Zhao convince Lin Xie. Just then, the captain and Wu Shangnan came out of the office. Morning, Captain, Lieutenant, *5. Good morning everyone, have a seat. After Chen Mai finished speaking, he beckoned to everyone, signaling them to sit down. Then he looked at Kang Xiaobao again. Little treasure, after we finish eating later, I'll first take you to test your abilities. Kang Xiaobao also swallowed everything in his mouth 3 times after hearing this. Okay, Captain, I'm good to go, let's go. Chen Mai nodded, then walked towards the ground floor of the firm. Kang Xiaobao then followed suit. Once the crowd saw that there was a show to be watched, they also took the buns in their hands and followed up with the soybean milk. Below the firm is a different place, so large that it is said to have hollowed out the entire underside of the underground river. The crowd came to a standstill at the training place below. Captain, how do we test? Test what? Xiaobao, old Zhao said that you killed 2 ghost-faced men with your bare hands, and you're still unharmed. So that means your fighting skills should still be good. Let's test your fighting skills first. It'll be me and you in a practical sparring match. There are weapons over there, so you can take your pick. Kang Xiaobao shook his head. Captain, I'm more used to bare hands. Chen Mai also nodded at his words. Well then, let's start with you in hand-to-hand combat. The crowd of onlookers were by now huddled together whispering something, when Chima heatedly smiled. How long do you guess Pa can last in the captain's hands? I bet 3 minutes. Red Ruffian also said with a bad smile. I bet 5 minutes. The loser bags a month's worth of hygiene. Nam, what about you? Ah, am I coming too? I don't know. I heard old Zhao say that those 2 ghost-faced men had their heads shattered by Xiaobao's punch. The strength should be good. I believe in Sister Hong Ying. I'll bet on 5 minutes too. When Chima said to the duo with a knowing look, don't forget how miserable you guys were when you were being trained by the captain. Even if Xiaobao is more powerful, he doesn't have many chances to fight after all. And how many mysterious battles has the captain participated in? So how many moves could he carry through? Wu Shangnan looked at the 2 men on the field at this time and also opened his mouth to interrupt them. Well, stop arguing. We won't know the results when they come out. Wu Shangnan paused for a moment, then added a sentence. I bet 3 minutes. The 3 of them, Wen Qima, all froze and looked at him as if they had seen something incredible. Red Riding muttered in a small voice. Why has the old curmudgeon changed his tune today? A small mumble from Hong Ying was still heard by Wu Shangnan, who helplessly twitched the corners of his mouth and didn't say anything. The last few people silently looked at the duo in the field. Bao, are you ready? You can start when you're ready. Ah, Captain, I'm at the ready. You may attack. Kang Xiaobao finished and rolled up his sleeves. The few people outside the field sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard Kang Xiaobao's words. This kid is really crazy. He must not have been beaten up by society. And he dares to let the captain make the first move. I've never seen such arrogance in all my life. Nah, they saw it today. When Chen Mai heard Kang Xiaobao's words, he was also slightly stunned, and then he also smiled helplessly. Being underestimated. I'm going to be high and low today to show you what it means to be high and mighty. Okay, you watch out for me. Before the words fell, Chen Mai stepped out with 1 foot, quickly approaching Kang Xiaobao, and then slammed a sunrise-piercing palm straight into Kang Xiaobao's ribs. Kang Xiaobao tilted his body slightly and defused Chen Mai's first attacking move with a hand-waving pipa. Immediately after that, Kang Xiaobao turned around and attacked Chen Mai's solar plexus with a return palm. Chen Mai's left arm bent to hold the elbow to block, while his right hand stepped up and called the hammer, striking Kang Xiaobao's left ribcage. Kang Xiaobao smoothly blocked with a Taiji single whip hand. After Chen Mai was blocked, he didn't panic at all, and also returned with a Yanwang throwing hands to attack Kang Xiaobao's head. At the same time, he raised his leg and kicked. Kang Xiaobao deflected his head and dodged his punches, lowering his knee to block his teasing kick. Chen Mai followed up with a double sheep-top counter-attack on Kang Xiaobao's face, which Kang Xiaobao restrained with the classic wild horse splitting trace of Taijiquan. Chen Mai turned around and swung his fist. Kang Xiaobao approached and transformed the strength of his small winding silk hand, wrapped his knees in a stance and blocked and attacked with his right hand, pressed the defense with his right hand and attacked his face with the palm of his left hand. Chen Mai felt the great force in his hands, and immediately withdrew and turned back to avoid it. Chen Mai and its old moves have been out. New moves have not been renewed in the gap. quickly stepped forward, even chopping with a fight. Kang Xiaobao used the bird's tail to eliminate and fight, and the two of them fought hard for a while. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's going on? What kind of anticlimactic newcomer is this? Did he practice fighting from inside his mother's womb? When Shima was already deeply shocked by Kang Xiaobao's fighting skills at this time, although the remaining three were also shocked by the fighting techniques displayed by Kang Xiaobao, they all just nodded their heads in approval, but did not say anything as they still stared intently at the duo in the arena. And Kang Xiaobao seized the slightest crack of Chen Mai's, directly a hooked wrist reverse take, captured Chen Mai's wrist. At the same time, he pushed Chen Mai away with a palm. Chen Mai was momentarily staggered by the push. Chen Mai was shocked by Kang Xiaobao's fighting sense. He didn't feel like he was fighting a newcomer, but rather a fighting master. He knew he had taken the enemy lightly this time, and so there was no intention of keeping his hand. But when Chen Mai hadn't reacted, Kang Xiaobao directly came behind Chen Mai with a flash pass back, inserted his foot between Chen Mai's legs, and matched his right hand with a hook neck throw. Chen Mai was sent flying on the spot. You're so handsome, brother Bao. Go for it. As Red Coma watched the hot-blooded battle on the field, she couldn't help but launch a shout of cheers for Kang Xiaobao. Way to go, brother Bao. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to, / Si Xiaonan was infected by the red tassel and started cheering for Kang Xiaobao as well. When GMO was dumbfounded and muttered bitterly inwardly, it's over. I'm going to lose, Omega, what a little monster. Chapter 7 The Great Inventor. After being thrown down, Chen Mai reacted quickly with his rich combat experience, twisting his body in the air and landing on both feet. It was a close call. Xiao Bao, I admit that I've belittled you, but I won't hold back my hand next, so be careful. Chen Mai stared tightly at Kang Xiaobao, then moved his neck and said, Captain, I also want to have an exciting intense battle with you. Captain, don't worry about striking, I can carry it. Only the truest battles will allow me to progress. I want to progress too much. The corner of Chen Mai's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, this kid doesn't look too old. Why is he still a fighting maniac? Let's hope I won't fall here today. Chen Mai took a deep breath and continued his attack. Chen Mai quickly rushed towards Kang Xiaobao, and the moment he was close to Kang Xiaobao, a sliding shovel flew, attacking straight to the bottom. Kang Xiaobao avoids the kick and turns around. It seems that Captain Chen has moved for real. The speed is obviously different from just now, but fortunately, it's still within my acceptance. Chen Makino failed to land a blow, quickly got up and connected with a double-legged whirlwind downward chopping leg. Kang Xiaobao sidestepped and dodged. Chen Makino landed a headbutt to his head. Kang Xiaobao blocked with his left hand. Chen Mai obediently flipped his fist down, and a move of the 8th level bracing hammer hit Kang Xiaobao squarely in the abdomen, knocking him back to several meters away. In this move, the grade 8 brace hammer implied penetration strength, giving Kang Xiaobao not a small amount of pressure. Chen Mai dodged close when Kang Xiaobao was unsteady on his feet and came up with a set of silky smooth little combo moves, swinging arm palm slaps, two-handed line chops, and progressing single go tops. Kang Xiaobao dodged them one by one in a thrilling manner, while stabilizing his mind and using the 24th Taiji style, shuttling left and right to counterattack. While Chen Mai was tired of blocking, Kang Xiaobao then knocked him back with a lion's mouth. It's time for this fight to end. After Kang Xiaobao repelled Chen Mai, he changed his move to White Crane Bright Wings, attacking and defending, waiting for Chen Mai's next attack. Chen Mai was knocked back by a blow in time to unload and stop. At the same time turned around and stepped out with a foot, leaping straight punch. Kang Xiaobao flickered sideways. At the same time, his right hand grabbed Chen Mai's wrist. The moment his fingers clasped Chen Mai's wrist, the body's qi came out, converging on the index finger. Qi penetrated the wrist acupoints. Tai Yuan. The acupuncture point was pointed. Chen Mai left hand instantly had no strength and went limp. Kang Xiaobao continued to follow up, striking Chen Mai with his right thumb in the depression of the subclavian fossa in the right half of his body, the inner edge of the rostral protuberance of the shoulder blade. Cloud Gate. After the blow, Chen Mai's right shoulder appeared briefly powerless and paralyzed. At this point, Chen Mai's hands had been briefly wasted and had no attacking power. Chen Mai looked at Kang Xiaobao, who was charging straight over, and threw out a high side kick with his right leg. Kang Xiaobao took advantage of the situation and crouched down to avoid the blow, taking advantage of the fact that Chen Mai's portal was wide open. His hand formed a sword finger and pointed under the sword protrusion of his sternum. Hatchet! This strike became the last straw that crushed the camel. Chen Mai retreated a few steps back, and then knelt on one knee, his mouth still gasping for air. Kang Xiaobao locks his hands with Tai Yuan, locks his shoulders with Cloud Gate, and drains his yang energy with Hatchet Tail. A silky little combo for the win. After a moment of silence in the training ground, fierce applause and shouts erupted. Good job, Brother Bao. You win. Brother Shobu is awesome. And Wu Xiangnan only said one thing, praying Mo. You lost. This month's bowl will be hard on you. Didn't you lose too? You're supposed to wash with me? I'm a lieutenant. Are you sure you want me to help you? With that, he gave a wicked smile. When Shima looked at Wu Shangnan, who had an evil look on his face and immediately swallowed a mouthful of water, then bitterly said, No, I'll just do it myself. It's over. Julie, Ka-ching. Langshan looked at the photo of the two of them and smiled slightly, before finally placing the photo in his well-collected box. Chen Mai stood up after slowing down for a while, looking at Kong Xiaobao in front of him. His heart was very complicated, both feeling a bit humiliated after losing to a junior, and equally happy that Squad 136 had come with such a strong comrade. After a moment of silence, Chen Mai also laughed openly. Okay, Xiaobao, quite impressive. I'm proud to have a strong comrade like you. After Chen Mai finished speaking from the bottom of his heart, he even patted Kong Xiaobao's shoulder. His eyes filled with relief. Kong Xiaobao said after laughing heartlessly for a while, Captain, it's not as powerful as you say. If it wasn't for the fact that you were afraid of hurting me, Captain, and let the water out, there's no way I could have won against you. Besides, if I were to use weapons to fight against each other, I probably wouldn't even make it 10 moves before losing. I've learned a lot from fighting the captain this time. I'll definitely keep working hard. Chen Mai's eyes also lit up at his words. Yeah, you've got a lot of promise. Young man, you've got a wide path. Well, it's good that you know that. Remember not to be high-minded, and realize that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens. Yes, Captain, I understand. Don't worry. Chen Mai let out another burst of laughter when he heard Kong Xiaobao's reply. Alas, 1,000 wears, a horse's ass does not wear. When you work in the system, it's all about the human condition. I'm not immune either. Just a little joke. Chen Mai will certainly not give his men small shoes, but how much salt is in the rice you eat that is not known. A few people under the field also came over and joked with Chen Mai and Kong Xiaobao, teasing them about the outcome of this battle. The scene was very joyful and heartwarming. I'm really growing to like Squad 136. Xiaobao, through this fight, I've seen your fighting level. I can say it's very high. Basically there's no one inside the team who can teach you anything. The only thing you have to do is to improve yourself by having more actual fights and more sparring. I understand. Thank you, Captain. Then let's take a look at your next item. You said you're a refiner. Is this convenient to show us? Kong Xiaobao nodded. Convenient is convenient, but I need some materials. I don't know if we have them over here? Chen Mai waved his hand. Tell me what materials you need. If we don't have them in the warehouse, you can ask the logistics people for them. It was also the first time Kong Xiaobao had used the divine mechanism 100 refinements to refine a magic weapon, and he didn't know what he had to do. The crowd watched Kong Xiaobao in deep thought and didn't bother him. What would be good to refine? Defense spells, attack spells, storage spells, and organ puppets. The body cultivation furnace definitely couldn't be built at the moment. This would have to require a double full hand to make the core. There it is. Kong Xiaobao thought of it. He could refine a defense magic weapon for everyone. And by the way, build Ruohua again. Ruohua was still very convenient. It could usually help with cleaning, and it could also be used as a combat aid to help his teammates kill mysteries. Captain, I need your belongings, whatever they are, preferably compact, and these following materials. The more the better. Wu Shangnan pushed up his glasses, and at that moment, he opened his mouth to ask, Bao, can I ask you what you need our personal items for? And what about those materials? It's like this, Lieutenant, I need to use your personal belongings to create a protective spell for each of you, and it's kind of a gift for everyone when I first arrived, right? When the crowd heard this, their eyes instantly lit up, and after they looked at each other, they all had one thought in their minds, we are also people with forbidden objects from now on. Little treasure is so nice. This time, we've earned a lot. As for the other materials, I intend to build some machine puppets, which will usually do some odd jobs inside the firm, clean up the hygiene and so on, and can be used as auxiliary fighters in times of battle. When the crowd was still happy because Xiao Bao was going to give them body protectors, when they heard that Xiao Bao was also going to be an organ puppet, and that he was going to help them in battle and clean up after them, one by one, they immediately revealed lewd smiles. In the future, you cannot have to clean the house and wash the dishes, and go out to fight with an army of 666. This is really the first emperor touching the wire when hemp. Shobu it should be time consuming to make these. How long will it probably take you? Kong Xiaobao looked at Wu Shangnan and was silent for a moment before saying, it shouldn't be too long, and the result should be out by the end of the night if we expect it. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air at the news. What? You're saying it takes just one day to make these things? Kong Xiaobao smiled and nodded. The crowd was once again shocked. They were speechless. I can only curse pervert in my heart. Are you kidding? Do you guys know the gold content of the Divine Mechanic 100 refinements? And this Divine Mechanic 100 refinements also comes with Ma Xianhong's insights. Let's put it this way. The system's reward of 100 refinements of the divine mechanism, whether theoretical or practical, had been pulled full circle. Alright, then Xiao Bao, you can make it inside this training room. I'll bring you everything you need later. I'll cook for lunch today, and I'll have Honging call you for dinner later. As for our personal belongings then, I have an idea. I wonder if you all agree. Captain, just tell me, what is it? We'll take whatever we have? Chen Mai said seriously. There is one thing that we all possess when we officially become a Night's Watchman. It's small and handy. It's both our mission and at the same time our last safeguard. The crowd looked at each other and then said in unison, the Night's Watch badge. Chen Mu also nodded, then took out a delicate badge from his underwear pocket and handed it to Kang Xiaobao. Kang Xiaobao took a closer look at the badge after receiving it. On the front of the badge is a cloaked back and 2 straight swords, with the name of the Night's Watch written underneath the 2 straight swords. Inside, on the other hand, the Vigil's oath of enlistment is written. If the dark night comes, I will stand before 10,000 people, cross my sword to the abyss, and stain the vault of heaven with blood. Kang Xiaobao's expression shook when he saw this oath. This is not the feeling you get when you watch anime and read novels. When he was truly confronted with these words, it was as if he had seen those forefathers who had thrown their heads and spilled their blood to sacrifice for Daxia. Fellow officers, he gained a deeper understanding of the words, and it was as if his body's hot blood was boiling. Kang Xiaobao couldn't help but tighten his grip on the badge in his hand. Chen Mai saw Kang Xiaobao's mood and patted his shoulder, saying, this is the Night's Watch. We are the enforcers of the dark night, the defenders of the great hidden, and we have no flowers or applause. If you die, there will only be a tombstone with your name on it. No one will know what you've done. Even so, will you still be determined to join the Night's Watch? Kang Xiaobao lowered his head in silence, and the shadow of the light made it impossible for the crowd to see his eyes. At this moment, the crowd in the training ground was also watching him closely. When the crowd saw that he had been silent for so long, they thought that he had changed his mind. Kang Xiaobao spoke. Captain, you are so annoying. Kang Xiaobao revealed a bright smile, and the crowd at the training ground was infected by it. The most important thing for a cultivator is to be from the heart, but I'd been ready to realize this for a long time. I'm a temporary member of Squad 136. I will make you all proud of me, make the entire Night's Watch proud of me. When the crowd heard this, they were also filled with joy. They couldn't help but cheer, and their eyes were filled with relief as they looked at Kang Xiaobao. Chen Mai smiled helplessly and punched Kang Xiaobao's chest. You kid, I can't believe you think I'm nagging. I think you've drifted. Then he turned around and walked towards the upper floor. When he was halfway there, Chen Mai stopped. Brat, I remember what you said today, and I look forward to that day. The rest of the crowd when passing by Kang Xiaobao, also patted his shoulder and gave him a thumbs up to show their recognition of him. Kang Xiaobao just watched the crowd walk away. The bright smile did not disappear from his face. The day will come soon. Chapter 8 Reasons Why It Had to Be Refused. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't this kid go to school today? Wait a little longer, and if it doesn't come, I'll go to his house and look for him. Zhao Kongcheng squatted in front of the entrance of the second middle school with a depressed look on his face, and the ground next to him was piled with cigarette butts. Over there. Who's that? What are you doing? I've been watching you all morning. What are you doing in front of our second middle school? Zhao Kongcheng sniffed and looked up at the person who had spoken, only to see a security guard walking slowly towards him with a fork in his hand, his eyes still filled with vigilance. Bad. This is making me the bad guy. Zhao Kongcheng revealed the kindest smile of his life and scratched his head as he tried to ease the embarrassment in this way. That comrade security guard. I'm not a bad guy. I'm here to find someone. The guard sniffed and eyed him warily, realizing that he really didn't look too much like a bad guy, but he still wasn't sure. So he asked him, looking for someone? Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Lin Xie from the second year of senior high school. He just transferred to this school yesterday. I'm his cousin's uncle. This kid had a fight with his aunt in the morning and then went out on his own. He has bad eyes. I was afraid something would happen to him, so I came here to look for him, but I didn't see him enter the school. The guard was silent for a moment, and suddenly, a flash of light came to his mind. Oh, I know. It's that blind kid, isn't it? What a handsome boy, but he's blind. Too bad. Tell you what, I'll ask their teacher for you, and you just wait here for a minute. Fine, fine, thank you. I'll just wait here. I'm not going anywhere. It was only when the security guard returned to the security room that Zhao Kongcheng slapped his head. Oops, what's going on with my IQ lately? Such a simple method. I didn't even think of it. Within moments, the security guard returned. That, cousin Lin Xie, I asked their homeroom teacher for you. Lin Xie didn't come to school today. He's on vacation. Didn't he tell you guys? Are you really his cousin? The guard even looked at him suspiciously after he finished speaking. Ah, maybe the child got angry and ran out to play on his own, and didn't tell the family. and you know that children at this age are rebellious. The guard waved his hand impatiently. Alright, in that case, then you'll register in the normal process. By the way, take out your ID card for me to take a look, in case you're a bad guy, so that I can arrest you with this clue. Zhao Kongcheng knew that Lin Xie was not in the school and wasn't going to delay the work, so he took out his ID card and handed it to the security guard. That's all registered, so I'm off. Wait, Zhao Kongcheng looked at the security guard suspiciously. According to our school rules, smoking at the door is penalized 100. You smoked so much, I'll give you a discount. 500, cash or credit card? Just as Zhao Kongcheng tearfully used his cell phone to scan the code to pay the fine, he turned his head. He happened to see Lin Xie, who was wearing civilian clothes and holding books. The Emperor's God is not a man of the world. Brat, stop, I'll see where else you want to run. How dare you fool me? Lin Xie's figure lurched at the words and thought to himself as he looked at Zhao Kongcheng who was running towards him. It didn't escape after all. Zhao Kongcheng walked to Lin Xie's side with a gloomy face and said while moving his wrist, Brat, can we have a nice chat this time? Lin Xie nodded helplessly. Okay, let's talk. Where to talk? Zhao Kongcheng said with a smile as he wrapped his arms around Lin Xie's neck. It's not easy to walk here. I'll take you to our safe house, and raised an eyebrow when he finished. The corner of Zhao Kongcheng's eyes twitched when he saw this appearance. Why do you have a bad feeling about this? The two drove to a hotel and stopped. Erotic hotel. This is what you call a safe house. Zhao Kongcheng also nodded with a self-satisfied face. Yeah, it's perfectly safe here. Don't worry. Meh. All of them gave Lin Xie an exasperated laugh. Zhao, empty. Chang, you girl high and low have so much big disease. Who's a good person to come to a place like this? I do not go. Lin Xie's veins were now exploding on his forehead, and his blood pressure had clearly spiked. Kidding, if you are seen by your acquaintances, you and a big man come to the Love Hotel. Fizz, fine thought. Life is all about death, but not social death. Lin Xie turned around and was just about to leave when he was pulled into the Love Hotel by Zhao Kongcheng's neck. Zhao Kongcheng, let me tell you, using violence, threats and other means to force another person to perform X behavior against his or her will is Changjian. It's punishable by more than 3 years and less than 10 years in prison. And I'm still a minor. You're going to add to your crime. You're still young. Don't go down the path of crime. Zhao Empty City pulled him along regardless and continued to walk. First, this is only for male to female you're talking about, not male to male, so the boys out there should protect themselves. Secondly, I have a wife and children. I say, you young people, what's going on inside your heads every day? Okay, stop screaming and go. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Break the throat. Break your throat. After entering the room, Lin Xie sat on a small wooden horse and rocked it while saying impatiently, Alright, I'm already here, so hurry up and say whatever you want to say. I'm afraid my aunt will be worried if I go back late. Zhao Kongcheng lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, then said, It also starts with the mist swallowing up the world. During this half hour, Zhao Kongcheng told Lin Xie the secrets of this world that were not known to the great multitude through his vocalized speech. Zhao Kongcheng took a sip of water to moisturize his dry, smoking throat. Now do you understand? I see. I understand it all. I thought I was an alien in this world, but I didn't realize that there are so many of you in this world who have supernatural powers like me. Well, want to join us, the Night's Watch? Joining the Night's Watch is definitely the coolest thing you'll ever do in your life. No, I refuse. Hold your horses. Just listen to me for a second. That's the way it is. Thank you for saving me, and I admire you all. But I have my reasons why I have to refuse, so I'll leave now. See you again sometime. Lin Xie left the room after he finished speaking, leaving behind Zhao Kongcheng who was alone in deep thought. Phew, this brat is a lot like me. Alas. Never mind. I'll go back and explain to the captain myself. I'm worried about you. Lao Zhao. You're back? How was your day? Is that divine agent willing to join us? The crowd in the hall looked towards Zhao Kongcheng, who walked in, along with Hong Ying's voice. Zhao Kongcheng tiredly paralyzed on the sofa, without a cigarette, and then said, I didn't block him today. Their teacher said he's on vacation. I'll block him at his house tomorrow. Don't worry about it. Chen Mai and Wu Shangnan both looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Zhao Kongcheng sat paralyzed on the sofa, his eyes staring at the ceiling in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. Just then, someone handed him a cup of tea. Oh, thanks. You, holy, who are you, sis? Zhao Kongcheng had thought that it was Hong Ying who had handed him the tea, and was about to express his gratitude when he looked up and saw a woman with a double pill head tied up with a pale face and dull eyes, appearing in front of him. Ha 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 asterisk n. The laughter of the crowd came from the hall, especially Wen Qimo, who laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. See if I'm right, old Joe will be shocked. Kaching dash. Lang Xian sat on the chair and looked at the picture he had just captured, and he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, including the usually curmudgeonly Wu Xiangnan, who was also forcing himself to hold back his laughter at this time. Cluck cluck cluck. Si Xiaonan covered her mouth and laughed while shaking her 2 little feet, and Red Riding Hood was laughing at this point. In waves. I told you, Xiao Bao's taste is really weird. Why did he design such a weird image for his puppet? Look at how old Zhao was scared. A jolt. Ha 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 asterisk n. Just then, Kang Xiaobao came out with a red one-sided compound eye as well. What a hoot. What's so funny? Tell me so I can hear it too. When Hongning saw Kang Xiaobao come out, she also pulled his arm and said to him, "It's not because of you." This image of Ruohua really startled old Zhao. Zhao Kongcheng looked at the laughing crowd with a dumbfounded expression, then pointed at Ruohua and said, "Shouldn't you guys just give me a little bit of science on this?" Who is it? Chen Mai also interrupted the juggling crowd at this time to say to Lao Zhao, "Lao Zhao, don't be so excited, come on, sit down first. I'll tell you what happened today." Zhao Kongcheng listened normally at first, but when he heard that Kang Xiaobao used Tai Jiquan to defeat Chen Mai, he was incredulous. When he heard that Kang Xiaobao had defeated Chen Mai using Tai Chi Fist, he looked incredulous and called Kang Xiaobao a demon, and upon realizing that the woman who had just handed him water was an organ puppet made by Kang Xiaobao, that mouth opened and his jaw felt like it was about to dislocate. "Chen Ma, you said this woman is an organ puppet." Chen Mai shook his head helplessly. "Yeah, can't believe it. I couldn't believe it when I first saw it either." Zhao Kongcheng also became interested at this time and kept poking Ruohua's body parts with his fingertips. "So realistic? Hiss. This craftsmanship. It's simply horrible as hell." Just as Zhao Kongcheng inadvertently nudged Ruohua's breasts, the screams of 2 women came from behind him. "Ah, Lao Zhao, you stinking rascal. Where are you poking? That's right, Uncle Zhao. I despise you. Hashtag." And when Shima gave him an I know expression, amazed face, Zhao Kongcheng scratched his hair with an embarrassed face. "No, no, no, don't get me wrong. I'm not a pervert. I was careless. It's really because this puppet made by Bao is too realistic. Ahem. By the way, Xiao Bao, does this puppet serve any other purpose besides serving tea and water?" Zhao Kongcheng was afraid that he would continue to be condemned by Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan and ruin his reputation for a lifetime, so he also hurriedly changed the subject. "Words pale in comparison, so you'd better follow me to the training ground and find out. Come on, old Zhao. Now you and Ruohua fight against each other." "I fight it? Kid, aren't you underestimating me? It's just a small puppet. As long as I go out, I'll take it down in minutes, okay? The captain is aware of my blade skills. Without utilizing the forbidden ruins, every single person in here would be no match for me. Don't worry, old Zhao. I know what's in my heart. You guys just don't worry about hitting it. If it breaks, I'll fix it. After all, it's the first finished product, so it's just as well to test it through this sparring match as well." When Zhao Kongcheng heard Kang Xiaobao say this, he stopped dissuading him and nodded. He pulled out his star blade and walked into the training ground. "Come on, let me see how your organ puppet really is. Kisame, go!" When Ruhua heard Kang Xiaobao's command, she also quickly bullied her way forward and attacked Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng knife sharp, rich combat experience, such as flowers, although the puppet, but the joints are as flexible as real people, coupled with the figure of floating, a person a puppet for a moment but also to fight back and forth. After the 2 of them demolished each other for dozens of moves, Zhao Kongcheng seized a crack in Ruhua's armor and slashed at Ruhua's head, killing Ruhua on the spot. Zhao Kongcheng is standing with a sword. "How was it? Handsome, isn't it? Told you my sword skills aren't for nothing. The victory has been decided." Kang Xiaobao clapped his hands in appreciation. "Not bad, Lao Zhao. Your kung fu does have 2 skills, but it's still too early if the winner has already been decided. Xiao Bao, you won't be unable to lose, right? This has been chopped to pieces by me, and you still haven't decided on a winner?" Tang Xiaobao smiled evilly. "You might as well look behind you." Zhao Kongcheng also looked back behind him when he heard that. Asterisk 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 is this a horror movie? Only to see that Kisame, who had just been disemboweled, had now stood up physically and had grabbed her head and pressed it back onto her body. Old Zhao's body tingled and the back of his neck went cold as he watched. Round 2 fight. After Kisame connected her head back to her body, her right hand turned into a rope dart and began to continue her attack on Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng similarly flicked his wrist and stepped forward with his sword. Sparks flew in the training ground for a moment, and the sound of weapons clashing was continuous, making people's blood boil. After a long period of fighting, Zhao Kongcheng stopped. "No more fighting, no more fighting, no more energy. This little thing has 2 tricks up its sleeve. Little treasure didn't do a bad job. Geez, let me take a break. If I wasn't afraid of breaking this thing of yours, I would have known to get it over with." "Ah, right. You're right. No, I'm telling the truth. I'm not cheating." Kang Xiaobao nodded with a straight face. "Well, I believe you. The rest of the crowd was snickering. In fact, we all knew that just like as Zhao Kongcheng had said, if things got real, Zhao Kongcheng would definitely demolish Ruohua in a short period of time. It was just a test, so Zhao Kongcheng didn't move for real. After all, it was Kang Xiaobao's heart and soul. Moreover, through this fight, everyone didn't expect an organ puppet to be able to do this extent, which had fully proved Ruohua's power, so there would be no need to fight anymore. Alright, let's go to the range next. The crowd then moved on to the shooting range. Shobu, why did you come to the shooting range? Does Ruohua know how to shoot guns too? Captain, don't worry, just watch. Kesame, attack the target in front. The crowd only saw Ruohua raise her right hand and flip her wrist upwards, revealing 6 pitch-black barrels in front of her small arms. Ta-da-da-da. With a spurt of fire, the moving targets in the range fell down in response. As the targets all fell, Kisame stopped attacking as well. The wrist flipped downward, covering the muzzle of the machine gun, and reverted back to the appearance of a normal human arm. Zhao Kongcheng looked dumbfounded and silently raised his thumbs up to Kang Xiaobao. New Zealand dollars. So that's what you used the small caliber rotary machine gun you asked me for this afternoon. Awesome. Lang Xian also opened his mouth in a rare moment and expressed his appreciation for Kang Xiaobao. Chapter 9 It's going to rain. Awesome. Lang Xian also opened his mouth in a rare moment and expressed his appreciation for Kang Xiaobao. Little treasure. The Rohana you made, as of now, probably possesses a strength that is infinitely close to the marigold realm. It's already very good. Chen Mai looked at Ruohua with a torch-like gaze as he said, frontal combat power isn't up to it yet, but it's still fine as a combat aid. Wu Shangnan pushed up his glasses and added to Chen Mai's words with a smile on his face. Kang Xiaobao nodded. That's right. Kisame is supported by the air in my body as energy. The stronger I am, the stronger the puppets I make will be as well. But these Rohanas are only meant as mass-produced types, so that means I won't put too much energy into upgrading them. My elite soldier puppets are still being made. I guess one more day will be enough. The crowd sniffed and winced as they looked at Kang Xiaobao in shock. Chen Mai asked incredulously, Xiaobao, what did you say? Mass-produced? A puppet of this strength can still be mass-produced? Yeah, Captain. If it's Ruohua, I can probably make 2 to 3 a day. Any more than that and I won't have enough reserves of air. I only made out one today to make defense spells for everyone. It took some energy. As for the elite soldier puppets I made, well, they should be able to reach the level above your so-called Jiantian realm and below the pool realm. The crowd had been numbed by countless shocks today and were no longer reacting. Then they reacted. Defense spells? It's done? Only to see the crowd looking at Kang Xiaobao with an expectant face. Kang Xiaobao could see what the crowd was saying, so he didn't whet their appetites. It just grinned a big grin, then pulled out a few badges from his pocket. Come, one for each of the freshly baked defense spells. Little Treasure's products will be of high quality. The crowd all stopped hesitating and coaxed them on like Amazon's buying food in a vegetable market. Don't grab. Hey, who's pulling my hair? A red tassel? That's okay. When Shima took a look at the fact that it was Honging who was gripping his hair, and immediately revealed a fawning smile, he also gestured for her to take it first. In the end it was the captain who came down and took control of the situation. Bao, how does this work? It's like this. The defense spells I gave you are all passive type defense spells. In the middle of a battle, as long as an attack with malicious intent is sensed, the defense spell will automatically turn on the protection. Let's try it out now. Captain, it's up to you to try. You're the strongest here. It's more credible if you do it. Chen Mai drew his sword and nodded, launching an attack on Kang Xiaobao. Swish dash. The sound of a sword shadow flashed. Kang Xiaobao smoothly dodged to avoid the strike. Captain, it must be an attack with malicious intent, preferably with the mindset of trying to kill me, in order to activate the defense spells. Also you'd better start attacking from the strength of the marigold realm. That way you can better test the upper limit of the defense spells. Okay, you watch out. As soon as the words fell, Chen Mai's murderous aura was revealed. Marigold realm, a full strength slash went down, and the defense spells activated instantly. At a distance of about 10 centimeters or so from Kang Xiaobao's body, a golden barrier wrapped around Kang Xiaobao's entire body. The golden light made it difficult for Chen Mai's knife to advance an inch. Ikaruga, unbroken defense. Next, Kawasaki. As Chen Mai raised his strength to his own realm, the Chuan realm, the defense spells finally began to react. Little treasure, I'm attacking you with the strength of the Chuan realm, so be careful. Kang Xiaobao nodded. He also wanted to see just how much damage the magic weapon refined with his current strength could carry. Chen Mai stood in front of him with his sword, and the Yama temple's silhouette behind him appeared, and a chilling feeling came over the people in the field, including Kang Xiaobao, with pressure like a mountain pressing down on them. Even breathing was sluggish. Kang Xiaobao frowned slightly and silently thought in his heart, is this the full force of the Chuan realm? It's a bit stressful. Be safe. I'm coming. As soon as the words fell, a shadow of a cold blade flashed past the crowd, as fast as lightning and as powerful as a bamboo. Kaching dash. The sword dangles impacted on the golden barrier, and with just one blow, a crack appeared in the golden barrier, and the crack continued to extend. Seeing this, Chen Mai no longer continued to attack, collected his sword and walked towards Kong Xiaobao, making sure that Kong Xiaobao was fine before letting out a long breath. God knows how much mental pressure he was under when he swung that full force strike just now, and he did it purely out of trust in Kong Xiaobao's ability. Chen Mai looked at Kong Xiaobao with an appreciative face and patted his shoulder. Not bad, not bad. With your current strength of the Pool realm being able to make 2 attempts to resist the full force of the Chuan realm's attack, it's already very good. I love your gift. Thank you, Bao. I'm so much more grounded with you around. The crowd also held the badge in their hands at this time. Lovingly, the eyes were sparkling with a fine light. This thing could be said to have given them an extra life. With a small place like Songnan, mysterious events couldn't occur more than a few times a year. Even if a mysterious event occurs, what are the chances that a Chuan realm can appear? This thing could withstand 2 full force strikes from the Chuan realm, and it didn't even cost them anything. One must know that with their salary level, trying to buy up a defensive forbidden item, and one that was this effective, was definitely not an easy task. For a while, the crowd looked at Kong Xiaobao as if they were seeing a stunningly beautiful, male, woman. Kong Xiaobao shuddered at the look in everyone's eyes. Why did they look at me with the look of wanting to do something to me? Kong Xiaobao shook the goosebumps on his body, then shook the thoughts out of his head. Just then, an older man with a wolf's tail and a face full of stubble threw his arms around his neck and fawned over Xiaobao. Master Bauer, you see everyone has it but me. Right, you know. Ha ha ha. Ha jerk. The crowd was so shocked by Zhao Kongcheng's sudden *******ness that they were completely devastated. Zhao Kongcheng is indifferent to this, to baby well, not shabby. Kong Xiaobao couldn't stand him like this either, and smiled helplessly and said, Lao Zhao, you don't have to look like this. With our relationship, you don't even have to say, I will definitely give you. Besides, everyone has it. How can I be short of your share? Just leave the badge with me later. I'll give it to you in the morning. Zhao Kongcheng laughed out loud at his words and kept patting Kong Xiaobao's back, calling him out for being interesting enough. Zhao Kongcheng was proudly saying how Kong Xiaobao was brought back by him, while constantly patting Kong Xiaobao's back. The crowd watched as Kong Xiaobao's face grew darker and darker, and it was as if there were still veins rippling on his forehead. At once, each of them took a step back. Bang! Zhao Kongcheng almost bit his tongue when he was hit on the head by Kong Xiaobao's sudden punch. Is there no end to the shooting? What? Do you know it hurts? Asshole. Pain pain pain. Don't hit your face. Ouch. Little Bao. No. Brother Pa. Ouch. No. 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 Master Pa. I poked. That can't hit. Ow. The males in the room, all of them sucked in a breath of cool air, then covered their vitals, and couldn't help but clench their legs. When GMO cheaply popularized an idiom to the crowd, fly, fight, and Lang Xian looked at the photo in his hand at that moment and muttered in a small voice, interesting. Chen Mai clapped his hands, interrupting the playfulness between the two. Well, I'll cook in a little while, to pick up the slack for little treasure. All of you come and play, while Pa sits and watches TV. It's happily decided. Elbows up, stinky Pa boys. Oh, there was another cheer at the end. 1, 2, 7-inch, 7 dishes now, so hearty. Gulp. The red tassel stole a quiet glance around before picking up her chopsticks and chucking them at the braised pork. Pa dash. Ouch. Honging rubbed her slightly reddened hand and looked at Zhao Kongcheng with an exasperated expression. What's the hurry? The captain and Bo haven't been seated yet. Here we go. The last soup. All done. Xiaobao. Don't look. Come and eat. Coming. The crowd had all taken their seats by now, their hands unconsciously placed on the bowls and chopsticks. Then they looked at Chen Mai with anxious faces. Bao. Welcome to our squad 136, and thank you for the gift you gave us. We all love it. Now, let's eat. As Chen Mai's words fell, it was like a starting gun going off on a sports field. The crowd carried their chopsticks as if they were flying. It was as if they were starving, only knowing the meal in front of them. Kong Xiaobao looked at the crowd in front of him, and secretly blinked, several times wanting to add food, but in the end did not find the opportunity. Bang! The sound. A 95 punch appeared on the table. The crowd then stopped their chopsticks. Here, eat. Lang Xian chucked a bit of each dish on the table and placed it in Kong Xiaobao's bowl before continuing to eat on his own. Cough. Note to Lang Xian, next time you eat, don't put your weapon on the table. Aha! Then the submachine gun was put back. The crowd saw Lang Xian put the submachine gun back, and then returned to the way it was a moment ago. Canyon City Weather Station for your broadcast. The city is expected to have a wide range of heavy rain impact tomorrow. Please travel to take precautions against rain. Close windows and doors. Is it going to rain? Kang Xiaobao ate his meal silently, and none of the people noticed Kang Xiaobao's change in mood. After the meal, Chen Mai and Kang Xiaobao chatted for a while before returning to the office. Vigilante Headquarters, Commander's Office. Commander-in-Chief Yi Fan was silent as he looked at the report in front of him, his fingers lightly tapping the desktop. Air, Kung Fu, Alchemist, Shinji 100 refinements? Remarkable. I'm really curious as to how far you can go. Let's see. Chapter 10, General Zhou. Peace Office. Aha morning Captain. Good morning. Praying Mo. In a short while, the people came to the office one after the other. By the way, Captain, have you seen Xiaobao? He didn't go back all night yesterday. Red Riding asked, puzzled, holding a donut. Nights away from home. Shouldn't. Ha. When Chima smiled with a lewd face. Underscore. Forget I said that. When Chima saw the dangerous light emanating from Hong Ying's narrowed eyes and promptly terminated the topic. Alright, you guys don't need to guess blindly. Little Treasure was down there all night yesterday refining magic weapons. Ha, asterisk N. TSK. It's true what they say. Those who engage in scientific research are all crazy. No, he'll mess up his body like this. When Chima your early morning I requisitioned. Hong Ying sniffed and grabbed when Chima's bun, intending to send it down to Xiaobao. Don't. I'm hungry too. You can't die if you eat one less meal. Xiaobao didn't sleep all night yesterday. How can he stand it if he doesn't eat breakfast in the morning? When Chima was lying on the table without tears, his hand still reaching out in the direction of the bun in Hong Ying's hand. Hong Ying, why don't you give the buns to Chima? I've brought breakfast for Xiaobao. Yesterday he asked me to come early in the morning to get his body protector. It's just as well that I sent the breakfast down, and on the way, I persuaded him to go and rest for a while. Alright, old Zhao, then make sure you let him rest quickly. No matter what, you have to take care of your body. Zhao Kongcheng nodded, took the breakfast and went down. Before he could reach Kang Xiaobao's side, he heard a thump from afar. Xiaobao eat breakfast. Don't drum up those things. Kang Xiaobao put down the tool in his hand when he heard Zhao Kongcheng's voice. Is it morning already? Time flies. What do you think? Why don't you check the time? Here, this is breakfast for you. Okay, Lao Zhao. Interesting enough, you still know to bring me breakfast. Here, this is your body protector. If it breaks, give it to me in time. I'll fix it, and I'll upgrade it regularly for you guys in the future. Kang Xiaobao threw the badge at Zhao Kongcheng while eating his breakfast. Oh, that's all done. That was fast. I would call you the fastest man alive. Zhao Kongcheng gave a thumbs up to Kang Xiaobao and played with the badge in his hand with a happy face. Kang Xiaobao sniffed and his chewing action gave way. Nice compliment. No need for it next time. He even gave him a blank look when he finished. Zhao Imperial City also noticed the ambiguity in his words at this time. Heartily, he waved his hand. Hey, don't worry about the details. I'm sorry, Xiaobao. Because of my matter you didn't have a good night's rest. Actually, this thing isn't that urgent. You don't have to sacrifice your rest for me. Zhao Kongcheng patted Kang Xiaobao's shoulder with a serious face, his words full of concern. Kang Xiaobao looked at Zhao Kongcheng who had a straight face and also heard the concern in his words. His heart was slightly touched, but he still slapped his hand away with full concern. Old Zhao, don't be so self-absorbed. I haven't used your stuff for a long time. I'm still mainly busy with what I have in my hands. You brat, well, go rest and relax. After all, the body is the capital of the revolution. You're our squad 130 CXS baby now. You're already as precious as Minami. Okay, I know. Nagging, I'm going to bed after this bit. Soon. This bit is nearing the end. Okay, just so you know. I'll go first then. Kang Xiaobao waved his hand and went back to his work. Lao Zhao, what did Xiaobao say? Red Coma looked at Zhao Kongcheng, who had come up alone, and asked suspiciously. He said he's got a little more stuff he's finishing up soon, and when he's done he'll go back to resting, so we don't have to worry about it. Don't worry, Hong Ying. Xiaobao knows what's in his heart. When Hong Ying heard Kang Xiaobao promise to go back to rest right away, she was relieved and nodded. Alright, I'll lay out today's mission. Today we're going to continue searching for the whereabouts of the Ghostface King. Chen Mai took a map and placed it on the table and began to set up the task. This is where we fought the Ghostface King, and after he escaped from the sewers, he had two main directions, downtown, and the old town. The city center is a bigger place and more populated in comparison, so more people are needed. Then I, Lang Xian, and Red Tassel will be in charge of the search mission in the city center. Xiangnan and Xiaonan sat in the command center, responsible for scheduling and logistics. As for you, old Zhao, your primary task is to be responsible for continuing to contact the Blazing Angel's divine agent, Lin Chiye. Make sure to pull him into our Night's Watch ranks, even if you have to tie him up. The golden pillar of light that day was seen by the entire Tsangnan city, and I believe that the people from the ancient god church saw it as well. and they absolutely couldn't be allowed to come into contact with Lin Xie, or else he would be in danger. As for Bao, let him rest and relax today. The rest of you take your positions and make sure that the main focus is on the safety of the civilians and your own safety. Is that clear? Aye, Captain. Action. As the sun fades away, the half-moon hangs high, as the neon lights flash up, the night falls, thick black clouds accompanied by deafening thunder, pouring down rain like a waterfall. Ding. Quest. Save Zhao Kongcheng and kill the Ghostface King. How can such a hero die at the hands of a petty criminal? Quest reward, the 8 wonders technique, double full hands. As the voice in his head rang out, Kang Xiaobao snapped out of his slumber. Lao Zhao, wait for me. Kang Xiaobao picked up his newly refined magic weapon, did a Harrier flip, and tumbled out of the window. Kang Xiaobao's figure was like electricity as he rushed towards Lin Xie's home. The other side, the aroma of a meal wafted from a small, dilapidated 2-story building. Auntie, I'm home. Brother, you're back. Well, where's Auntie? Lin Xie asked as he hugged the little black mange that had joyfully come. It's in the kitchen. My aunt, who was cooking, heard the sound and came out of the kitchen. 7 is back. Did you get wet? Auntie will be fine. I brought my umbrella today. That's good. That's good. Go back inside and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold. Oh, by the way, your school's teacher Zhao is here. Mr. Zhao is really nice. So concerned about you, he even came to the house to do a home visit in person. Lin Xie, who had changed his shoes, asked suspiciously. Mr. Zhou. Just then, Zhao Kongcheng, who was wearing an apron, walked out from inside the kitchen with a plate of dishes. Here's the food. It's you. How could Lin Xie not expect that it was actually Zhao Kongcheng who had come? His eyes filled with a complicated meaning, wanting to say something, but thinking that his aunt and young Jean were also there. He swallowed his words as they reached his mouth. Zhao, teacher, good. 7 nights is back, just in time for the meal to be ready to eat. Go wash your hands and eat. I am Mr. Zhao, you're a guest. Don't get busy, I'll do the rest, Auntie said, reaching out to help. No, it's all trivial. Come on, eat it all. Auntie saw that Zhao Kongcheng really didn't need her help, so she also smiled gently. Thank you so much, Ms. Zhao. You came to visit the house and helped cook. I really don't know what to say. Hurry, Xiaoqi, don't just stand there. Why don't you hurry and thank Mr. Zhao? The corners of Lin Xie's mouth twitched and his face stiffened as he said, Thank you, Mr. Shou. No thanks. Caring about the growth of my students, this is all what I should do as a teacher. Ha ha ha. Auntie didn't see Lin Xie's abnormality and was still smilingly praising Zhao Kongcheng. As for Yang Jin, he could see that something was wrong with Lin Xie, but he didn't make a sound and instead carefully sized up Zhao Kongcheng to celebrate the recovery of 7 nights' eyes and to welcome Mr. Zhao. Let's toast. Cheers. The crowd raised their hands of coke, clinked them, and drank them all. You eat, Mr. Zhao. Don't ever be polite, just treat it like you're in your own home. Auntie was afraid that Zhao Kongcheng would be polite and even pinched the ribs into Zhao Kongcheng's bowl. It's fine. Don't worry, I'll do it myself. I'm never polite. Little Black Lai also walked over at this time with his own rice bowl in his mouth and squatted between Lin Xie and Zhao Kongcheng. Sip, come on. Little Black Mange, have a rib. Xiao Hailai froze for a moment and looked at Zhao Kongcheng. The fire in his heart was rubbing upwards, but then he looked at his aunt and Lin Xie, and still pretended to be elated as he ate the ribs. You wait for Master Dog. Yang Jin stifled a laugh in his heart and could only hide the laughter in his heart by eating with a big mouthful of food. For a while, the cabin was cozy and lively. Captain, a municipal worker called the police, allegedly attacked by a suspected ghost face. Shonan, can you pinpoint the location? It's not far from Old Town. I sent the location to your phone. Okay, copy that. Watch for real-time developments. Roger that. Inside Lin Xie's bedroom. Haven't I made it clear what you're doing here? I know you have reasons for having to refuse us, and I didn't come here today to persuade you to join us. Lin Xie froze at his words. So you're here. Zhao Kongcheng played with the cigarette in his hand and did not light it but said in a calm tone, Let me tell you something about me. Lin Xie didn't refuse and sat in front of the bed quietly listening to his story. I come from a small remote place. My father died when I was 6 years old, and it was my mother who brought me up through hard work. My mother's idea was to be able to be a village cadre in my village when I graduated from junior high school. I was a bit of a rebel, and I wanted to escape from this remote little place, so I took the plunge and entered the army, then with my own unremitting efforts into the special forces, and I'm still the king of our troop. Awesome, right? Lin Xie smiled faintly and didn't say anything. When by chance I was introduced to Mystery, I later applied to the vigilantes. After so many years away from home and missing my own mother terribly, when I returned home, I realized that my mother had Speaking of this, Zhao Empyrean City's expression was a bit gloomy. Lin Qiye's pupils shrunk as if he had guessed something. She died? Lin Qiye was about to pat Zhao Kongqing's shoulder to comfort him. No, she remarried. Lin Qiye's hand that was raised in the air stopped immediately at the words, neither retracting it nor patting it onto Zhao Kongqing's shoulder. Looking unusually awkward, Zhao Empyrean City ignored him and continued. I actually don't blame her. When I found out the news, I was rather relieved inside because I knew what I was facing. I was afraid that she would be alone at home with no one to take care of her, and now that she has someone to be with her, I'm quite relieved. What I am saying is actually to tell you that you must cherish your family, and since you want to keep this little family, then you must keep it well. As for guarding this world, leave it to the rest of us. After Zhao Kongqing finished speaking, he pulled out a thick envelope from inside the pocket of his coat and handed it to Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye took the envelope before realizing that what was contained there was actually a thick pile of money. Without any hesitation, Lin Qiye returned it to Zhao Kongqing. The two of them pushed and pushed. A momentary stalemate. Zhao Kongqing could only give up for the time being and put the envelope on the table. Zhao Kongqing then told Lin Qiye about his dream. My greatest dream is to be a general, full of merit and honor, and then return home in glory, to console my mother. Zhao Kongqing finished speaking and took a deep breath and stood up. Well, I'm going to go now. As for your business, I'll explain it to the captain myself. Lin Qiye, I wish you a bright future, said he held out his right hand. Lin Qiye smiled faintly and similarly extended his right hand and held it over Zhao Kongqing's. General Zhao, may you return home with honor and glory. Both of them smiled at each other, with their own determination in their eyes. Zhao Kongqing put on his coat, but the vigilante badge accidentally fell out with a clinking crunch. Lin Qiye picked up the badge on the ground and looked at it, and couldn't help but recite the oath behind the badge. If the eclipsing night comes at last, I will stand before 10,000 people, cross my sword to the abyss, and stain the vault of heaven with blood. Lin Qiye couldn't help but feel a heartfelt admiration rise in his heart as he watched the night watchman's oath. Before he knew it, his heart had been touched. Zhao Kongqing took the badge and asked him proudly, how's that? Isn't that a cool badge? It's got my name on it. Cool. Well, I'm off. Take care. Wait, you forgot your money. I'm determined not to take money from soldiers. Zhao Empyrean City sniffed, so he stopped insisting and put the money away. It's raining outside, so this umbrella is for you. Consider it a small token of my gratitude to you for guarding the world. You boy. After leaving Lin Qiye's house, Zhao Empyrean put on his own headset. Lao Zhao, please answer if you receive. Roger, this is Zhao Kongqing. Lao Zhao finally got in touch with you. I was at Lin Qiye's house just now. It's not convenient for me to talk. Old Zhao, the captain and his team encountered the Ghost Mask King. The Ghost Mask King has fled to the old city after being seriously injured. You are responsible for searching for the Ghost Mask King's whereabouts. Roger that, Captain. The defense artifact given by Xiao Bao was really good. That ghost-faced King Chuan Realm's strike was even blocked. If I didn't have Xiao Bao's defense artifact, I would have been injured. Yes, Little Treasure's magic weapon has greatly increased safety for us, and I'm a lot more relieved because of it. When Honging heard Chen Mai praising Xiao Bao, her heart was also happy. Alright, Red Tassel, you will now head to the old city center and cooperate with old Zhao in searching for the Ghostface King. I'll be heading there as well. Captain. Not long after, when Zhao Kongqing drove to the next street not far from Lin Qiye's house, a rushing stench came out from the underground water well cover. Zhao Kongqing's gaze was grave, and while contacting Wu Xiangnan, he took out a sign from his car that read no traffic ahead. Hello, this is Zhao Empyrean City. Traces of the Ghostface King have been found and I'm deploying the ringless airspace. Please send someone to evacuate the neighborhood immediately. Repeat, Ghostface sighting detected. Old Zhao, listen to me. The Ghostface King's strength is the Chuan realm. Don't get tough with him after the encounter. You just need to unfold the ringless airspace to trap it. Red Tassel isn't far from you. Just hold it off for 10 minutes. Never mess around. Sometimes when faced with a mystery, there will always be some collateral damage. You can't hit yourself on a whim. You'll make a greater contribution by staying alive. Asterisk 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 you. Shonan, do you realize what you're saying? Isn't the point of our existence to guard these civilians? What do you mean by collateral damage? Have you forgotten the oath we took when we joined the Night's Watch? The ringless hollow can't necessarily trap it. Are you asking me to watch the Ghostface King harm civilians while I stand by and do nothing? I can't do that. When Zhao Empyrean finished speaking, he threw the earpiece on the ground. Old Zhao, Lao Zhao, zigzag. Zhao Empyrean said to himself after crushing the headset with a foot. Today, though I do not have 10,000 people behind me, I have the whole world behind me for that child. As the last sign was erected in its designated position, Zhao Kongqing bit his finger and drew a bloodstain on the sign. Ringless airspace. Open. Only a red equilateral triangular energy barrier wrapped around this side of the area, and the sewer manhole cover also rose up to the sky at this moment, accompanied by a sickening stench, crawling out of a monster that was even uglier and larger than the average Ghostface, the Ghostface King. Chapter 11. Old Zhao. Why did you pull so much when you haven't seen him for a while? Kada. Hiss. Who? Zhao Kongqing slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. The little sheik grows quite the thing. This stinky thing looks like it's been hurt badly by the captain. The Ghostface King's body was covered in deep, visible marks, and although his breath was a little shriveled, he still gave Zhao Kongqing considerable pressure. The Ghostface King saw Zhao Empyrean City as if he had seen a stunning beauty. All he wanted to do now was to eat this weak human in front of him to make up for the wounds on its body. Roar! Zhao Kongqing took out the star sword from the long box behind his back with a grave expression and looked up at the opposite Ghostface King, but the aura was full. Surprisingly, there was a slight feeling of separation from the Ghostface King. Stinky thing, what are you screaming for? Did you brush your teeth? It stinks so bad. Howl. As if the Ghost-faced king had been hurt in his pride by Zhao Empyrean City's words, he glared at his red eyes and rushed towards Zhao Empyrean City in anger. Good coming. One person and one ghost collided with each other in an instant. Claws and knives clashed, rubbing out brilliant sparks. That's really strong, but I'm more than just a man of this level. Aha, open. Zhao Kongqing's veins rippled as he fought to push Ghostface King away. Round 2. Start. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Empyrean City pulled a blade flower and took the initiative to attack. The silver-colored blade light kept waving, dazzlingly cool. The knives were like rain, continuous. One blade was faster than the other. The Ghostface King had lost the wind for a moment. There were also a few more tiny knife marks on his body. Zhao Empyrean City looked like he was operating like a tiger, but the damage he brought to Ghostface King was minimal. Ghostface King could miss countless times, but how many times could Zhao Kongqing miss? Gradually, Zhao Kongqing's physical strength began to slip under the full force of one attack after another. Tiny beads of sweat covered his forehead. Breathing also began to get short. Finally, when Zhao Kongqing's old strength had faded and his new strength had yet to be born, the ghost-faced king caught a break and struck Zhao Kongqing's ribs with a claw. No good. Zhao Kongqing's pupils shrunk slightly as he watched the ghost-faced king's claws get closer and closer to him, but he was already too late to block. Snap! Lin Qiye was helping his aunt wash the dishes when he heard a tapping sound coming from the window. 7. Go see if the window was left open. Oh, got it. I'll check it out. Lin Qiye wiped his hands and realized after walking to the window that it was actually a bat that was tapping on the window and chirping as if saying something after seeing him. After Lin Qiye opened the window, with the ability he had just acquired Starry Night Dancer, he knew from the bat's mouth what was happening in the distant streets. Good. Thank you. After Lin Qiye closed the window, his face stared and he quickly ran towards the outside. Jin, talk to auntie and tell her that I have to go out for something. Lin Qiye had already run out the door without waiting for Yang Jin to agree. Yang Jin's face was serious and his eyes looked toward the street not far away. Jin, what's going on? Why did your brother suddenly run out? Yang Jin heard his mother's voice and returned to his usual well-behaved self. Mom, it's okay. My brother said he had to go out on some urgent business and would be back soon. Auntie said worriedly. This child, it's raining so hard and you still want to run out. What should you do if you get wet and get sick? Mom, don't worry. My brother is such a big man. There's no problem. And look, isn't the rain already light? It's probably going to stop soon. Besides, he brought his umbrella. Auntie sniffed and looked out the window. Noticed that the rain seemed to have actually gotten lighter. Wu Shangnan, what's the situation on Lao Zhao's side? Red Tassel. Don't worry. Old Zhao's localization is currently still moving, indicating that he's not in danger for a short period of time. You rush to the localization point as soon as possible. Old Zhao won't last long. I know. I'll be there in another 10 minutes. Keep me informed on what's going on with Lao Zhao. After Red Tassel ended the call, she accelerated her speed and rushed towards Zhao Kongqing's location. Lao Zhao, wait for me. Red Tassel's face was grave. Her heart was filled with worry about Zhao Kongqing. The silent streets only had the figure of Red Tassel running with all her might and the sound of stepping over the standing water. No good. Bang! Zhao Empyrean City was sent flying by the Ghostface King's claw and smashed into the energy barrier of the Ringless Hollow. How come it doesn't hurt? Stinky thing stayed his hand? Zhao Kongqing was also puzzled when he sat up and noticed that there was no pain in his body, and it was only when he saw that his body was wrapped in a golden barrier that he realized it. Master Bao is awesome. Ha 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 ha. That's right. That strike from the Ghost-Faced King just now had instantly activated the defense spells on Zhao Kongqing's body. The Ghost-Faced King's claw did not strike Zhao Kongqing's body, but was instead blocked by the golden barrier. When the Ghost-Faced King saw Zhao Kongqing, who had been knocked away by his own claw, still alive and kicking, with no injuries at all, he rarely revealed a doubt full of humanity. It couldn't understand why the human in front of it didn't have any injuries at all after taking a claw from itself. This would be very unscientific. At this moment, Zhao Kongcheng wanted to hug Little Treasure fiercely and give him a kiss, as a way to express his gratitude to Little Treasure. At this moment, Kang Xiaobao, who was searching for Zhao Kongcheng along the neighborhood of Lin Qiye's house, shivered at this moment. Can I catch a cold with this constitution? Could it be that I didn't sleep all night yesterday and I'm weak? He then shook off his head and continued to search for Zhao Kongcheng. After Zhao Kongcheng evened out his breathing and adjusted himself to his best state, he began a new round of attacks. Round 3 begins. The Ghost-Faced King looked at the weak human in front of him, and after taking a blow from himself, he had no injuries, not to mention the fact that he had the guts to continue to return fire at him. He was also furious. He must kill the weak human in front of him. The dignity of its Ghost-Faced King could not be trampled upon. Roar! Zhao Kongcheng jumped up and slashed out. Ghost-Faced King nimbly dodged and flashed. Just as Zhao Kongcheng was about to continue to launch his attack, a ghost-faced shadow rose up in the air. Zhao Kongcheng suddenly felt a heavenly rotation. The world in front of him was spinning like a kaleidoscope, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea and dizziness. ********. Forbidden Ruins Serial Number 176. Ghost-Face Phase Land. Careless. Suddenly, Zhao Kongcheng felt the wind at the back of his head and subconsciously lowered his head, but he was still a step too slow, and was grazed by the claw of the Ghost-Faced King, who suddenly appeared behind him and brushed against his ear. Bang! The ghost claws were blocked by the defense spell. Seeing that the blow missed, the Ghost-Faced King hit his figure again and waited for the right moment. *******. Almost became an ear. If I also had a forbidden ruin, you stinking thing would have died 800 times already. Zhao Kongcheng touched his ears with a palpitating heart and cursed. Zhao Empyrean City was cursing on this side, while the Ghost-Faced King's side was also roaring in his mind. Yen, dollar, and #DJ. What is that golden barrier and why is it blocking my attacks? That woman had it before, and now this man has it too. I just got a DJ. The Ghost-Faced King hid in its domain, looking for the right moment. It wasn't going to play with this man anymore. It was going to get real. Zhao Empyrean City was still being disturbed by the domain of Ghost-Face Phase Ground at this time, like falling into a roller washing machine, unable to distinguish direction and having his 5 senses misplaced. Zhao Kongcheng's eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings, looking for the Ghost-Faced King. It was also at this moment that the Ghost-Faced King found an opportunity to launch a sudden, blistering attack on Zhao Empyrean City. The Ghost-Faced King attacked Zhao Kongcheng here and there, and then attacked Zhao Kongcheng from that direction. Zhao Empyrean City was caught off guard by this sudden attack and was powerless to fight back. With each attack, it landed on top of the defense spell. Tiny cracks had begun to spread all over the golden barrier. Zhao Empyrean City also noticed the state of the defense spells. In his heart, he thought that going on like this was not a solution. There must be a way to solve his immediate predicament. Zhao Kongcheng closed his eyes and began to tranquilize his mind. Carefully, feeling everything in his surroundings, Zhao Empyrean City didn't counterattack either, letting the Ghost-Faced King's attacks fall while the cracks on the golden barrier became bigger and bigger. It was as if it would be completely shattered in the next second. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It's rain? That's right, it's rain. I know. In the next instant, Zhao Kongcheng's eyes snapped open. His heart felt something, and he swung his sword hard in a certain direction. Clang, kaching dash. Knives and claws clashed. Sparks flew in all directions. Zhao Empyrean City utilized the feeling of the rain dripping down on his body to find the direction and managed to block this claw of the Ghost-Faced King. But the Ghost-Faced King's other claw also managed to land on Zhao Kongcheng's body. It was just that this claw was similarly blocked by the golden barrier. But because the defensive magic weapon's damage bearing reached its upper limit, the golden barrier was also shattered. Although Zhao Kongcheng blocked the blow, he was also sent flying backwards by the tremendous inertial force. Cough. The gap is still really big. After being seriously injured by the captain, he can still burst out with such strength. It's really worthy of the Chuan realm. Sure enough, did the captain still hold back his hand when he was sparring with me? Zhao Kongcheng let out a bitter smile. The right hand that carried the sword was already trembling slightly. Zhao Kongcheng took a deep breath and seemed to have made some kind of decision. There's no way out. The strength gap is too great. We can only use this thing. As Zhao Empyrean said, his left hand had already pulled out the vigilante badge from his pocket and silently popped out the Pinghost God lead from the vigilante badge. Zhao Kongcheng looked back at the small building on the other side of the street. The eyes were firm. Stinky thing, today your master Zhao is playing a big game with you. Let's bet your life. With that, Zhao Kongcheng was about to stab the ghost god lead into his palm. The moment the needle was about to stab into Zhao Kongcheng's palm, he heard a flirtatious voice. The movement in his hand also stopped. Yo, old Zhao. How come you're pulling so much after not seeing each other for a while? Chapter 12. Your reward has arrived. Yo, old Zhao. How come you're pulling so much after not seeing each other for a while? When Zhao Kongcheng heard this familiar voice, he also turned his head to look behind him. With a surprised face, He looked at the person behind him. Xiao Bao, how did you get in here? Nope, how did you get here? Quickly go back. This is the Ghost Face King. Chuan realm. It's not something you can deal with. Kang Xiaobao looked at the anxious Zhao Kongcheng and was also warmed inside. He himself was in a life and death situation. Zhao Kongcheng was still thinking of him in his heart and did not want to let him get into danger. How can we let such a good man die here? He should have a wider world for him to roam in the future. Definitely can't fall here. Can't fall in the hands of something like this. It's an insult to him. I haven't seen you in so long, but you're still nagging. If I hadn't come, you would have died here today. Kang Xiaobao snickered at him while his eyes went to the ghost god guide in his hand. Put that thing away. Don't stick me again later. I get dizzy with needles. Zhao Kongcheng was mad with anxiety at this moment. He didn't have the heart to joke with Kang Xiaobao. You brat, do you know what's going on now? I can't die alone, but I have to add you to the list, right? Do you know how important you are to Squad 136? You're not a combatant. You're a temporary team member. And what you should be doing is helping everyone to refine more and better magic weapons to support them behind the scenes as they go out to fight. I've only lasted this long because of the defense spells you gave me. You know, old show. Kang Xiaobao interrupted Zhao Kongcheng's spell casting with a loud shout. What kind of heroics are you, a watcher, doing here? Isn't it just for the ordinary people behind you? Since you can go and sacrifice for them, could it be that I am indifferent knowing that my teammates will die? Is this what comrades in arms should do? Is this what family should do? Answer me. Zhao Kongcheng, comrades, family. Zhao Empyrean City was speechless and swallowed, letting out a bitter smile, then looked at Kang Xiaobao. *******. You newcomer is actually lecturing me, an old man. It's really the reverse of the Big Dipper. But, I was wrong this time. Brother, Zhao Kongcheng lit a cigarette, reached out and made a fist and placed it in front of Kang Xiaobao and slowly said, today, we, live and die together. Kang Xiaobao sniffed and the corner of his mouth grinned. Live and die together. With that, he similarly extended his fist and clashed with Zhao Kongcheng's fist. The two looked at each other and laughed up at the sky. But it will be it that dies. Not us. Old Zhao, you smoke it first, and help me maraud on the way. I'll try this thing first. You watch out. Kang Xiaobao took out 2 small orbs from the storage bag on his waist. Stinky thing, change at halftime. I'll play with you. White puppet, come out. Bao clicked the switch on one of the orbs, only to see the orb emit a burst of green light. And then a white figure appeared from it, only to see the white puppet's arms transform into 2 swords, instantly chopping out 2 sword daggers. The 2 crescent-like blade diameters went straight at the Ghost-Faced King. The Ghost-Faced King was pleased to see another human appear. Food *1. But then another humanoid-type creature suddenly appeared and actually attacked him. The Ghost-Faced King roared and met the slashing daggers. The 2 chopping blows didn't cause any serious damage to the Ghost Destroyer King, but instead enraged the Ghost-Faced King. Instantly, he and the white puppet were in a fierce battle. There was a back and forth between the two for a while. After observing for a while, Kang Xiaobao found that the Ghost-Faced King was only fighting with his Chuan realm cultivation and his naturally strong physical defense as a mysterious creature, and did not have any fighting skills in the slightest. In his heart, he also had a number. Gradually, the white puppet began to fall behind. It couldn't be helped. Although the current white puppet was stronger than Rika, reaching a cultivation level in the middle of the marigold realm, the means available to itself were still too few. Far from reaching the level of the white puppet's combat power in the one-man world, Kang Xiaobao then activated another orb spell, releasing something similar to a dancing lion head, which also had a pair of small wings and flew into the sky the moment it came out. It was the air-crying roar. Holy, pa, what the heck is that orb? Is it similar to a forbidden object in the self-space? It's just a storage artifact. Look at that unseen look of yours. Just as Zhao Kongcheng was planning to dislike him, Xiaobao rolled up his sleeves and flashed his body towards the field. Round 4. Kang Xiaobao as the main attacker, white puppet for flanking hold, and empty roar for combat support. Zhao Empyrean City's gaze looked into the field, only to see that the white puppet kept attacking the Ghost-Faced King's flanks, and behind him, it held back the Ghost-Faced King's attacks. The air-crying roar in the sky saw the right moment to send out a sound wave-like attack with its mouth open. Roar! The Ghost-Faced King, who was being held back by the white puppet, couldn't react fast enough and was hit by a blow from the empty crying roar. The hit Ghost-Faced King's figure lurched, and Kang Xiaobao grasped the opportunity and jumped on top of the Ghost-Faced King with a leap of his body. His knees were pressed against the Ghost-Faced King's head, and his hands grabbed the 2 horns of the Ghost-Faced King. Taoist, I've been looking at your corner for a long time. You've insulted my favorite game character. I'll change your look this day. Ah! Kang Xiaobao's hands were green with veins as he forcefully wrenched the Ghost-Faced King's horns backward. The Ghost-Faced King then also came back to its senses from the attack it had just made, and then it felt a burst of pain in its head. as if it knew what was going to happen in a moment. The body began to swing up uncontrollably in an attempt to shake off Kong Xiaobao on its head, and the white puppet also grabbed the Ghostface King's arm at this time, causing its movements to be greatly restricted. At that moment, I only heard a ka-ching. A sound was heard, and the two horns of the Ghost-faced King broke off in response. Roar! The Ghost-faced King let out a roar of agony. The pain spurred on, and the Ghost-faced King threw off the white puppet and Kong Xiaobao on top of it with a forceful fling. Zhao Kongcheng was squatting on the side at this time, stunned by the scene in front of him. The cigarette burned his hand without even realizing it. His awesome. Bow! Kong Xiaobao's figure rotated 360 degrees in the air and landed firmly on the ground. Just as Zhao Kongcheng was cheering for Kong Xiaobao, another voice came from behind him. Zhao Kongcheng, let me in. Zhao Kongcheng, open the door. Don't hide inside without making a sound. I know you're there. Zhao Kongcheng also rubbed his temples when he heard this familiar voice. What's going on? One after the other. They're coming for the dumplings? Brat, what are you doing here if you're not at home with your family? Zhao Kongcheng, I'm here to help you fight. I'm very capable now. If you let me in, I can help you. Can you fight? What's the point of being able to fight? When you come out to fight, you have to talk about your background. You're not a night's watchman. You're not qualified to fight in the war. Get the hell back and live your life to the fullest. Zhao Kongcheng, you're just an ordinary person. You can't fight. I'm very capable now. Let me in. Brat, do you know what's in here? It's the Ghostface King of the Chuan realm. You're just a newcomer to the Jiantian realm. Even if you're a divine agent, you can't beat it. There's no need to sacrifice for nothing. Gu, Xiaobao, why did you fly over? Just as Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Xiye were conversing across the air, Kong Xiaobao flew to Zhao Kongcheng's feet. Fumble. You two go on. After Kong Xiaobao finished speaking, he stood up and patted the dirt on his body, and continued to charge towards the Ghost-Face King again. Just as Zhao Emporian City was about to say something, he only saw the ringless hollow domain suddenly lifted up a corner. Then in walked a teenager, Lin Xiye. Holy, how did you get in here again? Zhao Emporian City now wondered if he hadn't gotten the unrestricted airspace right. How come anyone who wants to come in can come in? I glared at him and then I came in. Lin Xiye said as he looked at Zhao Kongcheng with an innocent face. Zhao Kongcheng slapped his forehead. Forget it, now that you're in here, you can watch from the side. You're not needed here at the moment. Lin Xiye nodded obediently, then squatted next to Zhao Kongcheng. Lin Xiye looked towards Kong Xiaobao, who was in the middle of a fierce battle in the middle of the field at that moment. What's the situation? As soon as I came in, I saw that Chang Wei was beating up Fu. Oh no, Bao is fighting Ghostface King. Kong Xiaobao in the arena kept wandering around the Ghostface King, and the strength of Tai Chi rolled up a whirlwind. The Ghostface King was swept up into the sky by the whirlwind. The Ghostface King was spinning in the whirlwind generated by the Taiji power. The Ghostface King wanted to rush out of the whirlwind, but he couldn't escape because he couldn't borrow any force in the air. Seeing an opportunity in the air, Empty Weeping Roar landed a sonic attack straight at the Ghostface King's head. The Ghostface King suffered a blow to his head and appeared to briefly lose consciousness. The white puppet took the opportunity to stab the Ghost Destroyer King straight in the knee socket with both swords. The Ghost-faced King was instantly deprived of his legs, while Kong Xiaobao on the side used Taiji's Han and Yang Hand, constantly hitting the Ghost Destroyer King's body and head. The two strengths effectively disrupted the chi in the Ghostface King's body between swallowing and exhaling, rendering its defense ineffective. Kong Xiaobao then bowed forward and struck out with a punch. Avalanche power. Progressive moving block punch. When Kong Xiaobao's fist struck the Ghostface King's body, an invisible force penetrated the skin of the Ghostface King and detonated inside his body. The internal organs and bones were burst in an instant. The Ghostface King fell softly to the ground with only one breath left. Old Cho, Zhao Kongcheng, who was watching the battle, froze for a moment when he heard Kong Xiaobao call him. What for? Cut it. Chop it up a bit to keep it from dying. Lin Xiye's mouth also twitched when he heard Kong Xiaobao's words. Bao is so mean nah. Zhao Kongcheng carried his sword to the Ghostface King's body and saw that the Ghostface King fell limply to the ground without moving. What's going on here? Is this the same rock-solid Ghostface King from earlier? Kong Xiaobao sat down on the ground and panted heavily. His internal organs and bones have been shattered by me, now he's just a breath away. Old Zhao, you take care of him, I don't have the strength. Zhao Kongcheng looked at Kong Xiaobao with admiration, then nodded and raised the star blade in his hand. Swish, 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 swish a few times, and dismantled the Ghost-Face King. Right at the moment when Zhao Kongcheng hacked the Ghost-Face King to death, Kong Xiaobao heard a melodious voice. Ding! Detected the host completing the mission. Save Zhao Kongcheng and kill the Ghost-Face King. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8 Wonders Technique Double Perfect Hands. With the completion of the quest and the distribution of the rewards, Kang Xiaobao had another technique in his mind, and it was none other than the Dual Complete Hands. And after the system's installation, Kang Xiaobao also learned this strange skill in an instant, and Kang Xiaobao's realm also reached the peak of the Qi realm after the installation. It was just one step away from the Chuan realm. Chapter 13, Lin Qiye's joining. The system arcade opened. Ding. Quest, persuade Lin Qiye to join the Night's Watch. Mission reward, system mall opened. Cultivation increased by 5 years. Alright, Zhao Empyrean City, since the Ghostface King is also dead, then I'll go back. Lin Qiye saw that it was over and planned to go back. Ugh huh. You wait. Why don't you just join us? Don't tell me. You were quite handsome when you came to help me. Zhao Kongqing saw Lin Qiye was about to leave and stopped him with an arm around his neck. Lin Qiye blankly glanced at Zhao Kongqing and slapped his hand away and said, "Didn't I tell you before? I just want to keep my own little home. And I just came over earlier just because I didn't want anything to happen to you." Lin Qiye, you're really naive. I think you might as well be called Lin Tianjin. He. Lin Qiye frowned at his words and asked Kang Xiaobao, "I'm naive. What do you mean?" Lin Qiye's words still had a hint of anger in them. Zhao Kongqing saw that the atmosphere between the two was a bit tense, so he planned to change the subject to ease the situation. Instead, Kang Xiaobao raised his hand to stop him. "I'll tell you why. Just by virtue of the fact that you have the divine ruins, by virtue of the fact that you are no longer an ordinary human. Do you really think the Night's Watch is the only ones who have discovered you? No, there are rats hiding in the shadows. They've noticed you as well. Like that bunch of scumbags from the Church of the Ancient Gods. They're very interested in divine agents. Do you think they'll be as gentle with you as the Night's Watch? They have no bottom line, no legal constraints, no moral restraints, and they'll do anything to achieve their ends, even kidnapping your loved ones to blackmail you. What should you do then? And what strength do you have to protect them? You don't think you're invincible after you awaken the divine ruin, do you? You're just a marigold realm now. They'll crush you like an ant. Don't think I'm bluffing. You do realize that a piker is not a piker, but a piker is a piker, right?" Lin Qiye had wanted to say something, but he was disliked by these words of Kang Xiaobao. He knew that Kang Xiaobao was right. Lin Qiye sighed. "What should I do? It's simple. Join the Night's Watch and leave your little home. Divert the eyes of those who have designs on you. Meanwhile, the Night's Watch will protect your family. After joining the Night's Watch, you go through systematic training and keep getting stronger. When your strength reaches a point where no one can match, then you can do whatever you want. No one will stop you, and you can't be stopped." Lin Qiye sighed, but still struggled. "You guys are pushing me so hard. Aren't you afraid that I'll join what's that? Ancient God Church? Didn't you say that they are interested in divine agents? Maybe they'll give me a good deal after I join?" Kang Xiaobao sat down on the ground and laughed at his words. "Lin Qiye, even though I've only met you once, but I know you're not a stupid person. One is an official Xia and the other is an evil organization. I believe who you can tell the difference. As you know, I'm not pushing you, but stating a fact that you are not willing to face. That's why I called you naive. And to take a step back, suppose you do join the Church of the Ancient God, then, I'll kill you myself." After Kang Xiaobao finished his last sentence, his eyes looked at Lin Qiye with an incomparably pure killing aura. Lin Qiye looked into his eyes and his body trembled slightly. He knew in his heart that what Kang Xiaobao said was true. Lin Qiye's psyche was struggling. He knew that what Kang Xiaobao was saying was the truth, and that he was indeed a bit naive. Joining the Night's Watch would be the best choice for himself, for his aunt, and for them. "Phew, I'm in. But I have some conditions." Kang Xiaobao nodded. "You can talk to our captain about your conditions, and if it's not too much, I'm sure the captain will agree." "Good. Then take me to your captain and I'll speak to him myself." When Zhao Empyrean City heard that Lin Qiye was willing to join the Night's Watch, he was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly agreed to Lin Qiye's request. "Ta-da-da-da. Lao Zhao, are you okay?" The three of them followed the sound and realized that it was Red Tassel who had rushed over. When Red Tassel arrived in front of them, she was relieved to find that there was nothing at all on Zhao Kongqing's body. "Red Tassel, don't worry, I'm fine. It's just the district Ghostface King. It's already been solved by Xiao Bao and I. Actually, it was mainly Xiao Bao who solved it. Ha ha ha." Honging knew that it was good that Zhao Kongqing was fine, and in Squad 136, Honging had the best relationship with Zhao Kongqing. God knows how worried she was in her heart when she learned that Zhao Kongqing was facing the Ghostface King alone. "It's good that it's okay. It's good that it's okay." "No, what did you just say?" Xiao Bao solved the Ghostface King. Kang Xiaobao also sat up at this time and said to Honging, All right, let's go back to the team first. Oh yeah, this is Lin Qiye, the divine agent of the Blazing Angel, who has just promised us to join the Night's Watch, but there are still some conditions he wants to talk to the captain about. Just in time for us to go back and talk about it. Hong Ying originally had a lot of questions she wanted to ask them, but after hearing Kang Xiaobao's words, she also pressed down the questions in her heart and nodded her head in agreement. Peace firm. On the way back, Hong Ying had already briefly reported to Chen Mai the news that Zhao Kongcheng was fine, and Lin Qiye's agreement to join the Night's Watch. As the group entered the firm and made their way to the conference room, they found that all the team members were present. As the crowd came in, all the players applauded Zhao Kongcheng and Kang Xiaobao. Old Zhao, you can do it. To be able to hold off the Ghost Destruction King for so long by yourself. Xiaobao, although I don't know how you solved the King of Victory Ghostface, I still have to give you credit. Old Zhao is awesome. Little Treasure is awesome. The crowd was leaving no stone unturned in praising the duo of Zhao Kongcheng and Kang Xiaobao, which made them shy. Lin Qiye saw this scene and thought in his heart, this squad has a pretty good vibe. Maybe joining the Night's Watch isn't such an unacceptable thing. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. Don't look at who I am. Old Zhao? It's not that I'm bragging. If I had the Forbidden Ruins, that Ghostface King would have been taken care of by me in 3 tries. How would it be Shobu's turn? But I have to thank Bao this time. Thanks to him, if it wasn't for him, I might have been honorable by now. I'll tell you what, here's the thing. The crowd then realized what was going on. Little Treasure. It should be said that the defense spells you gave us are really good. When the captain and I attacked the Ghostface King together, if it wasn't for your defense spell artifact, I might have been injured. Red Tassel was the first to express his thanks and appreciation to Kang Xiaobao. Ah, that's awesome, brother Bao. Carrot. Kang Xiaobao was quite embarrassed by the crowd's compliments and scratched his head. In fact, it was mainly because the captain and you guys seriously injured the Ghost-Faced King, and old Zhao greatly depleted the Ghost-Faced King's stamina, that I was able to kill the Ghost-Faced King in the end. In the end, it was everyone's efforts. I just picked up the slack. Chen Mai was also secretly appreciative of Kang Xiaobao's ability to take credit and not be proud of himself. Alright, I'll report truthfully to the top about Xiaobao and old Zhao's merits. As for now, let's settle another matter first. You're Lin Qiye, aren't you? The divine agent of the Blazing Angel Michael? Lin Qiye nodded. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Chen Mai, captain of the Night's Watch's Squad 136 in Sangnan City. Just now on your way here, I heard Red Tassel's report that you agreed to join the Night Watchman, but there are still a few more conditions, right? You might as well say it, as long as it's something I can do. I can promise you, my terms are simple and consist of 3 things. First, I want you to protect my family. That's a condition we would have done even if you hadn't said so. We vigilantes do the most dangerous things, and likewise our families will have the best protection from the vigilantes officials. This is no problem at all. Second, since I'm joining the Night's Watch, I can't keep going home, and I want a 3-month advance on my salary to give to my aunt. There's no problem with that either. I can promise. When Lin Qiye saw that Chen Mai agreed to the first 2 conditions without saying a word, his heart was instantly relieved, so he spoke his 3rd condition. Third, because Lao Zhao and Bao have guarded my world. Then, in return, I will join the Night Watch to guard this world for 10 years. 10 years and I will leave. When the crowd heard Lin Qiye's 3rd condition, they also felt incredible in their hearts. So the crowd murmured, Ahem. Hello Lin Qiye. I'm the vice captain of Squad 136. My name is Wu Shangnan. You probably don't know that once you join the Night's Watch, you can't quit. As for your 3rd condition, well, next to him, Chen Mai pondered for a moment, then raised his hand to interrupt Wu Shangnan. Like Shonan said, once you join the Night's Watch, you're a Night's Watch for life. There is no such thing as quitting in the middle. Of course, if in 10 years' time, your strength has allowed you to have enough say and position in the Night's Watch to quit if you want to, then I won't stand in the way. Lin Qiye was silent for a moment before nodding his head. Good, no problem. If I can't quit after 10 years, that's my problem. It has nothing to do with you. Good. Then student Lin Qiye, officially congratulations on joining the Night's Watch. However, you're not a real Night's Watchman yet, and can only serve as a temporary member of our 136th squad. Only after passing the boot camp test will you officially become a Night's Watchman. Now then, let's all introduce ourselves with Lin Qiye. As soon as Chen Mai's words left his mouth, the crowd of people introduced themselves to Lin Qiye. Chen Mai, captain of Squad 136. Wu Shangnan, vice captain of Squad 136. Red Tassel, Squad 136 frontal combatant. Wen Qima, Squad 136 frontal combat power. Si Xiaonan, Squad 136 medic and combat aid. Zhao Kongcheng, Squad 136 watcher and combat aid. Kang Xiaobao, temporary member of Squad 136. Lin Qiye also greeted the crowd one by one. Right, Captain, I can't go home now, so where do I live? Oh, it's like this. Temporary team members don't get food or housing. If you eat, you can eat inside the firm, and I'll usually cook for you personally. As for housing, you'll just have to figure it out on your own. Ah, Are temps treated so poorly? That's when Red Riding spoke up. Brother 7 nights. You can stay at my house. I have a lot of rooms. Xiaonan and Xiaobao are also staying at my place. Then, I'll just thank Sister Hongying. Red Tassel also patted her chest proudly when she heard that. You're a good boy. Don't worry. Since you called me sister, I'll cover you from now on. You can stay at my place. Chen Mai watched as Lin Xie solved the problem of housing and also clapped his hands. Good. Your housing problem has been solved for 7 nights. So tomorrow I will go to your house with my colleagues from logistics and give your aunt a letter of enlistment and 3 months of your salary advance under the pretext that you're going to the army. From now on, you won't be able to go home again. At the very least, you won't be able to go back until your strength reaches a certain level. Have you really thought about it? Do you really want to join the Night's Watch? Lin Xie nodded firmly. Don't worry, since I promised, I won't go back on my word. I've already thought about it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully convincing Lin Xie to join the Night's Watch. The system mall is officially open. Cultivation increased by 5 years. Please check as soon as possible to receive your reward. Good. Come early tomorrow to start training. It's not long until the start of boot camp, so you have to catch up as soon as possible and not lose face with our squad 136. Okay, it's okay. Everyone go back to rest early. As Chen Mai's words fell, everyone left the office. Chapter 14 Old Zhao's Request. Body Cultivation Furnace. Early the next morning, the people came to the office one after another, except for Chen Mai and Lin Xie. Chen Mai informed Lin Xie's aunt of Lin Xie's enlistment in the army in his military capacity, and by the way, he set up the Uncharted, which he bought with his own money, in Lin Xie's home. Lin Xie, on the other hand, was secretly now outside saying goodbye to his aunt in Yangjin. Peace firm. Hongying, have you seen Xiaobao? After he came early in the morning, he was down there in that house of his studying his little thing, but it seems that I heard that he realized something more last night, and he's probably experimenting with it now. Zhao Empyrean nodded and walked towards the bottom with a full heart. Zhao Kongcheng had planted a seed in his heart ever since he saw Kong Xiaobao not using the Forbidden Ruins to battle the Ghost Face King last night, and he remembered something Kong Xiaobao had said in the middle of the chat when he first met with them. It was a cultivation system that was different from today's mainstream. He wanted to try it out. He didn't want to be a watcher forever. He wanted to fight with everyone. He wanted to fulfill his dream of becoming a general. Zhao Kongcheng came inside Kong Xiaobao's house and found him. Bao, busy? I want to ask you something. Kong Xiaobao stopped the work in his hand at that. Lao Zhao it's alright, go ahead. Zhao Kongcheng squared his mind and asked seriously. Xiaobao, I remember you said that air refining method you mentioned can be practiced by ordinary people, right? When Kong Xiaobao heard Zhao Kongcheng's words, he knew what he wanted to do. That's right, but there are also people who can't sense the existence of air and can't cultivate. But if you, I believe you can. Of course, even if you really don't sense the air in the end, then I have a way to help you become an air refiner. Zhao Empty City could no longer hide his excitement when he heard the words. Really? Then you can teach me? Of course old Zhao can. I'm not only going to teach you, I'm also going to teach everyone in our squad 136. After I learned about your cultivation system, I realized that your cultivation method is really too one-dimensional. Apart from resorting to the power of the gods and the Forbidden Ruins, what you are practicing is nothing more than a spiritual power. You must know that man has 3 treasures: essence, chi, and God. As the saying goes, when you have enough essence, you don't think about lust. When you have enough chi, you don't think about food. And when you have enough God, you don't think about sleep. When your sex and life are cultivated to the extreme, then you are not far from becoming an immortal. Of course, talking about becoming an immortal is still too far away for you and me right now, but you can use the energy inside your body in such a way as to fit in with the energy between the universes. This will at the very least give you more tools to use against mystery. Zhao Kongcheng was also very touched in his heart when he heard Kong Xiaobao's plan for them, while he bowed deeply. Xiaobao, please teach me. I want to try. I believe I'm definitely a genius. Kong Xiaobao picked up Zhao Kongcheng with both hands and smiled faintly at him. What can't we talk about that we can't talk about? Why do we have to make such a big gesture? Isn't it just to teach you? No problem. Tell you what, I'll plant an air seed inside your body, and at the same time, I'll guide you to sense the birth of this air. And all you need to do these days is to keep guiding yourself to sense this Taoist air. At the same time you'll be doing the Taoist morning and evening sutra lessons with me these days. As for martial arts and such, there's no rush yet. We'll take it one step at a time. Why do we even have to do morning classes? I haven't been to school in how many years? Old Zhao, do you really think that Taoist priests only recite sutras and chant lessons? Do you really think those classics are useless? Let me tell you, you're wrong. Many of the things in here have deep meaning and significance to your cultivation. The Taoist cultivation system is very complete, and it was perfected after constant experimentation by previous generations. is that so? Then I understand. I'll study hard. Haha, what you learn will be very much. But let's take it slow for now. There is no end to cultivation. Lao Zhao, go and wash up properly. Then come back here and I'll plant your air seeds first, after which you and I will start chanting the morning lessons. By the way, take a leave of absence from the captain. Under non-essential circumstances, you'll be in seclusion here with me for the next few days. Okay, I understand. Wait for me. I'll be right there. It was obvious that Zhao Kongqing had a very high motivation for this study. It didn't take long for Zhao Kongqing to return. Come on, Pa. I'm ready. Kang Xiaobao nodded and signaled Zhao Kongqing to sit cross-legged on the ground. At the same time, an airball was slightly suspended in his hand, and with the point of Kang Xiaobao's finger, this airball instantly entered Zhao Kongqing's lower dantian. Alright, the chi seed has been planted, so I'll guide you to feel it now. People have three treasures: essence, energy and spirit. The same people have three dantian. Dongqi Yingtang place for the mud pill palace for the god of the place. Zongdanshan is the center of the chest at the Danzhong point, for the Zongqi of the gathering. The lower dantian is the Guanyuan point of the Rin chakra, where the essence is hidden, and the air seed I planted for you is in the lower dantian. The first step in cultivation is to perceive the air, then refine the essence and transform the chi, subsequently refining the air to return to God. The upper dantian is the root of sex, the lower dantian is the life. The life of dual cultivation can be through the large and small circumference of the sky, the achievement of the realm of refining the spirit to return to the virtual world. In the middle of it, there will be some spells passed to aid in the cultivation. You relax your mind and feel the path my energy takes through your body. Then memorize it. Lao Zhao, have you memorized the air walking route? Well, I remember. Okay, then we'll start with the morning reading, and after that you can feel your air on the sidelines. Clarifying rhymes. Lin vibrates. The 10 directions are purified. The river and the sea are silent. Mountains swallow smoke. All the spirits are subdued. Gather the immortals. The sky is free from filth. The earth is free of demonic dust. Hidden wisdom holes are clear. A great deal of mystery. Afterwards, Kang Xiaobao began to sing the sutra in a unique Taoist rhythm. And with every line sung, Zhao Kongqing sang along. The mantra of meditation. The golden light mantra. Captain, you're back? Well, Red Riding. It's done. Great. Congratulations, brother 7 Knights. From now on, you're also a member of our squad. Thank you, Sister Red Rouge. By the way, Captain, I'd like to start training from now on. Is that okay? The crowd all put down their hands when they heard this and silently looked at Lin Xie, with a hint of a teasing gaze in their eyes. Chen Mai nodded. Very well, it's rare for you to be so active. So come with me, just so I can test your level. Chen Mai led Lin Xie towards the training ground while talking to him about his plans for him. 7 Knights, from today onwards and beyond, every morning you will learn sword techniques with me. After lunch, you will learn about the forbidden ruins with Wen Qima, and in the evening, you will learn about marksmanship with Lang Xian. Lin Xie was filled with a sense of freshness about the upcoming training. Chen Mai sensed Lin Xie's thoughts, but didn't say anything, just smiled evilly. Not so for the crowd in the back of the room, where a few people were whispering something. Really, newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Even came to the squad on the first day to take the initiative to apply for training. Afraid that has not been beaten by the captain. When Wen Qima said this, he thought back to the scene when he had just arrived and was violently beaten up by Chen Mai. A shiver could not help but run down his body. What's that? Maybe brother 7 Knights will give us a surprise, just like Xiao Bao did. The red tassel had a different opinion. That's right, 7 Knights is a divine agent? Maybe he possesses notable battle power as well? Si Xiaonan also sided with red tassel, thinking that Lin Xie would give them a surprise. Come on, Pa, Shou Bu is a pervert. Which one of us hasn't been beaten up by the captain when we first came here? In addition to Xiao Bao, there is Lao Zhao. These two people are not as simple. A pervert. A sword can be basically indistinguishable from the captain. In the case of not using the forbidden ruins, only compared to the sword, it is estimated that the captain is also very difficult to beat. Lao Zhao. Oh, little Murray, it looks like you're going to gamble after all. Hey, I'll really bet you on it. Red, what do you say? Fine, let's bet on it. Let's bet on the food expenses for today's welcome dinner. Whoever loses will have all the ingredients for today's welcome dinner. Okay, bet. I don't believe there's anyone as perverted as Bao. It's a deal. At this time, Lin Xie and Chen Mai had also arrived on the training ground, while everyone else was spectating outside the field. 7 Knights, you're not a true Knight's Watchman now, so you won't be equipped with a star sword. You can choose any sword from the weapon rack next to you. The material of those swords isn't as good as the star sword, but it'll do. Lin Xie nodded and chose a more handy knife from the weapon rack next to him, and when he turned back to look at Chen Mai, he only saw that Chen Mai had a wooden knife in his hand. Captain, it's not appropriate for me to use a real sword and you to use a wooden one. is it? What if I hurt you by mistake? Don't worry, at your level, even if you use a real sword, you can't hurt me by mistake. Although Chen Mai said this, he still raised his guard in case Lin Xie was also a pervert like Xiao Bao. Lin Xie saw that Chen Mai was so sure, so he didn't say any more. But in his heart, he was very upset. He felt that Chen Mai was underestimating him. Wooden knife against real knife. The advantage is in me, Captain. I'm going to attack. Watch out. Chen Mai hooked his hand, signaling him to let his horse come over. The crowd outside the field also stared straight in the direction of the training ground without blinking their eyes. Look at the knife. With a bellowing cry, Lin Xie's figure approached towards Chen Mai with great speed, and the knife in his hand swung straight towards Chen Mai. Ah, Captain. I was wrong. Pain, pain, pain. Ah. The crowd watched as Lin Xie kept getting beaten up, their eyes filled with pity, and sure enough, it still had that familiar flavor. Only when Shima was there laughing. I won. It's a deal, Red Tassel. You'll cover the ingredients today. I want to eat a roasted whole goat. Red Riding skimmed. Why are you pulling so much? Are you really an agent of the gods? Alright, I get it. I'm willing to bet, but I despise you. Brother Seven Knights is taking a beating and you're gloating. Ha, yes, despise you. Slightly, hashtag, Sister Red Tassel. Let's go. No more playing with this impersonal person. After Xiao Nan finished speaking, she even made a face to Wen GMO. When Shima stared dazedly at the departing duo. Even though I won, why do I feel like I didn't win again? Ah. When Shima also shivered when he heard Lin Xie's miserable screams, and he thought again of the fear he felt back then when he was dominated by the captain. TSK, it is indeed too bad. Hark you for a second. Xiao Bao, did you hear the sound of killing pigs? Looks like we're blessed tonight. Old Zhao, you still have the heart to care about that? You can talk about it after you've sensed the air first. Zhao Kongcheng sniffed back and continued to follow the breathing techniques Kong Xiaobao had taught him, sensing the air in his body. And what is Kong Xiaobao doing now? Kong is now building something that can change the fate of ordinary people in the Night's Watch. Trimming furnace. This was one of the things Kong Xiaobao wanted to do the most after obtaining the double full hand. Not only was he going to change the fate of the ordinary people in the ranks of the Night's Watch with the body repair furnace, but he was likewise going to make the black dolls and perfect the white ones. Chapter 15 Life and Death. Noon. Peace office. The people were seated at the dining table, and Kong Xiaobao and the shut-in old Zhao also appeared at the table. Last course. Flush. As Chen Mai took his seat, the crowd raised the chopsticks in their hands. 7 Knights, you've worked hard today. Come and eat more. Let Xiao Nan heal you afterward, and we'll continue tomorrow. Lin Xie's heart felt bitter when he heard that it would continue again tomorrow, secretly sighing that he was still young. He was so hot-blooded. Who cares? Living and ing dead counts. Now fill your stomach first. Lin Xie silently sighed, then tremblingly raised the chopsticks in his hands. Okay, now dinner. The crowd was about to start looting when Kong Xiaobao coughed, interrupting the crowd. Ahem. Kong Xiaobao followed Leng Xian's example of the first time he gave himself a dish, and put a bit of every dish on the table in Lin Xie's bowl. Lin Xie was greatly moved, but still said, Thanks Bao, but I'm fine. I'll just do it myself. So eat. Kong Xiaobao raised his eyebrows and asked playfully, Are you sure? Lin Xie didn't know why Kong Xiaobao was asking this question. It was only assumed that Kong Xiaobao was concerned about himself. Well, don't worry Bao, I'll be fine. Kong Xiaobao nodded, and then, windedly picked up the dishes on the table and began to show off. Lin Xie was also shocked when he looked at Kong Xiaobao's hungry ghost-like appearance, but when he saw the others, he instantly understood why Kong Xiaobao asked himself that just now. Bao looks like he's been through it too. Lin Xie silently smacked himself when he saw that the meal on the table was swept away by the crowd in less than 3 minutes. Still too young. After lunch, Kong Xiaobao sent Zhao Kongcheng off to continue his enlightenment, and then he talked to Chen Mai saying that he wanted to talk to him alone. Although Chen Mai did not know what Kong Xiaobao was going to say, he still nodded and led him into his office. After the two of them sat down, Chen Mai opened his mouth. Bao, what is it that you want to talk about? Is there any difficulty in any way? Tell me, I'll help you out. Kong Xiaobao shook his head, then said something that shocked Chen Mai. Captain, I don't have anything for you to fix. Rather I want to fix yours. You, not exactly alive, are you? Chen Mai's body shook at his words, and he looked at Kong Xiaobao with a dumbfounded expression. Pa, what are you talking about? Captain, I can see that you're just an empty soul without a body right now. Your body is just an empty shell. Chen Mai originally thought that Kong Xiaobao was joking with him, but he didn't expect him to really see it. Chen Mai lit a cigarette, and after a moment of silence, asked with complicated eyes, Xiaobao, how did you see it? Everyone didn't notice it, but only you saw it. How did you do it? Captain, I've recently realized a new divine skill. one of the 8 wondrous skills alongside my divine machine 100 refinements. It is known as the double all hands, and his function is to be able to produce flesh and bones from the dead, and even process other people's memories and souls. It's also because I've comprehended this divine skill that I can see how different you are from others. Chen Mai was so shocked by Kang Xiaobao's words that he didn't even realize that his cigarette had fallen. What did you say? The living dead are white as bones. Is that literally true? Kang Xiaobao understood Chen Mai's agitation. Chen Mai had died 10 years ago and only existed because of the miracle intervention. That's right, Captain. Literally. I've come to you to help you regain your physical body so that you can become a real live human being. The normally strong and incomparable Chen Mai's eyes actually misted up after hearing Kang Xiaobao's words, and he lit a cigarette with his trembling hand, then took a deep drag, trying to ease his inner excitement in this way. It wasn't until after smoking his cigarette that Chen Mai calmed his inner excitement. Little treasure, will this kind of heaven-defying technique damage you? If it's damaging to you, I'd rather not let you help me. Kang Xiaobao was very emotional inwardly. This was Chen Mai. This was the captain who made everyone trust from the bottom of their hearts when he was faced with such a good opportunity, but he still thought about whether or not he would be backfired by the gong method first. Kang Xiaobao returned Chen Mai's reassuring look. Captain, don't worry, this gong method doesn't do any damage to me. It's just that I might be weak for a while after helping you recover your body. When Chen Mai heard Kang Xiaobao say this, his lifted heart was relaxed. That's good, but what should I do? Do I need to prepare something? The captain doesn't need to prepare anything, except that there may be some pain while helping you restore your body. Just bear it. Jokingly, Chen Mai had long since pressed his heart when he learned that he had a chance to live again. As for the pain, what was that even called? Xiaobao, just don't worry about applying it. Isn't it just some pain? I can withstand it. Kang Xiaobao nodded, and then the two of them found an open place to sit on the ground. Kang Xiaobao took a deep breath and stretched out his hands, which were bubbling with red light. Kang Xiaobao was extra mentally focused since it was the first time he had used the dual full hands to mold his flesh. As the bubbling red hand continued to act on Chen Mai's body, Chen Mai let out a gurgling grunt. Skeletal, muscle, organs, blood vessels, meridians, and finally, the skin. As Chen Mai's body was molded little by little, Kang Xiaobao's face gradually turned pale. Reshaping the physical body was also a huge pressure for the current Kang Xiaobao, both in terms of air and spiritual energy. Both were rapidly depleting. Only after the body was completely molded did Kang Xiaobao carefully check it again to make sure there was no mistake. Then he withdrew his hand. The moment Kang Xiaobao withdrew his hand, he also went limp on the ground. When Chen Mai realized that he was no longer in pain, he also slowly opened his eyes. And when he saw Kang Xiaobao who was paralyzed on the ground, he also quickly sat up and helped Kang Xiaobao up. Bao, are you okay? Kang Xiaobao shook his hand weakly. I'm fine, Captain. It's just that the air and spirit power in my body is a bit depleted. I'll be fine after a while. Xiaobao is fine. If you don't succeed this time, take your time in the future. Just remake my flesh when you're a bit stronger. After so many years, I've long since given up on the idea, and now that you've helped me regain my hope, there's no harm in me waiting for a while longer. Captain, who told you that I didn't succeed? Feel it carefully. I've already remodeled your physical body. I believe that after you have a physical body, it won't take long for your realm to be elevated. Chen Mai heard Kang Xiaobao's words and carefully felt his body. Finally, he realized that his body had indeed recovered. He excitedly hugged Kang Xiaobao. Xiao, little treasure. I really do have a physical body again. I've come back to life. Thank you, Xiaobao. Kang Xiaobao looked at the incomparably excited Chen Mai in front of him and also smiled slightly. It's worth it. The captain is better now. Then Shangnan Wu will be next. Captain, I'll go rest for a while you familiarize yourself with your current physical body. Okay, I'll help you. Kang Xiaobao didn't refuse and allowed Chen Mai to help him walk to the restroom. The people from the firm watched Kang Xiaobao being helped out by Chen Mai and were about to ask something when they were interrupted by Chen Mai waving his hand. Only after Kang Xiaobao had settled down did Chen Mai walk out and inform everyone that Kang Xiaobao needed to take a good rest due to the exhaustion of his mental energy from comprehending a brand new technique, and asked the crowd not to disturb him. In the end, Chen Mai walked to the underground training ground alone as he prepared to familiarize himself with his current physical body. When the people heard Chen Mai's words, they also did their own camping. Only their movements and voices were very soft, for fear of disturbing Kang Xiaobao. In the afternoon, Lin Qiya was learning about the forbidden ruins with Wen Qima. Suddenly, a huge fluctuation of spiritual energy came from the direction of the training ground. The people of the firm were all affected by this spiritual power, so they ran into the training ground in droves. After the crowd entered the training ground, they only saw Chen Mai who was sitting on the ground, and at this moment, Chen Mai was emitting a dangerous aura. This is the aura of the sea realm. Wu Shangnan held up his glasses and looked at Chen Mai with a delighted gaze. The crowd also looked joyful when they heard Wu Shangnan's words, but none of them went up to disturb Chen Mai. A few moments later, the breath on Chen Mai's body gradually returned to his body, and only then did Chen Mai slowly open his eyes. The crowd saw the end of Chen Mai's breakthrough before asking him about it. Captain, did you break through to the sea realm? Chen Mai heard Wu Shangnan's words and nodded, smiling at everyone. I'm sorry for making everyone worry. Xiang Nan was right. I've successfully broken through to the sea realm. Yay! Captain awesome. Great. Our squad also has a sea realm battle power. Now let's see who dares to underestimate our squad 136. Yes, Captain. Now that you've broken through to the sea realm, in the future we'll meet mystery that's sure to crunch and kill. Afterward, the crowd congratulated Chen Mai. Chen Mai, on the other hand, asked the crowd about Kong Xiaobao's situation. When he learned that Kong Xiaobao was building a magic weapon in his room, he also couldn't help but let go of his heart, and his heart was filled with gratitude for Kong Xiaobao, and he equally thanked the heavens for sending Kong Xiaobao to his side. Alright, thank you all, let's have a good meal tonight. Red Tassel, Praying Mo, and Xiaonan, you three are in charge of purchasing the ingredients, mainly just meat. We'll barbecue tonight. Lang Xian is in charge of training 7 knights. Old Zhao and Shangnan prepare the barbecue grill and charcoal. Xiaobao let him continue doing his own thing. When the crowd heard about the barbecue in the evening, they beat their chests and promised to get the job done. The crowd scattered while Chen Mai walked towards Kong Xiaobao's room. Captain, you're here. Looking good. You've broken through to the sea realm. Chen Mai looked at Kong Xiaobao gratefully. It's also thanks to you, little treasure. If it weren't for you, let alone breaking through the sea realm, I probably would have dissipated before long. Kong Xiaobao waved his hand, signaling that Chen Mai didn't need to be so polite with him, stating that he only needed to turn around and do him a small favor. Seeing Kong Xiaobao like this, Chen Mai stopped thanking Kong Xiaobao more, and readily agreed to Kong Xiaobao's request. Family members don't need to be so polite. Chen Mai casually sat on the ground. Xiaobao, this gongfu of yours is too heaven-defying. Can you tell me about the origin of this gongfu of yours, as well as the divine mechanism 100 refinements, and that 8 chi technique you mentioned before? Are you saying that all these feats were passed down to you from your grandfather? Kong Xiaobao nodded. Kong Xiaobao could only say that it was passed down to him by his grandfather. What else could he say? I have a system. I'm a traveler. Kong Xiaobao guaranteed that if he said that, not a single person would believe him, and he might even be locked up in a mental institution. So he could only push these feats onto the original body's deceased grandfather. Your grandfather really left you a valuable treasure. Xiaobao, remember, you must not display this gong method of yours in front of anyone outside of the squad. It's too heaven-defying, and if someone with a heart knows about it, it could bring you endless trouble. You'll become a target. Kong Xiaobao knew that Chen Mai was worried about being targeted and nodded, but in the back of my mind, I was thinking, Master Dao, I'll linger for a while. When I learn all of the 8 strange techniques, what church of ancient gods, what outer gods, I'll make you all fall at my feet. By the way, Bao, can I report what you told me to the top? Kong Xiaobao listened and pondered. Chen Mai didn't rush him either. It is not possible to conceal the means in one's own hands. Sooner or later they must be revealed. But not now. As far as I can tell, the Night's Watch hierarchy has leaked into a sieve. I can guarantee that my own means will be known to the people of the Church of the Ancient God the day after it is submitted. But is Chen Mai this position to see then, and cannot not report upwards? After Kong Xiaobao thought for a while, he had an answer. Captain, you can report it, but only to those you trust, preferably directly to the Commander-in-Chief of the Night's Watch, but tell him that I can't talk about my business in the open. I'm sure he'll understand. Chen Mai sniffed and also said that he understood. After the two of them chatted for a while, Chen Mai left. By the way, he told him to barbecue in the evening, so that he could just busy himself, and when he was ready, he would let the others inform him. Business premises. Hello, Commander, it's me, Chen Mai. Little Chen, what's the matter with you? Commander, I live. You're not living well. Wait, what did you say? Originally, Yi Fan, who was still a bit drowsy, hadn't reacted when he heard Chen Mai's words, but he suddenly came back to his senses. That's right, the commander meant that. I survived and broke through to the sea realm. Boom! Yi Fan felt his head buzzing. Xiao Chen, wait for me for a while. Chen Mai knew that Yi Fan was now looking for a quiet place to talk to him. After all, this matter was too big, and absolutely couldn't be known by outsiders. Not long after, Yi Fan's voice came out of the phone. Alright, little Chen, I don't have anyone around me now, so give me a good talk about this matter. Don't leave any details behind. Commander, the situation is this. I understand. Comrade Xiaobao is right. It's good that this matter is limited to you and me. Don't mention it to anyone else. Commander, don't worry. I understand the importance of this matter. I will definitely protect Xiao Bao well. Well, that's good. If there's anything else that's about Bao, keep me posted. I'm on call 24/7. Yes, Commander. As the phone hung up, Chen Mai let out a deep breath before starting to prepare dinner. On the other hand, Yi Fan's heart wasn't calm at this time. Remodel the flesh and process the soul. Divine Machine 100 Refinements. The 8 Wondrous Techniques. The Rebellion of Caution. The Year of the Caution. Did so much happen? How come I didn't know? These seniors who created the 8 strange techniques are truly amazing. If even the physical body can be remodeled, then can the Shiva grudge be covered up as well? Truly the heavens have blessed my dasya. No way. I have to go to Tsongnan. Chapter 16. I, Lao Zhao, am a genius. Have nothing to say all night. Early the next morning. Training ground. You guys say, how long will old Zhao be in this state? When Chima rubbed his chin and looked at Zhao Kongchun, who was sitting on the ground like an old monk in meditation. I don't know. It looks pretty mysterious anyway. Is this method of Xiao Bao's reliable or not? I trust my brother. He's a reliable person himself, so he wouldn't joke around with old Zhao's dream. Hong Ying fell very firmly on Kong Xiaobao's side. Just then, Kong Xiaobao also walked out from his room. After a night of forging the body cultivation furnace, he was already hungry and planned to come out to forage for food. When he came out, he happened to see everyone from Squad 136 surrounding Zhao Kongqing's side. How can I put it? It was like watching monkeys in a zoo. Kong Xiaobao also placed his sight on Zhao Kongqing's body. Interesting. Old Zhao's body already has a trace of airflow. Just a little bit more. The air will be able to run for a week. And old Zhao will be able to get out of the stage of an ordinary person and formally enter the cultivation. When Kong Xiaobao thought of this, he intended to help Zhao Kongchun. Kong Xiaobao walked towards Zhao Empyrean City. When the crowd saw Kong Xiaobao walking towards him, they were about to greet him when Kong Xiaobao stopped them in time. When the crowd saw Kong Xiaobao's actions, they knew that Zhao Kongqing should have entered an extremely critical time, so they all stopped talking, only to all look towards Kong Xiaobao. Kong Xiaobao walked to Zhao Kongqing's front and his fingers condensed a ball of air. It then kept pointing at Zhao Kongqing's brow center. When Kong Xiaobao's qi entered Zhao Kongqing's body, a wave of qi immediately lifted up around Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Empyrean felt the change in himself and immediately wanted to open his eyes. However, Kong Xiaobao's voice suddenly came from his ears. Don't move, and sense carefully. I'll say one sentence. You say one sentence. The ritual of the golden light mantra. I'm sure you've memorized it, right? Follow me and do it together. Heaven and Earth's Xianzong, the root of all air, cultivate widely for billions of kalpas, and prove my divine power. Heaven and Earth's Xianzong, the root of all air, cultivate widely for billions of kalpas, and prove my divine power. Inside and outside the 3 realms, only the Tao is honored, and my body has a golden light that covers my body. Inside and outside the 3 realms, only the Tao is honored, and my body has a golden light that covers my body. Kong Xiaobao said a catchphrase, and Zhao Kongqing uttered it right after him. With every word the duo said, their fingers kept tapping on the corresponding spots. As the mantra finished, his fingers finished the golden light sequence. With the completion of the ritual of the golden light mantra, the two of them at the same time, the whole body golden light appeared, wrapped the whole body. The people watching were illuminated by the golden light of the two of them and could not open their eyes. It was a holy, decent glow, as if it were the nemesis of all evil. As Kong Xiaobao's finger left between Zhao Kongqing's eyebrows, Zhao Kongqing slowly opened his eyes and discovered the golden light that wrapped around him. Zhao Kongqing was like a child, looking at his arms for a while, and lifting his legs for a while. The loud laughter that resounded through the training ground, coupled with the antics, was hilarious for a while. Ha 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 ha, master, I'd become a man. I knew it. I, Zhao Kongqing, am a genius too. That's right. Zhao Empyrean City did possess the cultivation method of the golden light mantra, which Kong Xiaobao had also exchanged from the system mall. The light of the golden light mantra is a kind of righteous light of life. The essence of the golden light mantra is to enhance one's life cultivation by entering a state of righteousness, and the golden light is only the product of some ritual incantations. When practicing and using the golden light mantra, the focus is to enter a more perfect state of righteousness. Through prolonged practice, the life cultivation is improved, and the golden light will naturally show a tendency to become more and more materialized with the improvement of the life cultivation, and the higher the degree of materialization, the greater the operability of the golden light mantra. At the same time, the golden light mantra could be collected to protect the body and released to attack the enemy. That's why Kong Xiaobao prioritized this spell to impart to Zhao Kongqing. It was mainly cheap inside the mall as well. After Kong Xiaobao finished solving the 2 ghost faces and 1 ghost face king, 700 mystic points had also been added to the mall, while the golden light spell only needed 400 mystic points to be obtained in it. This is not to say that the golden light mantra is not strong. Although the golden light mantra is simple to start, it is a long-term technique, and as it becomes deeper and deeper, the golden light mantra becomes stronger and stronger on life. It could be said to be very cost-effective. Okay, old Joe, stop playing. How far have you come? Now that you're just getting started, you need to consolidate your realm. You should cultivate well during this period of time. And if there are no missions, you'll just keep cultivating and sparring here for me. Don't come out until you can put it away. What Kang Xiaobao had to do now was to keep spurring Zhao Kongqing on to improve when he had an extremely high level of motivation, because there were many battles waiting for him in the back. Zhao Kongqing himself also expressed his understanding and patted his chest to ensure that he would definitely work hard on his cultivation. Good job, old Zhao. I believe in you. You're a genius. You'll definitely grow to the point where you can kick the ancient god church and punch the outer gods. I'll surprise you when you improve a little more. Zhao Empyrean City was like chicken blood at this moment, and started cultivating without stopping. The crowd couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw Zhao Kongqing in this state. TSK, 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 this is being pooed by Shobu. Kang Xiaobao raised his hand and said with an innocent face, "Don't be ridiculous, I'm motivating. Besides, he's got us to thank for it." Bo thanks oh. You see, of course, Xiaobao wasn't completely pooing old Zhao. Xiaobao did prepare a surprise for Zhao Kongqing. Qi condensation pill, 200 points. Increases the amount of qi by 10 years. Individuals are limited to 3-1. Great compassion palm, 100 points. Martial art. The world's martial arts are out of Shaolin. These two things alone cost Pa all of his mystery points in the mall. Oh, it's true that money comes in handy. The only thing that's better though is that Pa automatically learns when he purchases it, and then he can go back and teach it to someone else. The method of teaching is still instilled directly into that person's mind. If you look at it this way, Pa is still not at a disadvantage. After all, although Xiaobao now possessed 2 of the 8 wondrous techniques, there were still too few means used for direct offensive maneuvers. Taijiquan could be used in melee combat, and the Great Compassion Palm could be used both near and far. In fact, Xiaobao had wanted to exchange 5 Thunders Orthodoxy to come, but when Xiaobao saw that 5 Thunders Orthodoxy required 2,000 points, he almost bit his tongue. But then Xiaobao thought about it again and realized that he felt that the price was actually acceptable. After all, it was a technique that only heavenly master candidates could learn. Kang Xiaobao shook his head and emptied his mind, then went up to buy breakfast. When Kang Xiaobao had just walked into the training ground after finishing his breakfast, he saw Chen Mai training Lin Chie. After the three of them greeted each other, Kang Xiaobao headed for his room. Wait, Pa, I have something to tell you. When Kang Xiaobao heard Chen Mai's words, he also stopped and signaled Chen Mai to speak on. It's like this. There's a big shot coming at noon who wants to see you. Xiaobao said in his heart, love who come. His own body cultivation furnace is not yet finished manufacturing. That is, the commander-in-chief of the night watchman is coming. Then he also have to wait for me to finish manufacturing the body cultivation furnace before he can do so. Kang Xiaobao then gave Chen Mai a perfunctory sentence before running back to his room. Chen Mai knew that Kang Xiaobao was doing something big, but he still couldn't help but spit out a sentence. This brat. And Lin Xie was a bit unbalanced in his heart at this point. Captain, didn't you say that Bao is also a newcomer who just joined the Night's Watch? Why doesn't he need training? When Chen Mai heard Lin Xie's words, he knew that this kid must have been drilled hard in the past 2 days and wanted to pull it back. He then gave him a sorrowful smile. 7 nights. Xiaobao is busy with something very important right now. Are you sure you want to disturb him? Lin Xie gulped when he saw Chen Mai's impish smile. But still, he said stiffly, I'm sure, Captain. Good boy. Really young and hot-blooded. Alright, I'll go get Xiaobao to come over, and you'll practice a few moves with him? After Chen Mai finished speaking, he walked towards Kang Xiaobao's room. As for Lin Xie, who was at the training ground, he was thinking about the scene where Kang Xiaobao fought against the Ghostface King at that time. It doesn't look like much, it's just a simple boxing technique. It shouldn't be too hard for me to deal with him as a divine agent, right? Yes, the captain is Chuan realm I can't beat. That Bao is a newcomer just like me. Even if I can't beat it 50-50 is always okay, right? Well, that's it. Not long after, Chen Mai pulled Kang Xiaobao, who was full of impatience, to the training ground. I say, 7 nights, what did you have to drag me here for if you didn't have a good training session with the captain? Lin Xie heatedly smiled. Brother Bao, it's not that I watched you battle the Ghostface King the other day and was shocked by your majestic valor, so I want to learn a few moves from you. Kang Xiaobao only wanted to hurry up and finish his body cultivation furnace in his heart right now, but when he heard Lin Xie say this, he was too embarrassed to reject him and could only impatiently state that it was a quick fix. They stood in the middle of the field. Bao, you have to be careful. As soon as Lin Xie's words fell, he stepped forward with his sword, all exhibiting quite that feeling of being an expert. The next second, splat, the sound flew out. In Chen Mai's eyes, the picture looked like this. Lin Xie attacked, a big fight, and Lin Xie flew. TSK, Little Treasure's power has gotten much deeper again. 7 nights. It's not that I'm talking about you. Fighting is all about surprise, and you have to remind your opponent that you're going to attack? Kong shook his head, then intended to walk off the field. As for Lin Chie, when he heard Kong Xiaobao's words, his eyes skittered and looked at Kong Xiaobao, who was already about to walk out of the arena. Instantly, a 1,000-year kill poked at Kong Xiaobao. Clang! Lin Chie only saw a golden barrier suddenly appear on Kong Xiaobao's body, blocking his attack. That's right, Kong Xiaobao's body protector was activated in an instant. When Chen Mai saw the scene, he also covered his eyes with his hands. The boy is wasted. While Lin Chie was still in a daze, Kong Xiaobao slowly turned back and gave Lin Chie an evil smile. Son thief, you're quite good at this. Lin Chie saw Kong Xiaobao's smile and alarm bells went off in his heart. Bao, brother Bao, didn't you say you wanted to take us by surprise? I'm doing exactly what you said. Pa, don't, Damor, I was wrong. 1 minute later, Lin Chie was lying on the ground, the light in his eyes no longer there, and after Kong Xiaobao utilized the dual complete hands to heal Lin Chie, he then began his abuse mode. Lin Chie collapsed. Lin Chie has been cured. Lin Chie collapsed again. After going back and forth like this 4 or 5 times, Lin Chie had begun to doubt life. As he looked up at the ceiling, he couldn't help but shed a tear. He regretted what he had done. Chen Mai's eyes were filled with pity. Shobu, would that be a bit too harsh? Tough? Isn't cultivating a path that you should be tough on yourself? Training is actual combat. I'm doing this for his own good. Chen Mai wanted to ask him how he didn't bother to feel this kind of pain, then thought about it before reacting that this kid was a pervert. Melee attack himself is not necessarily his opponent. In the end, he could only pat Lin Chie's shoulder full of pity. When Chen Mai saw Lin Chie in this state, it looked like he couldn't continue training in melee combat, so he had no choice but to let him go learn marksmanship from Lang Xian. Through Chen Mai's enlightenment, Lin Chie finally came out of the state he was in just now, walked to the range full of confidence. Lang Xian had been talking non-stop to Lin Chie about firearms. Finally, he pulled out a pistol and gave Lin Chie a demonstration of the disassembly process. Finally, he signaled Lin Chie to try it out. Although Lin Chie was a bit slow, but after all, he was a newbie, so it was understandable. After Lang Xian watched Lin Chie finish disassembling the pistol, he also nodded, signaling that his talent was not bad. He was then asked to shoot live rounds at targets to try his feel for the gun. Bang! 10-meter target. 8 rings. Not bad. Try the 20-meter target. Bang! Off target. Lang Xian looked at the target with a face of incredulity. 7 nights. You need to pay attention to your movements and breathing when you shoot. Try again. After Lin Chie put on his noise-canceling headphones, he was focused and looked quite a bit like that. The gunshots kept ringing out. Ka-ching! With the sound of an empty silo hanging up, Lin Chie's shuttle had already hit. How about, my talent isn't bad, is it? Lang Xian looked at the empty target and then looked at the smug Lin Chie, and couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch. You have a ING talent. You're not as good as Kisame. Noon. Peace office. Hello Commander, *N. The members of Squad 136 stood in a line to salute the Night's Watch commander, Yi Fan, except for Xiao Bao. Yi Fan nodded, then waved his hand, signaling that everyone didn't need to be so formal. Mako, Comrade Bao. Which one is it? Chen Mai thought of the words Kong Xiaobao had said when he called him before. No go. Do not go. I won't go even if the God of Heaven comes. We have to prioritize. If he says he's coming to see me, then I have to see him. What about my furnace? Captain, which of these two is important? You know better than I do. Commander, it's like this. Comrade Xiaobao didn't rest all night yesterday and is still adding to the construction of the Night Watch team. It's not that you came so suddenly that I wasn't prepared. I'll go get him now. Chen Mai didn't dare to convey Kong Xiaobao's original words to Yi Fan. Ma Kino, it's not that I'm talking about you. Comrade Xiaobao is a rare talent in our Night Watch team. How can you let him work so hard? The body is the capital of the revolution. If we tire out Comrade Xiaobao, who will be responsible? Yes. The commander is right. What the commander said is too profound. I'll review it. Alright, you don't have to go get Comrade Xiaobao. I'll go see him myself. Yes Commander. I'll lead the way for you. The two of them, Chen Mai and Yi Fan, walked in front of them, with the other members of Squad 136 following behind them not far behind. Mako, the real situation isn't what you said, is it? It must be that the kid doesn't want to see me, right? He feels that the job he has in hand is more important than seeing me, doesn't he? Chen Mai's body shivered as he listened. No way. Commander, it's true that you came so suddenly that I didn't have time to call him. Yi Fan didn't say anything either, just silently smiled. Yi Fan opened the door to Kong Xiaobao's room and saw Kong Xiaobao who was concentrating on his work. Cough cough. Xiaobao, don't be busy, Come and meet Commander Yi. Kang Xiaobao sniffed and put down the tools in his hand, looking at the imposing Yifan. Yo, Commander Yi, how are you? How are you? I've heard about your solo battle against the outer gods a long time ago, comparing a mortal to a god. You're my idol, Captain. Not that I'm talking about you. Commander Yi is here. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Commander, come, have a seat. I'm a bit messy here, so make yourself at home. Ha. Chen Mai was also dumbfounded as he looked at the fawning Kang Xiaobao in front of him. Good lord, you brat has two other faces. Chapter 17 The First All-Alchemist Squad. Comrade Bao, I've been informed of the situation through Makoto. I'm here today for two things. The first thing is that I want to tell you a story first. A story that involves Chen Mai, Lin Qiye, and Sungnan City. 10 years ago, a great war took place in Sungnan City. The reason for this war was because Zeus, the father of the gods, predicted that a powerful blasphemer would appear in Sungnan of the Great Summer. In that battle, all 5 human sealings of the Great Xia were deployed to block the outer gods. In the end, Gaia, the mother of the earth, wrote the word Sungnan on Shiva's grudge, and the entire city of Sungnan went up in smoke because of the powerful destructive laws of Shiva's grudge. But at the very moment when Sungnan City dissipated, a burst of golden light suddenly erupted, restoring the entire city and its people to their original state. Later we realized that it was because of a child who was an agent of the Blazing Angel Michael, and one of the Blazing Angel Michael's divine ruins is the miracle. Because of the miracle, that's why Sungnan City and the people of Sungnan City were able to continue to remain as they were and survive. And that child, that is Lin Qiye, ended up in a coma because of the overload of divine power, thus losing that memory. Everyone knows the rest. Lin Qiye went blind and spent 10 whole years inside a mental hospital. In fact, Kang Xiaobao was thinking in his heart at that time, with Lin Qiye's importance, there wouldn't be no one to watch over him, so since someone was watching over him, when they learned that he was inside the mental hospital, why didn't they come out to save him? Do they really not realize that for a 7-year-old child, spending a whole decade inside a mental hospital full of mental patients, how much of an impact would that have on the child's psyche? I can't figure it out, so I guess I'll have to ask the 5th universe heavenly Dao Sanjiu. The first thing I came here for today is actually to ask you if you can manage to suppress Shiva's grudge. You have to know that Shiva grudge has been suppressed by Makino with Yama Temple, but going on like this is not a solution. Sooner or later, Shiva grudge will not be able to be suppressed, and when it can't be suppressed, the outer gods will come down to the dasha once again through the breath of Shiva grudge. It's going to be another big disaster. After pondering for a moment, Kang Xiaobao firmly looked at Yifan. I can't do it at the moment, but please give me a year. After a year, I can definitely do it. Yifan propped his hand on his chin and stared at Kang Xiaobao with a torch-like gaze, while Kang Xiaobao didn't dodge and instead looked at Yifan firmly. Okay, I believe you. Mako, there's no problem in holding out for a year. Reporting to the commander, we promise to complete the mission. Good, I'll wait for your good news in a year's time. Comrade Bao. Kang Xiaobao nodded firmly. Commander Yi, you can say the second thing. Okay, so let me get to the second thing. I'm sure you've had a guess. I heard from Makino that you are now building a forbidden object called the body cultivation furnace. According to Makino, this body cultivation furnace's function can convert ordinary people into air refiners. Is that true? This is true. You'll know when the body repair furnace is made. Yifan received an affirmative answer and also looked happy. Commander Yi, I know what you want to do, but I advise you not to even think about it. At the very least not now. Yifan was puzzled. Comrade Xiaobao, what is this about? Is there some magical material that you need? If there's anything you need, I'll definitely find it for you even if I have people searching the ends of the earth. Nah, I can finish the body cultivation furnace myself, and I have all the materials. The main reason why I won't let you think about it now is because the current Night's Watch ranks have been infiltrated by the enemy, and even the higher-ups have their darkies. I believe you should have noticed it too. You just couldn't find it. The only one I can trust at the moment is Squad 136, so when the body cultivation furnace is made, I will only give it to the members of Squad 136 to use as well. As for the rest of the Night's Watch team, in the event that you are 100% sure, you can send them to me, but it's unrealistic to try to go full scale at the moment, and even the people you send here must be tested by me. One of my skills is that I can detect their souls. As long as they have a problem, I can definitely detect it. I know that there is a person called Raving in the Church of the Ancient God. His ability is to use nightmares to strip a person's soul of its freedom. It seals his soul so that he'll do whatever he wants. He can't even think of rebellion. But with me, he's child's play. Comrade Xiaobao, where did you get this information? Is it accurate? Can you take responsibility for what you say? Of course I can take responsibility for my words. As for the source of the information, I can tell you, I am a Taoist priest. I know some divine divination and fortune-telling. Very reasonable, right? As for the accuracy, 99%. The remaining 1% is just afraid of my own pride. In fact, where Kong Xiaobao had calculated it, he had merely watched God beheading in his previous life and knew these things. Actually, it doesn't matter if you guys don't believe me. In my opinion, I can use this thing for whoever I want to use it for. No one can force me to do so. I have to be responsible for my own safety, and I have to be responsible for my friends around me. I will never allow my thing to be used on some scum. Commander Yi, in that case, do you understand? Yi Fan let out a bitter smile. Comrade Xiaobao, you're usually so rigid? Ha 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 ha, my generation of cultivators has always been about a thought that is open and unfettered, especially to one's own people. In fact, I'm a person who is usually quite good at getting along. If you can't get along, then you can look for your own reasons. Chen Mai was listening in fear. Commander, Xiaobao has a straightforward personality. Don't take it to heart. Yevon waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm not so pissed off as to hear a few genuine words. Actually, like Comrade Bao said, I also have my suspicions about the Night's Watch hierarchy. I've realized that there have been many times when actions have been predicted in advance by the enemy. Comrade Bao, I will continue to follow up on the issues you have reflected, and I will accept your suggestions. There's no rush, so let's do it this way. Let's start with Squad 136 as a national pilot. The contents of this operation are strictly confidential, known only to you, me, and Squad 136. When the members of Squad 136 are productive, I will arrange for the rest to come to you at my discretion. Of course, like you said, the person I've arranged to come over here, you can detect by your own means. Make sure it's not a problem. How's that? Are you satisfied with this arrangement of mine? Kong Xiaobao nodded fawningly. The commander has tormented Xiaobao. The commander's strategy is no less than that of a crouching dragon or a ghost talent. And what the commander thinks and realizes are all goals for us to move forward. How could I oppose it? Chen Mai looked at Kong Xiaobao at this moment, and his heart was flooded with huge waves. 2ing awesome, you're on the pace to progress, thanks to the fact that you're still a temporary team member. If you were to turn regular, I'd have to give up this captain to you. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. You brat, you're the one who dislikes me to my face, and you're the one who kisses my ass. I don't even know which one is really you. What a wonderful person. Haha, yin and a yang is called the way. Yin is me, yang is also me. The intersection between yin and yang is likewise me, so the me sitting in front of you is me. Yin and yang is me. I am yin and yang, but I choose to mediate between them. What I really am, that's up to you, Commander. I'll do whatever. Yi Fan didn't stay much longer. He just had a bite to eat with the crowd and returned to Shangjing again. And 5 days after Yi Fan left, Kong Xiaobao's body cultivation furnace was also finally made. Ah, Captain, is Bao okay? I don't know, but Xiaobao has told us 1,000 times not to allow us to disturb him. I'd rather choose to believe him. At this moment, Kong Xiaobao was in agony in his room. He was doing the last step of the body cultivation furnace, utilizing the dual whole hands to peel off his various organs and finally form the core of the body cultivation furnace. Kong Xiaobao was under this extreme pain for a full half-quarter of an hour, and when he managed to peel out the core, he was already sweating profusely and his body was even weaker. Captain, Xiaobao hasn't moved. Should we go take a look? To be honest, Chen Mai's heart was also very worried about Kong Xiaobao right now, but he didn't dare to go in and disturb Xiaobao rashly. Just by hearing Xiaobao's movement before, he knew that he was at the most critical time. Let's wait. If Pa hasn't moved in 5 minutes, then we'll go in. The crowd stood outside Kong Xiaobao's room at this time and couldn't help but pull their hearts out for him, especially Hong Ying, optimistic and straightforward. Her eyes were filled with worry at this moment. The next one was Zhao Kongcheng. One must know that he was able to advance to the Chuan realm in a short period of time, but it was thanks to Xiaobao. No wait, let's go in. As the time comes, the crowd no longer hesitated and flocked into Kong Xiaobao's room. Bao, are you okay? Bao, brother. After the crowd entered Kong Xiaobao's room, they found Kong Xiaobao paralyzed on the bed, and beside him, a fleshy mass was writhing. I'm fine, I've already completed the most important step of the body cultivation furnace. It's just a bit weak now. You should be happy. Why are you all bitter? It's like you're trying to send me away. Blah, 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 blah. What kind of foolishness is your brother talking about? Everyone is very worried about you seeing that you haven't moved for so long. Kong Xiaobao is also sitting up after a period of rest. Don't worry, I'm fine, Captain. You have to cook me a good meal this time. Treat me well. Okay, no problem. Just come here and rest. I'll call you when the meal is ready. When Chen Mai saw that Kong Xiaobao was indeed only very weak and had no other effects, he was also relieved. Half a month later, 7 nights. Can you do it? Fine dog. Old Zhao, don't be complacent. It's just that you've been practicing for a while longer than me. I'll catch up with you soon. Just then, Chen Mai also came to the training ground. Old Zhao, I've noticed that you've been drifting a bit lately. Captain, you're here. When Lin Chie saw Chen Mai arrive, he hid behind Chen Mai as if he had met his backbone. Old Zhao, aren't you good? Come, try with the captain. Captain, I'm not a man, and I still need you to chip him. Old Zhao just said that he'll beat the hell out of you, and he'll also make you give up the captain to him. Okay, Lao Zhao, you've drifted into the sky now. I've got to bring you back to reality today. Captain, don't listen to that brat. When did I ever say that? Don't. I'll see how Captain Zhao's tactics are today. Bastard, how dare you sow discord and arch the fire, right? Hey, the captain hasn't even said start yet. Why are you suddenly attacking? You don't speak of martial virtues? Rat tail juice. Chapter 18, The Nondescript Snake Demon. Hey, the captain hasn't even said start yet. Why are you suddenly attacking? You don't speak of martial virtues? Rat tail juice. Golden light spell. Enlighten. Clang. With a sound, Chen Mai's sword was blocked in front of the golden light. Yo-ho, pretty quick reaction. Lao Zhao, but you're not the only one who knows the golden light curse. With that, Chen Mai opened the golden light spell and covered the star blade. The moment the star blade was empowered by the golden light, it instantly became even sharper and abnormal. That's right, after Kong Xiaobao made the body cultivation furnace, he let everyone in Squad 136 enter the body cultivation furnace, while he himself acted as the deacon to provide transformation templates for several people. At this point, all the members of Squad 136 had become air refiners. Then Kong Xiaobao taught everyone the technique to cultivate the golden light mantra, and all the people in Squad 136, after 2 weeks of diligent cultivation, the realms that had been stagnant had actually loosened up, only needing an opportunity to break through. There were constantly sounds of gold and iron clashing in the field, and as Lin Chie watched the two of them flying up and down in the field, fighting evenly, he also secretly became ruthless, vowing to cultivate the golden light mantra to the point that the two of them were at now before the intensive training in half a month. Zhao Kongcheng and Chen Mai in the arena were fighting feverishly, and both of them were enjoying the sound battle very much. As the duo was about to continue, suddenly came the voice of Wu Xiangnan. Captain, old Zhao should stop for a while. A mystery has appeared. The two sniffed and each took a step back before closing their hands. Shonan, tell us what's going on. We just received a report of a mysterious appearance at Sun Nan No 2 Middle School. The person who reported the case is up there. You can listen to him for the details. Alright, let's go up and take a look. 7 Knights, you come too. After the crowd walked upstairs to the conference room, they saw an anxious young man who kept walking around. Li Yifei, how come it's you? When Li Yifei heard the familiar voice, he also turned back, only to realize that it was actually Lin Chie. Lin Chie? Why are you here? Didn't you go off to the army? 7 Knights, you know each other? Yes, Captain. Li Yifei is my classmate, so it's an acquaintance. That's good. This student, Lin Chie, is now a member of our Night's Watch team. Really? 7 Knights-san. It's so cool that you joined the Night's Watch. Although Lin Chie hadn't spent much time at the school, he still had a relatively good feeling about this warm and kind classmate. Seeing that Li Yifei had no intention of stopping, Chen Mai also stopped him in time. Ahem. This student, aren't you here to report a crime? What's the situation? As for catching up, let's wait until after it's over. Li Yifei then remembered that he was here to report a crime, and also said in a hurry, Leader, the situation is like this. Yesterday at the end of the school day, I had already left, but it suddenly occurred to me that there was something I hadn't picked up, so I returned. When I went back, I saw Lu Xiaoyan pulling the director and not knowing what she was talking about. Immediately after that, I saw Lu Xiaoyan actually hugging the director, and the director was also colorfully going up and down on Lu Xiaoyan. I thought the two were going to, ha 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 ha. Instead, I suddenly saw Lu Xiaoyan open a bloody mouth and eat the director. I was scared silly and hid behind my desk, not daring to move, but I couldn't help but get curious, so I stole a quiet look towards the duo. What I didn't expect was that after Lu Xiaoyan swallowed the director, it didn't take long to spit him out. After the director was spit out like nothing happened, and Lu Xiaoyan talked and left. I had a nightmare last night and couldn't resist coming over to tell you guys after thinking about it. Although I was scared, I thought that since this monster could eat people, other students and teachers in the school might be poisoned as well. That's why I came over to you guys early in the morning to report it. This is the situation. Then how did you find this place? It's only logical that you should have called the police first, and then the police contacted us later. Hearing Chen Mai's question, Wu Xiangnan stepped forward and answered. This child was one of those who survived the previous encounter with the ghost masks, and then we let him go after signing a non-disclosure agreement, which is why he came straight to us when he encountered the mystery. Chen Mai also understood at once when he heard what he said. Xiangnan, call the others over for a meeting. Not long after, all the members of Squad 136 were sitting in the conference room, while Chen Mai had Wu Xiangnan recount the incident for everyone. Let me summarize. Through Li Yifei's student's narration, we can basically confirm that this incident is basically mysterious, and for the sake of it, this time, mystery possesses a powerful disguise and, at the same time, has the ability to transform others. This time things are more complicated. If you want to completely eradicate the mystery this time, you have to find out its body. We are still not sure that this Lu Xiaoyan is the body of the mystery. It's also unclear exactly how long mystery has been lurking within the school, how many people within the school have been assimilated, and whether or not the outside of the school has been affected. What we know so far is that the mystery this time is bound to have an extremely high level of intelligence, and the people assimilated by them still maintain their behavioral habits from before they were born, and may have the ability to read memories. This makes their infiltration work would be very well done. If not for Li Yifei who happened to see it, we would still be in the dark now. Wu Xiangnan was worthy of being the wise man of Squad 136, summarizing it very well. Red Riding asked after a few moments of contemplation, so what do we do now? This group of mysteries are all walking around in human garb. How are we going to tell which ones are human and which ones are mysteries? Yeah, these mysteries are very good at disguises. When Qima also agreed with Hong Ying's words, and at this moment, Kang Xiaobao was looking at Li Yifei who was sitting there. The past 2 days were so busy with the body cultivation furnace and instructing everyone to cultivate air that I actually forgot about this. Pa, what do you think? Kang Xiaobao heard Chen Mai call him and turned back to his senses. It's actually very simple to tell them apart. You've all become inhuman. An inhuman is someone who is different from the norm. A person with flat air is normal, and a person with a surplus of air is different. You only need to feel the air in others' bodies to distinguish whether they are mortal or mystical. It dawned on the crowd that they didn't expect the air to be able to tell the difference between a person and a mystery. This was a big killer for mysteries that were good at disguises. The crowd was then relieved. Good. Although we can tell the difference between a mystery and a person, then the next thing is good. We split into 2 action groups. Red Tassel, Mainami, 7 Knights and Bao. You guys disguise yourselves as students and enter the school. As soon as possible, you can figure out which ones in the school are mysteries and which ones are ordinary people. Lang Xian helps the Red Tassel team with long-range fire support as a sniper from the high ground. Old Zhao is in charge of opening the unrestricted airspace. As for Xiangnan and I, we're in charge of investigating the infected and mysterious information outside the school. Captain, my strength is not bad now. I can be used as a frontal station force to help Red Tassel and the others solve the mystery. As for the unrestricted airspace, you can let Ling Xian take charge of it. Old Zhao, let's not talk about whether or not you look like a student in this image. Can you go in the campus? Take the unrestricted airspace. No one here is more familiar than you. Lang Xian, he has been working as a sniper, basically never touched unrestricted airspace. So this time it will be hard for you. When the next action I will transfer you to the front line. Zhao Kongcheng no longer refused when he heard Chen Mai say so. Attention! We have to be prepared for the worst. There's a good chance that all the people inside the school are infected. So all of you should ensure your own safety. Under the premise of ensuring our own safety, save as many people as possible. Li Yifei, you follow Lin Qiye and the others. Ha, I'm going to? No way. I wouldn't dare. 7 Knights just joined the vigil within 2 days of going to school, and the rest of our squad members are unfamiliar with the school. You're the only one here who's familiar with the school. That's why I've arranged for you to help 7 Knights and the others with their operations. And if this incident is completed successfully, I can consider giving you a chance to join the Night's Watch. Li Yifei originally didn't want to agree to Chen Mai, but when he heard Chen Mai say that he could be allowed to join the vigilantes, he was instantly hot-blooded and patted his chest to ensure that he would fully cooperate with the vigilantes' actions. Kang Xiaobao looked at Li Yifei and couldn't decide in his heart whether to kill him now or wait until he finished solving this matter. After thinking for a while, Kang Xiaobao made up his mind. Since it had already happened, let's go ahead and fix his heir before we let Lin Xie fix him. After all, Li Yifei was also an integral part to Lin Xi's Asylum of the Gods, and what one had to do now was to get Li Yifei, the heir of the Nandu Snake Demon's main body, to gather together and focus on destruction as much as possible. Bao, what are you thinking about? It's time to go. It's nothing. Go away. Kang Xiaobao stopped thinking, intending to see what happened after he went to school first. In front of Tsongnan No, 2 middle school. Brother 7 Knights, your school uniforms are so ugly. Sister Honging, you're saying that? Have you ever seen a school uniform that looks good? Except for private schools. Besides, your girls' school uniforms are already pretty good. Look at our boys. They're ugly. Ugh, forget it. But can we really go in like this? Won't the security guards stop us if we go in with the long box on our backs? Darn, forgot about that one. Lin Qiye was secretly chagrined. That's okay, I brought my phlebotomy bag. so you guys can put your long boxes in the phlebotomy bag and take them out when you get into the school. It's worthy of you, little brother Bao. So reliable. Well, since we're already in, let's follow our previous plan. Xiao Nan and I will investigate the head teacher. 7 Knights will contact Lu Xiaoyan, and Xiao Baoyu will investigate the dormitory. If there's anything we'll communicate through the headset. Kang Xiaobao and Lin Qia nodded, and then the few people began to split up. Li Yifei, you're with me. Li Yifei originally wanted to move with Lin Qia, but when he heard Kang Xiaobao's words, he could only follow helplessly. For some reason, he always felt that Kang Xiaobao looked at him with a murderous aura if anything. It made him very uncomfortable. Chapter 19, Bold Demon. I can tell at a glance that you're not human. When Kang Xiaobao entered the campus, the system's voice came from his mind. Ding! Perfectly solving the incident of the Nandu snake demon and saving the infected teachers and students. Reward, 8 strange skills, Wind Queen Strange Door. Cultivation increased by 10 years. Wind Queen Strange Door? This is awesome. The first heaven leads the circumference, covers the changes of the circumference, and transforms me into a king. In the Chiman Bureau, I am the direction. I am the good and bad fortune. The changes of all things are in my thoughts. Brother Bao, aren't we going to the dormitory? How come we came to the woods? Could there be those monsters here too? Kang Xiaobao heard Li Yifei's words and came back from the system. No, I just wanted to come here and let off some steam. You come and keep an eye on the guys for me. Ha, Bao, not that I'm talking about you. You're being immoral. Why would you come to the grove when there's obviously a restroom? Kang Xiaobao looked at Li Yifei in front of him, and couldn't help but think in his heart, you're a demonic creature, talking to me about morality? Oh, I almost forgot that Li Yifei was only the Nandu snake demon's main body, the second personality created. Li Yifei's personality itself was actually a good boy. Why, haven't you heard the saying? There's a world of possibilities out there. Okay, cut the crap and watch my back. Oh, just at the moment Li Yifei turned around, a hand glowing with blue light suddenly landed on top of Li Yifei's head. Ah, with a headache that penetrated deep into his soul, Li Yifei could not help but scream out, Bold demon, how dare you show off in front of me? I can tell at a glance that you are not human. As the blue light in Kang Xiaobao's hand became more and more piercing, the Nantua snake demon's main body fell into a deep sleep. Old Zhao, Red Tassel and the others have already entered the campus, so they can unfold unguarded airspace. Zhao Kongcheng, who was waiting in the car, agreed when he heard Lang Xian's words. A suitcase was then removed from the wagon, and with the sound of the machine bracket, the suitcase was opened, and inside were 3 signs that read no traffic ahead. Zhao Kongcheng stood the sign on the perimeter of the school and bit his finger to make a blood-colored mark on the sign. Unrestricted Hollow, Kai. Zhao Empyrean City reports that unrestricted airspace has been deployed and is ready for action. Red Tassel received. Lin Qia received. Kang Xiaobao received. Captain, in addition to Lu Xiaoyan in our class, there's another named Han Ruoro who's also infected. We can confirm that there are 6 people infected on this floor. So many? So are these people still saved? It seems hopeless. My mortal dust divine domain unfolded and found that the bodies of the infected people were devoid of organs. All of them were a mass of flesh and blood. Captain, with me, there's no problem. Chen Mai was relieved when he heard Kang Xiaobao say that there was still salvation. Others didn't know, but Chen Mai was aware of Kang Xiaobao's methods, helping himself to reshape his flesh and helping Xiang Nan to heal the injuries on his hands. That's right, the day after helping Chen Mai remodel his physical body, Kang Xiaobao helped Wu Shangnan heal his hands that were injured by Susanu. Wu Shangnan even cried a lot because of it. A sword-using expert known as the Immortal Swordsman, because of that battle not only lost his beloved teammate, but also made a swordsman unable to use a sword ever again. The pain and suffering that had been buried deep in my heart for many years all came out after my hands were healed, leaving me with tears of excitement. After some venting, Wu Shangnan also told the crowd about the story about him, and the crowd then realized that their vice-captain was once an immortal swordsman of the Blue Rain Squad, and they were deeply shocked while expressing their sympathies for what happened to Wu Shangnan. And since then, Hongying never called Wu Shangnan as Wu Old Dog. Okay, then please bow. What we need to do now is to find a way to keep these infected away from ordinary people, and then find out the main body to destroy it. Captain, I've got it covered. Pa, what's the solution you say? I've found the essence of the Nandu serpent demon. I can give commands to its children by controlling it to focus them together. The Nantucket serpent demon? Is that the name of this mystery this time? Who is Little Treasure proper? The main body is Li Yifei. I've got it under control now. What? Li Yifei. N. Lin Qia hadn't thought that this time, the mysterious creature's body was actually his classmate. Thinking about Li Yifei's harmless appearance, Lin Qi couldn't help but shiver. He didn't expect that he would go to school with a snake demon insta. That's right. I began to suspect him then when he was reporting a crime. Because there's no way a mystical creature with its senses wouldn't be able to sense the presence of a third person in the class. And the fact that he was alive to come and report to us meant that he had some problems of his own. So after entering the campus, I searched his soul with my ability when he wasn't looking, and found that he was the very essence of this mysterious creature, the Nandu snake demon. It's kind of a coincidence. Chen Mai was now becoming more and more appreciative of Kong Xiaobao, surprisingly able to think of details that none of the crowd had thought of. If Kong Xiaobao knew what was in Chen Mai's heart, he would have thought, fart. He was able to know that Li Yifei was a Nandu snake demon body purely because he had read about it in his previous life. Although their own previous life and the time of watching also suspected why Li Yifei can survive, but did not think to him as difficult to snake demon body above. Until the subsequent plot out to know Li Yifei is difficult to snake demon body created by the second personality is also greatly shocked. This wave is purely on its own because of the prophet's condition. How it is said, "Good job, Pa. So what's your next plan that you need us to cooperate with you on, Captain?" I will control the soul of the Nandu serpent demon proper to give orders to his children to concentrate in the grove and order them not to resist. And all you need to do is evacuate the remaining students and teachers when the Nandu serpent demon sons gather to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Okay, I understand. However, to ensure your safety, I'll change your scenario. Xiao Nan, Lao Zhao, Lang Xian, Xiang Nan is responsible for evacuating the entire school. Red Tassel and I will just be responsible for being on guard while you save the day. And 7 nights, as a newcomer, you'll be responsible for assisting us and learning on the side. Roger that. N. As Chen Mai's order was given, the crowd began to function like a precision instrument. Not long after, Chen Mai's trio arrived at the location where Kong Xiaobao was. Pa, we're here. You can do whatever you want now? Kong Xiaobao nodded towards the three of them, then looked at Li Yifei who was next to him. Kong Xiaobao placed his blue hand on top of Li Yifei's head and began to manipulate the soul of the Nandu snake demon's main body. A moment later, Li Yifei opened his eyes. Only they were the same vertical pupils as the snakes. Master, please command. Honging looked at Li Yifei and was shocked at Kong Xiaobao's ability. Call all your heirs to these woods, order them not to harm anyone, and when they meet the night's watch, do not resist. Yes, Master. It would still take a bit of time before the arrival of the Nanda snake demon's heir. All three of Chen Mai were surrounding Li Yifei and observing, and when Lin Chia saw Li Yifei, his heart was more complicated. Kong Xiaobao saw Lin Chia's appearance and knew what he was thinking. 7 nights. Li Yifei is not the same as the other infected people. He is actually the second personality created by the Nantucket snake demon body now hidden in human society. It can be said that the two personalities are independent, but physically, the Nantucket snake demon body is Li Yifei, and Li Yifei is the Nantucket snake demon body. I know he's in your class, so after resolving the Nandu snake demon's heir, I'll let him go free, truly become the person Li Yifei. Captain, people are starting to head toward the grove one by one from the school. Get ready. Roger. You guys arrange for the remaining teachers and students to evacuate as soon as possible. Right, old Zhao? How many people are coming over? Captain, I counted about close to 60 people, students and teachers alike. When the crowd heard this string of numbers, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This was definitely a major incident for a small place like Sangnan. The scary thing was that without this incident, they would have gone unnoticed. Chen Mai couldn't help but confirm to Kong Xiaobao once again if he was sure he could save so many people. It was only when he just heard Kong Xiaobao answer that Chen Mai let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel grateful in his heart. 10 minutes or so later, all of Nanda's children came to the grove and stood in a small square formation. Kong Xiaobao nodded to the crowd, then released the stolen swallow beast from the devouring sack. The crowd only saw a small round ball with red veins flying into the air before extending countless tentacles and sticking them into Kong Xiaobao's body. Kong Xiaobao's body erupted into a huge wave of air after the tentacles were stuck into his flesh. This was none other than the stolen swallow beast, another magic weapon that Kong Xiaobao had recently crafted. The stealing and swallowing beast's function is that it can remotely siphon off other people's chi in battle, while it can be used to store chi, and can channel chi for the user when the user needs it, like a mobile rechargeable battery. Kong Xiaobao wanted to save these 60+ people. His own air might exist insufficient, so he could only channel his air through the stealing swallowing beast. With the red and blue light from Kong Xiaobao's hands, it wrapped around the 60 or so people. The rest of the squad saw it, a scene that shocked them. Under the effect of the blue light, the souls of these 60-odd people flew out en masse, and it was clearly the soul body of a serpentine creature. One could only see a snake demon soul continuously hissing in agony. The blue light on Kong Xiaobao's hand flourished, unceasingly stripping away the snake demon's soul. It found the human memories from before it was infected, copied them, molded the soul, and then returned to the physical body, the snake demon's soul body. On the other hand, was sucked into the system by Kong Xiaobao and turned into purchase points. After putting the souls of the people back into their physical bodies, Kong Xiaobao's face had taken on a tragic white color. The next step was to repair these people's physical bodies. Stealing and swallowing beasts, run at full power. As Kong Xiaobao's words fell, the red lines of the stealing swallowing beast emitted a gleaming red light, and the pipes connecting to Kong Xiaobao's body couldn't help but thicken a bit. After a large amount of air entered Kong Xiaobao's body, Kong Xiaobao's face gradually regained its redness. He then began to repair the flesh of the crowd. Not long after, under the gazes of anticipation and concern from the crowd, Kong Xiaobao finally stopped, and the stolen swallow beast also put back its tentacles that were like thickened pipette-type tentacles. After Kong Xiaobao stopped, the crowd quickly ran over and hurriedly asked, "Xiaobao, brother Bao, are you alright?" Kong Xiaobao smiled and shook his head at the crowd, signaling that he was fine, and all of the 60 or so students and teachers present slowly opened their eyes and looked around in confusion, wondering why they were here, with Zhao Kongcheng also rushing over. After Chen Mai made up a reason, Zhao Kongcheng led them towards the school and walking out, and the memories about their previous encounter with the monster had been deleted by Kong Xiaobao in passing. Now all that's missing is Li Yifei. With a concerned look, Chen Mai told Xiaobao to rest for a while before continuing, and Kong Xiaobao said that there was no need. Kong Xiaobao used his blue hand to strip the body soul of the Nandu snake demon, finding the memories about Li Yifei before splitting the soul into two. One of the souls was then molded into Li Yifei's appearance and the memories about Li Yifei were put into it before it was sent back to the physical body. At the same time, he threw another soul, while the crowd wasn't paying attention, at Lin Qiye. When the soul of the Nandu snake demon came into contact with Lin Qiye's body, an additional snake demon prisoner was added to the dungeon of the Asylum of the Gods in Lin Qiye's mind. Lin Qiye similarly discovered such an extra prisoner in the dungeon in the mental hospital. With a shocked expression, he looked towards Kong Xiaobao. When he looked at Kong Xiaobao returned a smile full of meaning. Bao, he knows about the Asylum of the Gods. How? When he looked at Kong Xiaobao again, Kong Xiaobao had already started repairing Li Yifei's flesh. As for why Kong Xiaobao didn't absorb the soul of the Nandu snake demon's main body into the system space, Kong Xiaobao stated that he had already absorbed so many Nandu snake demon heirs as purchase points that he didn't care if there was one more or one less, whereas Lin Qiye was in great need of such an employee in his Asylum of the Gods. So this repair was completed. Li Yifei slowly opened his eyes. "Hey brother Bao, have you finished draining the water? So are we still going to the dormitory? Hey, why is everyone here?" "Li Yifei, we've already taken care of the monster. You just woke up after being knocked out by the monster attack." "Yeah, why don't I remember? But it's good that it's resolved." Li Yifei scratched his head and carefully recalled what happened before. He only remembered that he and Kong Xiaobao came to the grove. Kong Xiaobao wanted to boo-boo and asked himself to keep an eye on him. He couldn't remember anything after that. However, he was a natural optimist and didn't think about it, so he stopped thinking about it. Instead, he turned his head and asked Chen Mai if he could join the night's watch. Chen Mai looked at Kong Xiaobao and realized that Kong Xiaobao was looking at him with a calm expression, so he understood in his heart. "Yes, you can, but not right now. All you have to do now is to study culture first, and during your vacation you can come to us for training, and if you still want to join the vigil when you graduate then you can hit apply." "Great, thank you Captain." Chen Mai nodded, then stated that the operation had ended successfully, and promised to take everyone out for a big meal in the evening. It caused a crowd to cheer. "The operation is over. Let's go everyone." "Captain, you guys go ahead. I'll sit down and take a break. I'll find you guys later." Chen Mai thought that Kong Xiaobao had used up a bit too much of his physical strength, and after inquiring and realizing that he was fine, he nodded his head and said that he would wait for him outside the school, and then left with the others. And Lin Qiye glanced at Kong Xiaobao as he walked away, wanting to ask him some questions, while Kong Xiaobao saw that he just nodded and then waved his hand for him to go first. After Lin Qiye received a reply, he knew that now was not the time to talk about this and could only wait until Kong Xiaobao went back and the two of them would find a separate time to talk about these issues. Only after the crowd had left did Kong Xiaobao begin to receive the news that the system had sent over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly solving the incident of the Nandu snake demon and saving the assimilated teachers and students. Rewarded with the 8 strange techniques Wind Queen Strange Door, and 10 years added to your cultivation. As the system rewards arrived, Kong Xiaobao's realm also successfully broke through to the middle stage of Chuan realm. But since Kong Xiaobao's promotion was an all-round enhancement of his essence and flesh, Kong Xiaobao's battle power was to be much higher than the battle power of those in the same realm. Coupled with the 8 strange skills he held in his hands, it could be said so that the Chuan realm's Kong Xiaobao wouldn't fall into a disadvantage even if he took on the enemies of the clan, and it even had a great possibility of realizing the oversteps of the level and countering a kill. "Class, after watching for so long, can you come out?" Kong Xiaobao twisted his head to look at a distant corner, and as Kong Xiaobao's words fell, a boy wearing glasses also appeared. "Hello, My name is Ang Kinjiu, so it's the strongest brain, key to the gate, fragment. In fact, when the boy first appeared, Kang Xiaobao guessed who he was. Kang Xiaobao. I'm sorry. I noticed a group of students and faculty members walking in this direction in a dazed and uncharacteristic manner earlier, and thought something was wrong, so I followed them here. You saw it all? And Xingyu pushed up her glasses and said with a calm expression, well, see it all, the snake demon soul, and your superpowers. The world is as mundane as I thought it would be, and not as mundane as it appears to be. If I'm right, you should be part of the mysterious department in Daxia that specializes in solving these types of incidents. That's right, we're called the Night Watch, affiliated with the military. We're a unit that specializes in solving cases triggered by mysteries. Kang Xiaobao looked at Xingyu, who looked as normal as ever and couldn't help but appreciate his heart. Great! I'm finally getting in touch with the other side of this world. The mysterious monsters, the Night's Watch, and you. It's so much fun. If only I could unravel. Ahem. Sorry for getting a little excited. And Kinjiu, it almost slipped out. Kang Xiaobao's face darkened. Together you kid want to dissect me, right? Kang Xiaobao decided to let Xingyu join the Night Watch after thinking for a while. Although he didn't have a forbidden ruin right now, he would soon awaken his own forbidden ruin, the only positive solution. Taking him in now would allow him to come into contact with Lin Chia earlier and form a bond. As for the captain, I believe I can convince him. The Night's Watch has a minimum requirement for personnel selection. That is, people who have awakened the forbidden ruins, except for Lao Zhao and Lang Xian. One of them is a melee master and special forces king. The other is a sharpshooter plus the forbidden item, mobile arsenal. And their combat power is also very strong. As for what the forbidden ruin is, you can understand it as what you call superpowers. When Xingyu heard Kang Xiaobao's words, she also revealed an expression of regret and loss. But, when Xingyu had thought that she had missed her chance to learn the truth about this world, she suddenly heard Kang Xiaobao's voice and felt that things might have turned around. So the god looked at Kang Xiaobao with excitement. But since it's you, it's not impossible to join. But let's get one thing out of the way. If you dare to touch me and the rest of the team with the scalpel in your pocket, I'll make sure you feel what it means to be full of peach blossoms. Deal. I do have one more question though. How come it feels like you know me so well? Do you know me? That's right. And Xingyu felt that Kang Xiaobao seemed to know him very well, as if he had known him for many years. However, and Xingyu thought back carefully and realized that this was indeed the first time she had seen Kang Xiaobao, and she couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled in her heart. Nonsense. Can I not recognize you? I've seen you in novels and anime in my previous life. So guess. I'll lose if you can guess. Ha ha, I don't know, but I'm a Taoist priest. I can calculate things, and I can see the potential that lies within you. And Xingyu nodded. Well, it wasn't unacceptable for the man in front of him to have such a powerful ability to pinpoint things, but he still felt a little bit wrong. It felt as if the man in front of him had something left unsaid, but he wasn't going to dig deeper. After all, everyone has everyone's secrets. Let's go. And Xingyu, I'll bring you to meet the other members of the squad. All of them are talented and speak well. I love them all. With that, the two of them walked shoulder to the outside of the school. Chapter 20, Mount Jinnan. Shobu, you're saying that you figured out through fortune-telling that this child will awaken a powerful forbidden ruin soon, and that it will also be of great help to the future Night's Watch, right? Nice. That's what happened. And Captain, you look at him. Smart. When things are not chaotic, very scientific research spirit. You give him a mysterious corpse, he will return you a big surprise, and he has a good image and temperament, and won't lower the image of our squad in the slightest. He's a real cow. Ahem. Reliable teammate. Wait, what do you mean you want him to study mysterious corpses? Study them for what? Captain, don't worry about that. In short, just trust me. Those mysterious corpses are useless to leave there anyway, and our people haven't studied them for so long. Might as well give it to him to try. Chen Mai looked at Kang Xiaobao, then at Xingyu, who was silent at the side, and finally shook his head helplessly. Alright, I believe you. Then let him join our squad 136 first, as a temporary member. It just so happens that now that old Zhao can already be used as a frontal combatant, we're short of a watcher, so let's train him first, then let him take over from old Zhao. And Xingyu, who was standing next to him, also smiled bashfully when she heard Chen Mai promise him to join the Night's Watch. Afterwards, Chen Mai brought in Xingyu to the conference room, allowing Xingyu to get to know the other team members. Although the crowd didn't know why Kang Xiaobao wanted to bring back a little white man with no forbidden ruins to join the squad, since the captain, Chen Mai, had also agreed to it, it meant that there must be something worth discovering in this person, so the crowd didn't have a problem with it. Anqing Fish, welcome to our vigil. You don't belong to the official vigil yet, you're just a temporary member. You can only officially become a member of the vigil after you pass the recruit intensive training. The welfare treatment is the same as the official team members, except that it doesn't include food or housing. You can come here to eat if you eat, but you'll have to solve the problem on your own as well if you live. No problem, Captain. So when does this boot camp start? The most recent round of recruit training is in half a month, but your current situation may not be in time for this round, so you'll have to join next year's recruit training. Over the course of the year, we will train you in a targeted manner so that you will have the ability to defend yourself in the face of mystery. Of course, you're currently positioned as belonging to the combat support post, and there's no problem with saying that you need mysterious corpses to study. When you're not on combat duty or training, you can do what you want, and I'll do my best to help you with anything you need. Chen Mai was also extremely supportive of Xingyu's request because of his trust in Kong Xiaobao. He also wanted to see why this young man deserves so much attention from Kong Xiaobao. He hoped that this young man would bring him a surprise. And indeed, Xingyu did not disappoint Chen Mai. On the first day Xingyu joined the night watch, Chen Mai gave him the corpse of Lu Xiaoyan's parents Nandu Snake Demon. After Xingyu got the corpse of the Nandu Snake Demon, it only took 3 days to not only awaken the Forbidden Ruin, the only positive solution, but also used the corpse of the Nandu Snake Demon to make mice with the same snake species as the Nandu Snake Demon as well as the ability to share their field of vision. When Chen Mai saw the results of Xingyu, he couldn't help but be shocked, and at the same time, a wave of heartfelt admiration rose up in his heart for Kong Xiaobao, admiring his discerning eye for talent. Of course, although Kong Xiaobao was fortune-telling, but this is also a kind of his ability. After all, the person was brought back by him. Chen Mai was also extremely helpful and made the best use of what he had. After Xingyu successfully replicated the Nandu Snake Demon's snake seed and vision sharing ability, Chen Mai had Xingyu mass produce it as soon as possible, and at the same time spread his rats all over the entire Tsangnan city, acting as the eyes of the 136th squad to monitor the movements of the mysterious and ancient god church throughout the entire city of Tsangnan. Chen Mai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Tsangnan city is really a feng shui treasure with outstanding people. Not only does it have the divine agent who resurrected Tsangnan city with the mortal dust divine realm, but it also has an endless number of air refiners like Kong Xiaobao, who brought himself back to life, as well as a new and powerful Forbidden Ruin awakened, and Xingyu, who hasn't been monitored by the Night's Watch. How can I, Chen Mai, succeed in having a few talents like Wulong, Feng Daisy, and Ghost talent? 4 days later, the crowd that was training at the training ground was called to the conference room by Chen Mai. Chen Mai looked at the crowd sitting in the conference room and couldn't help but raise a sense of grandeur. Look at this as my team members, all ING talent, not a special squad, already better than a special squad. Chen Mai nodded before making an announcement to the crowd. The recruit training camp is going to start in a week's time. 7 nights. I've seen all the progress lately, and it's no exaggeration to say that you've basically been able to crush your batch of recruits, with the exception of Xiao Bao. Of course, as for you, Xiao Bao, I won't comment on it. I'm not even sure I can defeat you now. After you go to the recruit intensive training camp, your superiors may make another arrangement for you. Don't ask about the details. I don't know either. Just follow the arrangements when the time comes. Now let's talk about another thing. Since we're going to the training soon, don't train for the next 2 days. I'll give you guys a good 2 days off, and then I'll have Red Tassel and Minami take you to purchase some of the things you'll need to go to Shangjing for the training. After Chen Mai finished speaking, he took out a bank card and handed it to Hong Ying. The Red Tassel was overjoyed and went to take the bank card in Chen Mai's hand, but the next second let her freeze in place, because she made a strong draw, but did not draw out the bank card in Chen Mai's hand. Captain? I only saw Chen Mai pinching the bank card with a face of flesh pain, but still squeezed out a not so unpleasant smile and said to Red Tassel, "Don't spend too hard. The landlord's family is running out of food." That's right, he knew too well about what these goods on his team were like. Red Tassel and Minami would definitely take advantage of this time to buy supplies for the duo and go on a shopping spree. But what can be done about it? Their team is so 2 girls, usually has been so dozens of sets of clothes back and forth to change wear a year, have not bought any new clothes it. Chen Mai also has wanted to let the 2 take this opportunity to buy some things to treat them, but only hope they do not spend too hard. Well, you can spoil your own players. What else can you do? The other side. Sankyo 006 Squad Base Office. A middle-aged man wearing a military uniform with a tough face said to the man sitting in front of him wearing large flower half-leg pants, lazily reclining on the boss chair, and also crossed his legs. "Captain, what's the situation? Isn't recruit training held in Shangjing every year? How come it's been changed to Tsangnan this time? If you don't use such a professional recruit training base, but have to go to a small place like Tsangnan to rebuild a training base, isn't this just farting with your pants down?" The man across from him, on the other hand, took a slow drag on his cigarette and then said to him with a languid look, "I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking, but it's good to carry out orders. And besides, my grand instructor Yuan Gang Yuan, is it possible that you can't train good recruits elsewhere without the recruit training base in Shangjing? That's right, this man was none other than the current vice-captain of Team 006 in Shanjing Yuan Gang, a Sea Realm powerhouse. He also served as the chief instructor of the recent year's recruit intensive training. Xiao Pinga, you don't listen to anything outside the window with both ears day in and day out, leaving everything to me to solve. You're standing on your head. Say it in advance. There's no problem with going to Tsangnan, but during my intensive training period, you deal with this side of things yourself and stop leaving all the problems for me to solve. Hey INM. Before Xiaopinga's words fell, Yuan Gang ran out with a bad smile. This goods, even have no respect for me as the captain. Humph, when you come back, see if I don't leave everything to you and tire you out this. Xiaopinga said and also smiled helplessly. Guangdong and Shenzhen. A little fat man draped in a bathrobe waved his hand after hearing the butler's words. Depart Sangnan. I can't wait to make new friends. And remember to pick up the gifts I prepared for my friends. Yes, young master. After the fat man finished speaking he got into a Lamborghini and whizzed away. Johua Mountain. Amitabha Buddha. Scholar Chow. It's time for you to leave. Go to Tsangnan. There are 2 fated people waiting for you there. Before you leave I'll send you information about the 2 people. The 2 would stand on their own. The 8 gods go to 1. And enter the night for 10 years to ferry my world. This is one of them. This man can atone for your sins. The road is open to you. A small taste of what's to come. The first appearance of the treasure is a surprise to the 4 seats. He will soar into a true dragon. This is the second man who can solve your problem. Amitabha Buddha. Thank you for your guidance. Master. I'll make a note of it. Then I'll go. After the old monk finished speaking, the young man across from him said thank you and then looked towards the distant mountain peaks and stopped speaking. Just see it standing under the eaves. Long hair unbound, such as a section of the flow of the night, and the body of the old monk's robe into one. Wrist beads dark, fingertips twisted past, like counting the earth's karma, but also like waiting for a do not know whether to come to the rain. After a few moments of contemplation, the young man walked out of this temple. When the passing wind lifted the corners of his coat, it vaguely revealed a short sword at his waist, the sheath wrapped in faded red cord, contrasting sharply with the ascetic black. The visitors whispered that he didn't look like a real monk, but rather like a Shura who had escaped from the Bodhisattva's seat. Sang Nam, Xiao Bao, 7 nights, you guys should prepare to leave today. Ah, Captain, why are you leaving so early? Red Tassel looked at the duo across from Chen Mai with an unwilling face. Red Riding, let them go early so they can still get acclimated early. Okay, Xiao Bao, brother 7 nights, goodbye will be a year from now. Take care of yourselves. Also, don't disgrace our squad 136 when you go. Or else, humph, Red Tassel said, and shook her small pink fists, showing a demonstration to the duo, telling them that if they were to disgrace Squad 136, she would see if she didn't properly clean up the duo. Kang Xiaobao and Lin Xia both looked at Red Tassel like this and also glanced at each other, smiling helplessly. The duo knew that Red Tassel was joking as a way to distract from the reluctance of parting. However, they still patted their chests to ensure that they wouldn't lose the face of Squad 136. That's more like it. Red Ruffles winked mischievously at the duo, then laughed brightly. Chen Mai smiled as he interrupted the small joke between a few people, and then booked the tickets on his cell phone. And at that moment, Kang Xiaobao grabbed Chen Mai's wrist. Chen Mai looked at Kang Xiaobao in doubt. Captain, I've done the math, and this time the training set isn't in Shanjing, but in Songnan, so there's no need to book a ticket. Really? When did you do the math? Bao. Chen Mai did not doubt the accuracy of Kang Xiaobao's divination, because the accuracy had already been demonstrated on Qingyu before. Just now, I did a fortune-telling in the interview and learned that this time, the recruit training camp is set in Sangnan, so I believe there will be a phone call soon. As expected, shortly after Kang Xiaobao's words fell, Chen Mai's phone rang. Yes, I'm Chen Mai. Okay, I understand. Don't worry, Chief. After Chen Mai hung up the phone, he looked at Kang Xiaobao several people. Xiaobao, you counted correctly. I just received a call. This time the recruit training camp has indeed been changed to Sangnan. Since that's the case, there's no rush. Just wait until tomorrow. Today I'll cook a big meal properly. Let's get together. Wonderful, Captain. I'll inform everyone. Brother 7 nights. Xiao Bao, we must have a good meal today. You certainly won't be eating particularly well for the year ahead, so let's enjoy the captain's handiwork at last today. Yes, asterisk 2. The 2 replied, and then hooked up and went out with Chen Mai to buy groceries. All of them also knew from Red Tassel that the location of this rally had been changed to the doorstep, and they were all very happy to have a big meal today. Of course, the happiest is still Chen Mai. The training location was changed to Sangnan, which means Chen Mai doesn't have to spend money on bus tickets anymore, saving another amount. Just like this, the duo of Lin Xie and Kang Xiaobao spent another night of their fun before the training set. Early the next morning, the two of them, Lin Xie and Kang Xiaobao, said goodbye to the squad's crowd and then boarded the van that was going to the recruit intensive training camp. When Chiemo drove the car while Honging sat on the co-pilot and kept talking to the two of them all the way about the details and experiences of the new recruits intensive training. And the duo didn't interrupt Red Tassel, they just listened carefully, and asked some questions from time to time in between. When you send a gentleman 1,000 miles away, there is always a goodbye. An hour later, several people arrived at the location of the recruit intensive training camp located on the outskirts of Sungnan City. Sunanzan, Chapter 21, Huffing Bao Bao. Is there really a boot camp in this hole? Lin Xie carried his Hello Kitty's pink suitcase, and Kong Xiaobao, who was carrying a travel bag, walked on the rugged and muddy mountain road, and there wasn't even a single bird around, not to mention the people, which drew Lin Xie's spit. The notification shouldn't be wrong. Let's go. Just enjoy nature. Then in the steel-forested city. In fact, Kong Xiaobao prefers this kind of natural scenery. After all, nature is God, the best treasure left for human beings. After the man had walked for a little while longer, he suddenly heard the roar of an automobile, only to see a military green SUV whistling in the distance. Dusty, like a roaring earth dragon speeding past. The SUV stopped in front of the duo with a sharp brake. The SUV rolled down its windows, revealing the man in uniform inside. The front is a military stronghold. No trespassing without authorization. What do you two do? The uniformed man asked while using his eagle-like eyes to stare at the duo dead on. It was as if the duo would decisively subdue them if they made a single bad move. Kong Xiaobao smiled a little. Hello, we're here for the rally. Here are our papers. After Kong Xiaobao finished speaking, he also signaled Lin Xie to take out his ID and handed it to the uniformed man. Training new recruits? This training notice was just issued not more than 2 days ago and you're here already. Quite fast, the uniformed man said, then picked up the documents from the hands of the two people to check them, and after making sure that they were correct, returned them to the two people. Report, we're just Songnan locals, so we came faster. When the soldier heard Kong Xiaobao's words, he nodded and picked up the walkie-talkie. Base, this is Hawkeye. Target is not dangerous. Confirmed as a recruit for intensive training. Over. Roger that. Well, you two get in the car. We'll give you a ride. Hawkeye inclined his head as he finished, signaling the two to get in the car. The duo got in and the SUV sped along, soon arriving at a large gate made of poured steel. Here we are. You two get off. And be careful not to forget your luggage, especially that Hello Kitty. Lin Xie blushed and couldn't help but mutter about the red tassel. I blame Sister Hong Yun for having to buy me a pink suitcase. It's too much of a social death. After saying that, he looked at Kong Xiaobao again. Why is Bao's backpack so normal? That was of course because Kong Xiaobao, who knew the plot, was afraid of his own social death and had prepared his own backpack early, which made the red-tasseled Shaonan duo give up on the idea of purchasing a suitcase for him. The two stood still before the great door and looked up at the 039 Recruit Intensive Training Camp. It seems that the Night's Watch's recruitment intensive has been going on for 38 sessions. Lin Xie looked at the doorway and couldn't help but mutter. As long as he passed this recruit training, he would be able to become an official member of the Night's Watch, and he couldn't help but get excited in his heart. Then looked at Kong Xiaobao next to him. Only Kong Xiaobao's face was bland, but it was also evident from his fiery eyes that his mood was also very excited right now. Recruits, what are you two's names? Lin Xie was thinking about what exciting stories would happen during his year in the boot camp when he heard someone calling them. It turned out to be an officer who came out from behind the iron gate, and the two of them put down their luggage, straightened their dress, and then saluted back. Report. New recruit Lin Xie has come to report. Report. New recruit Kong Xiaobao comes to report. A look of shock was evident in the officer's eyes as the duo alternated reporting their names. You are Lin Xie and Kong Xiaobao? After the officer finished speaking, he kept scrutinizing the two of them as if he had seen some national treasure. The two nodded at the officer's surprise. The officer saw the duo nodding and gave a small smile. Not bad, not bad. Introduce yourself. My name is Hong Hao. I'm your instructor. Hello instructor. Asterisk 2. The two greeted the man in front of them when they heard that he was actually their instructor. The man laughed even harder when he saw how polite the two were being. Relax. Now the intensive training hasn't officially started after all. There's no need to be so formal. Come on. Since you're here so early, let me take you to familiarize you with this base. The duo stood behind instructor Hong, constantly familiarizing themselves with each building. The entire base was as sturdy as a city of steel. The interior was divided into a different area, appearing to have everything in order. The duo had arrived the earliest and hadn't seen any new recruits. Only some instructors doing their daily training. That's the cafeteria over there. And that's the supply depot. The more open area over there is our training ground. We mainly do some physical training. And there, the equipment room is full of guns, ammo and cold weapons. Here, and here, the tactical training range, the shooting range. This is your dormitory area. This side is the boys' dormitory building, next to that is the girls' dormitory building. Don't go stubbing out. Instructor Hong walked along, explaining to the duo the roles of the various venues and circled around, eventually arriving at the dormitory area. Given that the two of you were the first to arrive, you are free to choose which dormitory you want to live in. And once you've made your selections, just see me to report your dormitory numbers. Okay, you're free to move around until recruit training starts, and you need to report in advance if you're going to do live fire training. Lin Chia couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth, thinking that his own marksmanship was probably just like this at the end of his training, so he resolutely ignored Instructor Hong's words about target practice. However, Lin Chia had a sentence he hadn't asked Instructor Hong on the way, and now he finally found the opportunity to ask. Instructor, why is it that we keep getting people looking at us the whole way? It's like watching pandas in a zoo. Hong Hao smiled brightly. Haha, one is an agent of the Killing Angel, and the other is a Taoist priest who can create high-quality forbidden objects in bulk, both of which are rare in 99%, so it's inevitable that everyone is a little curious. It's true that people who can create forbidden objects in bulk are rare, but what about divine agents? Are they also very rare? Were there no divine agents in the previous successive boot camps? Lin Chia asked Instructor Hong with some confusion. This has been there since. Hong Hao couldn't help but raise his head and look up at the sky, falling into memories. Actually, divine agents are so rare that you can count them on your fingers. But there were divine agents who had participated in intensive training before you, and they are now basically either members of special squads or captains of special squads. After answering Lin Chia's questions, Instructor Hong also waved his hand at the duo and left alone. The duo entered the dormitory building and stopped after finding a dormitory with better north-south ventilation and lighting. Bao, do we live together or separately? Kang Xiaobao sniffed and gave his answer after thinking for a while. Let's split up. Didn't Red Tassel tell you before to make more friends? We can make more friends if we live separately. Okay, I'll take this one then. What about you, Bao? I'm next door. The duo identified the dormitory and walked in with their bags. After a bit of organizing and packing, both of them settled in. Lin Chia knocked on the door of the room and then walked in. Bao, I'm going to get some food. Are you coming? I won't go. You go, and by the way, report our room number to Instructor Hong. When Lin Chia heard that Kang Xiaobao wasn't going, he nodded and left. After Lin Chia left, Kang Xiaobao sat cross-legged on the bed and continued to skill himself with the Wind Queen's strange door that he had just acquired not long ago. After Kang Xiaobao obtained the Wind Queen's Chi-Men, he kept practicing. He seemed to remember that the middle palace of the Wind Queen's Chi-Men had to be fixed within his own body, so that he could maximize the effect of the Wind Queen's Chi-Men. The midriff must be set in the most heart-stabilizing place within the body. Madam God is good and clear. God means Yuan Shen, the so-called primordial spirit, ignorant and unaware, unborn and indestructible. It dominates the creation of a person's body and mind. And the God of consciousness also dominates the 7 emotions and 6 desires of human beings, and is the source of human thought activities. The Yuan Shen needs to be quiet, and the sense God is good at moving. That is why we cultivators need to keep practicing and reasonably control the desires of the mind and spirit. So it is definitely wrong to place the middle palace in the Yuan Shen. If the middle palace is set in the Yuan Shen, then the Yuan Shen will not be allowed to be pure. So it is wrong. This is something that Zhou Sheng has also scolded Wang Yi. Then since the Yuan Shen is not right, then what Zhou Sheng said about the Lady God is good and clear in the Ever Clear and Quiet Sutra, then one can only arrive at the answer therein through the second half of his paragraph dash and the mind disturbs it. The answer to this can only be found in the second half of his paragraph. The other organs operate without a moment's pause, so again they are not a place of peace and fixity, and everything operates with its own rhythms. And with this hint, then the answer is clear enough. That's the heart. The heart, although it also seems to not stop for a moment, but it has a set of its own rhythmic beating to maintain the overall operation, then sees the gap between his two beats. Naturally, you can find one of the moment's peace and quiet, and directly set the formation in the heart. Think and do. Kang Xiaobao kept exploring the rhythm of his heartbeat, seizing that moment of peace and settling on the center court. After the Zhonggong was set in the body, Kang Xiaobao's innate air truly managed to dominate the 72 Ho changes between heaven and earth. Kang Xiaobao tried and made himself turn into a small sparrow. Kang Xiaobao turned into a sparrow and kept flying back and forth in the dormitory. It's a done deal. After flying for a while, Kang Xiaobao changed back to his original appearance. Ha 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 ha, it's true. The nature of the world will have a change every 5 days. 5 days for the Ho, 3 Ho for a Chi. 365 days a year is divided into 72 Ho 24 seasons. The essence of the so-called Ho is the changes in the circumference of the sky. A year is the number of the circumference of the sky. 72 Ho is the number of the circumference of the sky in the 72 changes, and the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. The number of 8 or 9 together is also 72. Mastering the 72 changes means mastering the changes in the world. So when I set the middle palace in my body, the air of the innate sky dominated the 72 Ho forces between heaven and earth, and myself became a natural born and bred thing, which is called the change of Gai Zhou Tian, transforming me into a king. Right after Kong Xiaobao successfully finished fixing the middle palace, Lin Qiye, who had finished buying things to go back, also heard Kong Xiaobao's happy laughter in the dormitory. Is Bao Bao making progress again? Smiling so happily. What a monster. I don't know how he cultivates, Lin Qiye muttered. Then with his mind, he entered the asylum of the heavens. Mother, I've come to talk with you. Base command room. Hong Hao. Meet that blazing angel agent and forbidden object master. No. According to the information it should be called a refiner. How does it feel? Hong Hao, who had just returned to the command room, heard Yuan Gang ask him and answered after taking a sip of water, reporting to the chief instructor. I've already met those two. Both of them belong to that kind of people who are relatively good at getting along with each other, and when they don't reveal their skills, they can't see their level for the time being. Well, there's no rush, just a little more observation. But, the new recruits are a bit of a challenge this time. You guys shouldn't be able to hold down the fort. Yuan Gang looked at the list of people who participated in this intensive training and couldn't help but rub his temples with a helpless face. When the other instructors in the command room heard Yuan Gang say that, they also instantly showed a look of indignation. Chief instructor, why are you trying to destroy your own reputation? We have been with you for so many years. What kind of talent have not seen? That is, Wang Fri and Xia Siming their term is not good. Which other recruits are not by us to clean up the obedience? We are not good to give That's just it. If I knew you guys wouldn't be convinced, so come and take a look at the introductions of the new recruits for this class. Yuan Gang flung the roster of recruits in his hand to a group of instructors, who picked up the roster and took a careful look at it. Then all of them sucked in a breath of cool air. My goodness, the future heir of the Bailey family? Speaking of which, this should be considered the young proprietor of our vigil, right? Why is he here as well? No matter who he is, since he's here in the boot camp, then you guys remember one thing. As long as you can't die from practicing, practice to death. The crowd looked at each other, then nodded in understanding, and then continued to look on. Oh, there are 3 more ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins. You guys, look at this one called Chao Yuan. His forbidden ruin is actually, Black King Chopping Destruction. Forbidden Market Sequence 031, the existence below the gods and above all beings. Hiss and these two, agents of the Blazing Angel Michael, and the alchemist who can batch manufacture forbidden objects. What? The Blazing Angel Michael of Divine Serial Number 003? Did his agent come as well? The crowd saw the list of recruits for the class and talked about it, and at that moment, Yuan Gang walked up to them and pointed to the note at the back of the list. Take a closer look. You guys, kill the Chuan Realm Ghostface King, and solve the Tsung Nan No 2 Middle School Nandu Snake Demon Incident. What? A temporary team member can kill the Chuan Realm's Ghostface King? The crowd took a closer look at the notes behind Kong Xiaobao's and Lin Qiye's names and couldn't help but admire them as well. Worthy of being an agent of the Blazing Angel Michael. It's just bull. I guess this Ghostface King and Nandu Serpent Demon should be the main kills for this divine agent called Lin Qiye, while that refiner should be acting as a support from the side. That's right. The crowd thought that Lin Qiye had done both of these things, and Kong Xiaobao, as a refiner, was in charge of creating forbidden objects, and couldn't be considered a frontal combatant, so he thought that he shouldn't have a particularly powerful attack. Yuan Gang also shook his head speechlessly when he heard their words. Others didn't know, but he did know that this Kong Xiaobao was the commander-in-chief, personally naming him to pay more attention, and it also gave him an order to hire Kong Xiaobao as a temporary instructor to assist him, and it also sent all of Kong Xiaobao's information. But part of Kong Xiaobao's content belonged to absolute secrecy and was not allowed to be divulged to anyone other than Yuan Gang. Because of this, Yuan Gang had an extremely high regard for Kong Xiaobao. However, Yuan Gang still wanted to measure Kong Xiaobao's ability, hiring as a temporary instructor. Not impossible, but the prerequisite has to pass his test measure later. Alright, this time you guys realize how tricky the recruits in this training are, right? Do you still think you can keep them down now? The crowd was silent, and they also showed a look of shame. Yuan Gang looked at the crowd like this and also said, there's no need to be frustrated. The fact that there are so many good seedlings means that our Night's Watch troops are getting stronger, which is a good thing. You are all the best instructors that I, Yuan Gang, have carefully selected and chosen. I believe you can teach them a lot, but this time the recruits are a bit trickier, so I'm going to let the masked squad shake things up, otherwise you won't be able to temper them well later. The crowd was also very happy to hear Yuan Gang recognize them, but when they heard that Yuan Gang was going to call the masked squad to come to town. They were also incredulous, thinking that the commotion was a bit too big, but then after thinking about it, they felt that it was the right thing to do. A divine agent, a forbidden artifact master, the Bailey family's young master, 3 ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins, could only let the masquerade squad hold down the fort. The others were expected to be more suspenseful. Yuan Gang looked at the set roster in his hand and also revealed a smile. This recruiting class is so much fun. I hope you guys surprise me enough. Chapter 22. Is it a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? Next day. Knock knock. Bao, are you up? Kang Xiaobao happened to finish his morning lessons and opened the door to his room when he heard Lin Qia's voice. Brother Bao, you're up. You haven't had breakfast yet. Let's go together. Okay, 7 nights. Let's go. After the duo dazzled an early breakfast at the cafeteria, as soon as they came back, they saw a group of more black-robed men at the entrance of Lin Qia's dormitory, and a very flattering butler-like figure who was saying something to the people in the room. What's the situation? Which family's young master is here? Lin Qia was also very puzzled as he looked at the group of people in front of his room, and Kang Xiaobao knew that this was Bailey Chubby coming and said to Lin Qia, "Go and see if you don't." Lin Qia felt that Kang Xiaobao was right, so he walked over with Kang Xiaobao, and just as he arrived at the door, he heard the voice of the butler inside. "Egu, Mr. Little, look at this place. It's too much of a burden for you to live here. Let's go back. You're fine. Why are you suffering? I'm here to train, not to sigh. You are so angry." The butler didn't mind at all the tone of the man in the room. "Little Master Tai, you forgot to speak Mandarin when you came here." "Oh, it's like that. I almost forgot. Young master, then I won't dissuade you much, but since you're living here, I'll help you clean out that man's stuff. What class is worthy of living with our young master? Come, those two. Who? Clear the stuff out for little Master Tai." When Lin Qia heard this, he was furious and thought to himself, he had just arrived for the second day and had even encountered a bullying and face-punching incident from a dog-blooded novel. Lin Qia was planning to go up and teach this evil slave a lesson, and before he could do so, he heard an angry curse from his room. "Throw your mother away, asshole. This is my roommate's stuff. You streetwalker, try moving it. Who taught you to be such a bully?" With that said, Lin Qia and Kang Xiaobao saw a white, quiet, and rich little fat man come out from the house and kick that butler out with a Leo flying kick. Lin Qia froze for a moment. He guessed this beginning but not this ending. Where was the face-punching part that he had been longing for? "Brother Bao, it looks like this little fatty is not what I thought he was." And when the little chubby guy who came out of the house saw the duo who were now not far away, he immediately showed a smile and trotted over. "Hello guys, let me introduce myself. My name is Bailey Tu Ming. If you guys think my name is rather awkward, you can call me Chubby or Bailey Chubby both." Lin Qia and Kang Xiaobao looked at the smiling little fatty in front of them who even extended his hand. The two of them looked at each other and also shook his hand and introduced themselves. "Lin Qia, Bailey Xiao. Ahem. Sorry for subconsciously thinking of that name. My name is Kang Xiaobao." "Oh, so it's Brother 7 Nights and Brother Xiaobao. First time meeting, please take care of them." Bailey Fatty shook hands with the two in turn while inquiring, "Dare I ask you both, which one of you is my roommate?" Before Lin Qia could speak, Kang Xiaobao pointed at Lin Qia. Bailey Chubby also realized that the handsome boy in front of him, Lin Qia, was none other than his roommate. "Crooked, you should stop lying on the floor and bring me the gift I prepared for my new friend. Can you do something to wake up a little?" The butler who was lying on the ground immediately jumped up when he heard Bailey Chubby's words, and took out 2 large boxes from the bodyguards on the side and handed them to Bailey Chubby. After Bailey Chubby took it, he opened the box, instantly revealing the golden watch inside. "Brother 7 Nights, this is a gift I prepared for you, a little bit of local specialty from my hometown, a small token of appreciation. And Brother Xiaobao, meeting each other is fate. You pick one too." Lin Qia looked at the watch in front of him that was glittering with golden light and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes. "Chubby, does your family sell watches?" Chubby Bailey sniffed and scratched his head with his hand, revealing a very kind smile. In fact, my family what business are stained a little bit la. I am an ordinary family child, not what rich second-generation la." Lin Qia sniffed and handed Kang Xiaobao a look, who instantly understood Lin Qia's meaning. "Brother Bao, isn't that the landlord's stupid son? That's right. Smiley face. Ahem. 7 Nights. Since Bailey Chubby student has such a heart, let's just accept it. Don't affect the unity." Saying that, Kang Xiaobao also picked a piece of green water ghost from inside the box and wore it on his hand, and he had to say that it was indeed rich and noble. Well, one is responsible for being rich. Seeing that Lin Qia was still a bit hesitant, Bailey Chubby thought that he didn't like the green ghost, and then picked out other watches from inside the other boxes. "Brother 7 Nights, is it that you don't like the green aqua ghost?" No matter, there's still a Patek Philippe here. When Lin Xie saw that Bailey Chubby kept opening other boxes, he also immediately stopped it. He stated that he would just pick one at random. Bailey Chubby was also instantly happy when he saw Lin Xie accept a watch. Well, it's not that hard to make new friends. It's only my first day here and I've made 2 new friends, so it looks like I still have a talent for making friends. Hey, you guys need to stop standing here and affecting the cityscape. Are you going back? Don't affect my time with my new friends. The butler licked his smile and led the crowd away with a bow. Seeing that the group of his men had left, Bailey Fatty also invited Xiao Bao and 7 knights inside the dormitory to chat together. And Kong Xiaobao thought of a reason to shrug it off and didn't go in. He was aware of it. Something indescribable might happen in a while. And when Kong Xiaobao went back to his dormitory, he realized that a newcomer had taken up residence. When Kong Xiaobao came in, he saw a handsome young man with a dark face and flat hair sitting on the bed, twirling his Buddha beads and seemingly singing Buddhist scriptures. And the sound of Kong Xiaobao opening the door likewise caught the youth's attention. Amit Ba Buddha. This monk, I think you are my roommate. My name is Chao Yuan. Kong Xiaobao nodded at his words, but in his heart, he thought, it turned out to be he. Speaking of which, this Chao Yuan was quite miserable, because he had the soul of a black king living in his body, causing him to slaughter a village in one night when he wasn't conscious, and then developed a demon in his mind, thinking that he was a person with heinous sins. Through the prophecy of the Golden Cicada Grand Master of Jiuhua Mountain, he came here, looking for Lin Xie to atone for his sins. Hello, Chao Yuan. I'm your roommate Kong Xiaobao. With a nod, Chao Yuan closed his eyes and then continued to whisk the Buddha beads and sing the sutra. Kong Xiaobao wasn't surprised when he saw this scene. He knew that the only person Chao Yuan was concerned about in the early stages was Lin Xie. When he saw that Chao Yuan closed his eyes and stopped paying attention to him, he planned to cultivate for a while himself. Just as he was about to sit on the bed, suddenly, Chao Yuan next to him stopped chanting and instantly opened his eyes wide before looking at him. What did you say your name was? Kong Xiaobao also looked stunned when he heard Chao Yuan ask him, but still answered, my name is Kong Xiaobao. I'm a Taoist priest. Why? Chao Yuan didn't answer Kong Xiaobao's question, but murmured something to himself. The road to prosperity is open to you. A small taste of what's to come. The first appearance of the treasure is a surprise to the 4 seats. He will soar into a true dragon. So I see. At once, Chao Yuan looked at Kong Xiaobao as if he had seen that beautiful human wife. His eyes glowing green, he threw down his Buddha beads and climbed over from the bed. When Kong Xiaobao saw the scene of Chao Yuan, the back of his neck went cold and the hairs on his body exploded. Hey, what are you doing? I'm warning you legal society do not mess Hey, you stop, don't you come over here. Yeah no, wrap your wrists in gold. Schizo, don't. Seeing that Chao Yuan was getting closer to him, Tang Xiaobao instantly made a move to entangle his hands and tackled Chao Yuan's wrist. What happened? Kong Xiaobao and Chao Yuan's shouts reached Lin Xie's dormitory next to them, and the two who were sniffing each other's feet heard the shouts and instantly came to Kong Xiaobao's dormitory, and then they saw this scene. It's okay, this kid didn't know what kind of sickness he suddenly had and lunged towards me. I haven't even touched my body yet. Why should he? Lin Xie, hey, you're quite a keeper Man, didn't you inherit Wei Wu's legacy? How come you still have a male mouth? I'm warning you, don't mess around or I'll get mad. I'll really get mad After Kong Xiaobao warned Chao Yuan, he also let go of his hand. Chao Yuan rubbed his wrist, but didn't blame Kong Xiaobao in the slightest. Instead, he continued to look at him with passion and fire. Kong Xiaobao, your name is Kong Xiaobao. It's like this. I committed a great sin because of myself. Then I practiced in the temple of Jiuhua Mountain. Before I came here, the Golden Cicada Venerable Master of Jiuhua Mountain told me that I would meet 2 noble people when I came to Cangnan. One of them was you, and he said that you could solve the problem on me. The Golden Cicada Archmage is truly amazing. I didn't expect to meet you on my first day here. In the end, Chao Yuan recited the poem that the Golden Cicada Grand Master had told him to Kong Xiaobao. Kong Xiaobao was also incredulous after listening to the poem given to him by the Golden Cicada Archmage. This old monk has 2 brushes. He even knows my name, but wasn't Lin Xie the only one in the original? How come there's another me? And saying that I can solve the problem on his body. This is true. If one can obtain the spirit detaining dispatch, one can really help Chao Yuan solve this problem on his body. But not now. After figuring out the situation, Kong Xiaobao knew that he had misunderstood Chao Yuan and told him that he was sorry. Then he saw Lin Xie's expression that was full of wisdom and knew that he was thinking about something unhealthy. So he had a bright idea and said to Chao Yuan, I'm guessing, the other guy's message wasn't Twin Woods Rising. Yagami going one, into the night for 10 years, and ferry me to the world. Chao Yuan was stunned when he heard Kong Xiaobao's words. How did you know? Sure enough you're the one I'm looking for. What Archmage Golden Cicada said was too accurate. Since you know the information that Archmage Golden Toad left me, do you know who the other person he was talking about is? Kang Xiaobao didn't say anything, but just hemmed and hawed, then drank loudly. Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye looked at the duo in front of him, not yet knowing what was going on, and was suddenly startled by this cold bellow. I'll go Bao. Why are you calling me so loud? You scared me. Kang Xiaobao didn't say anything, but looked at Chao Yuan with a smile, and Chao Yuan realized at this time that the other person was actually the youth at the door. At that moment, Chao Yuan looked at Lin Qiye with a frenzied gaze, then laughed loudly and pounced over. Ha 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 ha, so that's how it is. Lin Qiye, you're the one who can help me clear my sins. Lin Qiye looked at Chao Yuan, who was hugging his legs, and didn't know what was happening, thinking that he had met a pervert. Who are you? Let go of me. My pants are about to fall off. Brother Bao, save me. There's a pervert. Instead, Kang Xiaobao ignored Lin Qiye's plea for help and instead took out his cell phone and took a picture and sent it to the Squad 136 home crowd. Sambo little goddess, family members, come and see. To do such a thing in broad daylight, whether this is a distortion of human nature or a moral degeneration, let's keep an eye on the subsequent episodes. Ding dong, Lovely Nan 3, wow, that's awesome. Murmur, poor review. I can't believe there's no video. General Zhao, I didn't expect 7 nights to. No, I'd better put on the chastity belt my daughter-in-law gave me. I'm a bit panicked. The immortal bird that died just once, things are unpredictable. Tell 7 nights. Be safe. Black Impermanence, aren't you guys in intensive training, now that the Night's Watch is so open? Ha, that was so much fun. All great talent. Bao, you're still laughing. Come and save me. Ahem. Here it comes. Only then did Kang Xiaobao allow Chao Yuan to explain his situation. Only after hearing about Chao Yuan did Lin Qiye let out a sigh of relief. Alright, you can follow us if you want to, but I can't guarantee that I can clear your sins. And as for fixing what's happening to you, Bao might have a solution. Chao Yuan also calmed his excitement at this time and said to the two of them, it's okay, 7 nights. Although you can't clear my sins now, it doesn't mean you can't in the future. I believe in you. Likewise, I also believe in Brother Bao. You will definitely solve the problems on me. The Golden Cicada Archmage is a high-ranking person. If he says you guys can do it, you definitely can. From this day forward, I give myself to you, and you may use me as you wish. Never treat me as a human being. Bailey Chubby, who was standing next to Lin Qiye, was greatly offended when he heard Chao Yuan's words. Bad. Here comes the opponent. It looks like it's still very strong. The dog-licking degree is as high as 3 numbers. Since the explanation was clear, then each went back to his own dormitory and did his own thing, while one after another from the afternoon until the next day. Many new recruits came. The whole dormitory building was noisy and laughing, and people were introducing themselves to each other. Early the next morning, Kang Xiaobao and the others were roused by the noise from the dormitory building. When Kang Xiaobao, Chao Yuan, and Lin Qiye came out, they saw Bailey Chubby clasping a row of watches in each hand. Come, all brothers, everyone, my name is Bailey Chubby. I want to make friends with everyone. First time meeting, prepared some hometown souvenirs for everyone. Everyone don't be polite, take whatever you want. The crowd was surprised by the level of dirtiness of Bailey Fatty, and they all said that they were willing to be friends with the dirtiness. Just then, suddenly came the voice of Instructor Hong Hao. What the are you doing? What is this place? A food market? What's all this racket? Listen to me carefully. All of you will gather in the playground at 2 o'clock. If you're late, you're on your own. Get lost. After the crowd was reprimanded by Hong Hao, they did a bird and animal scatter. Bao, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Kang Xiaobao heard Lin Qiye's words and patted his shoulder. Don't doubt your feelings. These instructors will probably give us a hard time this afternoon. Don't worry about it. Soldiers will come and go. Water will come and go. Chapter 23, Masked Senator. 14 p.m. Training ground. 240 new recruits stood on the training ground, but most of them stood crookedly, and some of them even didn't have their clothes completely on. If an outsider were to look at them, they would definitely say something like, a rabble. Of course, there are also very individuals standing there fully clothed, and Kang Xiaobao, Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan and others are amongst this list. As for our Bailey Chubby, we can only say that we don't blame him. The clothes are too small. It's the clothes' fault. His pants couldn't be lifted up at all, and he was still exposing a small portion of his butt, but being blocked by the top, it was completely unnoticeable. On the training ground are instructors standing in rows and rows with serious looks. Among them, the one standing in the C position is our chief instructor of this recruit intensive training, Yuan Gang. I'm glad you guys aren't late, Chief Instructor, but the way you guys are acting is making Chief Instructor me uncomfortable. Hong Hao understood Yuan Gang's meaning and stood out a step to shout. All stand still, no talking to each other. No talking. The 240 recruits heard Instructor Hong's roar, and only then did they reluctantly stand in formation. Yuan Gang looked at the group of recruits on the stage and his brows couldn't help but frown. Let me introduce myself. I'm the chief instructor of your recruit intensive training camp. My name is Yuan Gang. Look at you guys, you don't look like soldiers. I know you're all new recruits who just entered the Night's Watch, but a soldier is a soldier, and a soldier must look like a soldier. Looking at your attire, those who don't know will think you've come to the Vimeo site. Now, in 3 minutes, fix your clothes and stand here neatly, or I'll leave you with no clothes for the rest of the year. As soon as Yuan Gang's words fell, the other instructors stepped forward one after another and called out to the recruits on the stage. Come on, didn't say you did I? Roll your sleeves down, and you fasten your buttons and put your hat on right. 3 minutes later, Yuan Gang looked at the well-dressed crowd on the stage, which revealed a hint of a smile. Very good, that's what a little bit of a soldier looks like. However, this is just your exterior. Your insides are still far from being a real soldier, but that's okay, you guys just came here. We'll adjust slowly. After Yuan Gang finished speaking, he took out a pile of information from Instructor Hong Hao behind him. Do you know what I'm holding in my hand? The recruits on the stage were whispering and muttering to each other, and when they were stopped by the instructor on the stage, they all shook their heads to show that they didn't know. Yuan Gang smiled lightly, then opened the folder in his hand. In here, is your information, given to us by the captain of the vigilante squad in your city. It contains a record of what feats you so-and-so have performed on a given day, what outstanding performances you've had, what your forbidden ruins are. There's a super high-risk forbidden ruin in there, a divine agent, etc., 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 etc. After Instructor Yuan finished speaking, the recruits on the stage couldn't help but puff out their chests with a self-satisfied look. Yuan Gang looked at the complacent recruits on stage and knew what they were thinking, so he didn't say anything, but just took out a lighter from his pants pocket and lit the binder. A roaring fire reflected in the eyes of the 240 recruits. At this point someone took offense and shouted, Why burn our information and honor? Yuan Gang looked at the man who walked out and laughed loudly. Honor? What a laugh! Then with a fierce face, he said to the man who had just been there, Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You just get a little bit of small honor, and then you are complacent, thinking that the sky is the boss and you're the boss. I'm telling you, you're not even close. Look at these guys behind me. Which one of them didn't die for Dacia and gain numerous honors? Ask them if they dare to show these things in front of me. Let me tell you, your so-called ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins, divine agents, and illustrious lineages, you're nothing in my eyes. You're just a bunch of trash, a bunch of losers. If I were on your team, I would be in agony because I know that sooner or later, you guys are going to get me killed, because you have no idea what you are about to face. You are, in my opinion, the ones who give the mystery to go and deliver the meal. The 240 recruits were so enraged by Yuan Gang's call that their chests seemed to be drumming like a bellows, and the crowd of instructors behind them glanced at each other with a small hint of shock in their eyes. Instructor Yuan has changed to a new tactic this year. You don't say. It's quite new. Yuan Gang looked at the recruits on the stage and smiled arrogantly, wanting this feeling in his heart. What? You guys aren't convinced? Think what I said was wrong? Think we're just better than you guys because we joined the Night's Watch a few years earlier than you guys, right? If you guys had joined the Night's Watch with us, we definitely wouldn't be a match for you guys, right? It doesn't matter. Say it. Which one of you is not convinced? Me. No. Serve. Only a backwards-hatted, gum-chewing, handsome teenager stood out with his hand raised. The teenager's eyes filled with disdain. Very good. Recruit, what's your name? The teenager spoke his name word for word, the disdain in his eyes as if it had turned into substance. Shin Qingzhu. Not bad. A bit of guts. Who else? All stand out for me to see. And me. I'm not convinced either. Asterisk 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 if I join the Night's Watch in the same batch as you guys, I could beat the out of you. Right. That's right. As Shin Qingzhu took the lead, more and more people came forward. At this time, Bailey Chubby, who was standing behind Kong Xiaobao and Lin Qiye, asked the duo, 7 Knights, do you serve? Lin Qiye didn't turn around either and just whispered to Bailey Chubby, Me? I'm convinced. That chief instructor was right. Most of the guys in here have never had sex, and there's a good chance that they'll be sacrificed against mystery. Bailey Fatty nodded, then asked Kong Xiaobao the same question. Me? I'm convinced, but I don't agree with him, and I'm not one of the losers he's talking about anyway. 7 Knights had just said that most of these recruits hadn't fought against mystery, and they simply didn't understand what they were encountering. if they encounter the mysteries that 7 knights and I have encountered, only a handful of them can survive. That is, that Shinshinju who led the way, and that Molly and the female soldiers, as well as you and Chao Yuan, can survive in one piece. Bailey Chubby, hearing that Kong Xiaobao even categorized himself as the stronger one, was also happy beyond measure, but then he reacted. Bao, what about you? How did you leave yourself behind? Kong Xiaobao smiled and didn't say anything. At this time, Lin Chia helplessly said to Bailey Chubby, your Bao Bao single-handedly killed the Chuan Realm's mystery with his bare hands a month ago, when he first joined the vigilante squad, and soloed more than 60 of the Nandu Snake Demon's children who averaged in the Jhan realm, and the Pool Realm's Nandu Snake Demon's main body. What do you say? Behind him, Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan next to him were also shocked when they heard Kong Xiaobao's battle record. Newbie Bao. No, Master Bao, begging for a big brother to take me flying, Bailey Chubby said, but also stole quietly stuffed Kong Xiaobao a Patek Philippe. Although Chao Yuan didn't fawn like Bailey Chubby, he was also shocked in his heart, but he quickly reacted that since he could solve his body's problems, it was normal to have this kind of strength. That's right, Chao Yuan was even more determined to believe that Kong Xiaobao could solve the problem on him at this time. Good, you've got guts. I admire you guys more or less. At least you look like men, but I'm going to let you truly see how far you are from the so-called genius experts. After Yuan Gang finished speaking, he picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand and looked to the sky. Come on down. The crowd also looked into the sky along with Yuan Gang's gaze. There's nothing in the sky. What does he want? Of these recruits, only Kong Xiaobao and Lin Chia could sense something in the sky? Heavenly. Roger that. The man in the king's mask got his orders and jumped out of the helicopter with his crew. A man wearing a purple mask kept yelling in the air. Annoying. Swirl, if you scream again, I'll whack you to death. Chance, I don't want to, but I'm afraid of heights. The man in the king mask, looking at the vortex as such, also said to the other man in the scales mask, it's too humiliating. Tian Ping, there's no need to control the gravity of the vortex in a while. Just let him land freely. Let's get a new team member. Swirl, so, love goes away does it? The man with the scales mask nodded his head. Okay, Captain. It just so happens that I'm about to make a breakthrough recently and my gravity manipulation is unstable, so it's better to have one less person. Swirl instantly panicked when she heard the duo's conversation, and hurriedly stated that she wouldn't scream anymore. Saying that, he covered his mouth with his hand. You see 7 little black dots in the sky. Where is it? Where is it? Let's see. Holy, there's more. That's 7, right? Holy, that's really true, but they don't seem to have parachutes with them, so how are they planning to land? As the few people in the sky got closer to the ground, a number of recruits saw them. Hey, you guys, they all seem to be wearing masks. Not bad. It wouldn't be the legendary masked squad, would it? Just as the 7 were about to land on the training ground, the man in the scales mask used his forbidden market and instantly switched stances, causing the 7 to land lightly on the ground. The ratio makes them pretend to be perfect. The masquerade crowd each stood and struck a handsome pose, addressing the group. Hello everyone, we are Puff. Before a few people could finish their introductions, Swirl, wearing a purple mask, knelt down towards the crowd. The training ground was dead silent. At this moment, Wang Fei couldn't help but slightly twitch the corner of his eye. King face, or we should just get someone else before it's too late. Yuan Gang, isn't it a town hall? How come you kneeled before the battle? The recruits were confused, looking incredulously at the whirlpool in front of them. They all wondered if they had come to a fake masquerade squad? Is this really the masked squad? It's not here to be funny, is it? N. Maelstrom was embarrassed at this moment, especially when he saw the captain's angry eyes burning with fire, and winced. Then a bright idea came to mind to alleviate the embarrassment. Hello comrades, I'm Maelstrom from Masked Squad, and I'm here to wish you all a good morning in advance. After saying that, he quickly stood up and struck what he thought was a very handsome pose. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. What the hell? Swirl, you're a disgrace. Captain, I'm sorry, you know, I'm afraid of heights. Just now all of a sudden my legs went weak. The crowd shook their heads breathlessly, then pulled themselves together and shouted, hello everyone, we are the Masked Squad. In passing, it also exuded its own aura. I'll go. It's really the Masked Squad. This aura is so strong. There's no escape. It must be the real Masked Squad. Is this the Masked Squad number 004 of the special squads in the legendary Dasha Vigil? It's so handsome. Yuan Gang looked at the reaction of the new recruits below and forgot about the embarrassing and incomparable incident just now. I thought to myself, things are not out of my control after all. Ahem. That's right. Standing in front of you is the Masked Squad, one of the special squads of 004 in the Dasha Vigil. Each and every one of them is an elite of the elite. Just now, All of you were unconvinced and thought that you were the geniuses, so I'll give you a chance. The corners of Yuan Gang's mouth curled up slightly, and his loud voice resounded in the training ground. From now until 9 o'clock at night, if you can remove the mask of any one of the masked squad, then you can do whatever you want, and I will absolutely not care about you. Even if you don't want to participate in the intensive training, it doesn't matter. I will directly approve you to officially become a vigilante. But if you don't take off the mask of any of them by 9 o'clock, then it's considered that you lose. At that time, all of you will put away your pride and arrogance. You will do whatever we tell you to do, and train however we tell you to train. How about it? Dare you? The people looked at each other's comrades next to them, and then one of them stepped forward and shouted, "This isn't fair. The masked squad is at the Chuan realm per capita. Their captain is even at the Sea realm, while we're all at the Jiantian realm on average, and some of us aren't even at the Jiantian realm. How can we fight?" That's it. Isn't that bullying honest people? Quiet. Don't talk to me about fairness. When you meet Mystery, does Mystery talk to you about fairness? Are you going to say, "Mystery, my realm isn't as high as yours. Let's not fight between the two of us"? Is that possible? The crowd of recruits were so disliked by Yuan Gang's words that they couldn't open their mouths. However, this time I will convince you that the members of the Mask Squad will suppress their own realms to the Marigold realm and fight against you. Is that alright? As soon as the words left his mouth, the recruits on the field instantly exploded. If that was the case, the crowd had the confidence to remove the mask of the Masked Squad. If that was the case and they didn't dare to fight against them, then they might as well go home and farm. So they all cried out to give the Masked Squad a bit of color. Yes, we promise. That's right, and show these veterans what we're made of. Just as the crowd was making an unusual amount of noise, Wang Fri, who was on the stage, couldn't help but look at Lin Chie and Kong Xiaobao, who were a few people below the stage. I guess this is the Blazing Angel's divine agent Lin Chie on the profile, and that Kong Xiaobao who has another cultivation system. Surprisingly, there was 031's Black King Chopper behind him and the future heir of the Bailey family. Interesting. And Kong Xiaobao and Lin Chie also noticed Wang Fri's gaze, only that Kong Xiaobao glanced at him and looked back, while Lin Chie seemed to be a bit curious about this Wang Fri, who was also an agent of the gods, so he quietly emanated the divine might of a blazing angel, and Wang Fri similarly sensed the divine might of the blazing angel, and unfurled his own divine might of the god of time against it. The confrontation between the two was instantaneous and did not put much pressure on the others. Interesting, you guys go ahead and eliminate the others and give me that blazing angel's divine agent. Roger that, Captain. N. Chief Instructor. I don't think it's necessary for all 7 of us to deal with this bunch of new recruits. We'll just put out 5. Arrogant. When the group of recruits on the field heard Wang Fri's words, they couldn't help but be enraged, vowing to give the Masked Squad a taste of their power. No problem. Then I'll leave them to you next. After Yuan Gang finished speaking, he led a group of instructors towards the command center located underground. Ding. Random quest released. Mission 1 against 5. Mission details: use the feats you possess to defeat the 5 members of the Masked Warriors, and make the people realize that what the old ancestors left behind is the most powerful. Quest reward: 8 wonderful techniques. Air body source stream. Coming good. Kong Xiaobao received the quest message and couldn't help but smile. 1 against 5. Interesting. I can't say it's stress-free. I can only say, stress-free. It's time for the means of the air refiner to come to the forefront amongst this world. Let you know, Hualu is the most seldom. Chapter 24, I'm here to smoke you. The crowd of new recruits looked at the Masked Squad on the stage with fists and palms. Their high fighting spirit was like a blazing fire pouncing on the Masked Squad on the stage. I can't wait to show them what I'm made of. Hey, when do we start? Just then, as the new recruits' words trailed off, a giant pink warhammer slammed into the crowd. Boom! Ah! As the huge pink warhammer fell into the crowd, a group of recruits were immediately smashed, and their heart-rending screams resounded through the sky. The owner of the giant hammer, on the other hand, slowly put it away and smiled contemptuously. Are you guys hard of hearing? It just said from 2 to 9, which means the battle has already begun. Rose on the stage retrieved the giant hammer and slung it over her shoulder, still looking at the new recruits on the stage with a disdainful expression. Asterisk. Young people do not talk about martial virtues, even sneak attack. I advise you to rat-tail Jews. And when the remaining recruits on the field saw this scene, they also mobilized their forbidden markets and started attacking the Masked Squad. For a while, red, yellow, blue, different colors of energy, as if they were cannonballs, attacked the Masked Warriors on the stage. Just as the attack was about to fall on the Masked Squad, Maelstrom stepped forward and pointed upwards with his hand, only to see a purple vortex form in the sky, sucking all the attacks in. Hey, Chance hit a little hard, didn't he? Maelstrom looked over at Chance with a helpless expression. Don't worry, they're fine. I've got my hands full. but this new class of soldiers is really weak. I only put out 1/10 of my strength and they're no good. The recruits in the field were also dumbfounded when they saw the attack being absorbed by the vortex. Asterisk 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 how can we fight when all our attacks are absorbed by him? And Maelstrom smiled coldly when he saw that the recruits on the field were no longer attacking. I accept the big gift. It's not a gift to come, and I hope you will like my gift. GGG. As the vortex's words fell and his finger pointed at the crowd of recruits on the stage, all of the attacks that had just been absorbed flew out of the purple vortex and attacked the recruits on the stage straight away. This scene made Kong Xiaobao think of someone instead, Morong Fu. There was another flood of screams. The instructors of the underground base shook their heads as they looked at the avatars on the screen that kept turning gray. Ugh, the battle has only just begun and already more than 60 numbers have been eliminated. The recruits of this class are a bit weak, aren't they? Hong Hao took over at this point and said, "It can't be helped. They're facing a masked squad that has decimated the mysterious of the limitless realm. Ah, the elite of the elite. Even if they suppressed their cultivation to the marigold realm, there's no way to suppress their battle sense, their battle experience, and their physical qualities." The other instructors nodded and recognized Hong Hao's words. That's right. It's not that these recruits are too good. It's that the masked squad is too good. Yeah, so it looks like this fight will be over at a very fast pace. Just then, an instructor suddenly saw Kong Xiaobao on the screen sitting on the podium of the training ground by himself, and was also very puzzled. Come and see. You guys, why isn't this guy running? Instead, he's still sitting there. It's as if this fight has nothing to do with him. When the others heard his words, they also looked at Kong Xiaobao on the screen. Really? What's up with this guy? Let's see. Oh, he's the forbidden object master. I guess he knows he's not fit to fight, so he's lying flat, right? That's true. After all, fighting is not his specialty. His role should be reflected in creating forbidden objects. Yuan Gang also saw Kong Xiaobao on the screen at this time, only he didn't think the same as the crowd. He was a bit curious instead, although he didn't know what Kong Xiaobao really wanted to do, but what he was sure of was that Kong Xiaobao definitely wasn't already lying flat like the crowd said. What kind of surprises will you bring to me after being seen by the Commander-in-Chief? I hope you won't fail to live up to my expectations of you. And as if Kong Xiaobao had sensed something, he also looked up at the camera, exchanged glances with Yuan Gang through the air, and then smiled. Time to pull back to when the battle first started. Lin Qiye and the others looked at the recruits who were sent flying in the field and couldn't help but shake their heads, cursing. Stupid. What do you think? Do you really think you can beat the masked squad so easily? Don't flatter yourself. That's a special squad among the Night's Watch. They've killed more mysteries in a year than they've trained. 7 nights. Brother Bao, what do we do? Shall we go on? Bailey Fatty pulled Lin Qiye's arm and asked the duo, while Chao Yuan next to him didn't say anything. But he also looked up at Lin Qiye and Kong Xiaobao and asked the same question as Bailey Fatty, although Chao Yuan was reluctant to pick up his sword again. If it was a request from these two, he would definitely do it. Lin Qiye looked at the battle in the field and said to the crowd, "We don't need to go up first. Let them go and consume the physical strength of the masked squad. Let's go and get our weapons first. And by the way, find a more secluded place to look at their tactics. Knowing the enemy and knowing ourselves is the only way to win 100 battles. And if we want to defeat the masked squad, we can't do it with just these people. So we need to unite a few good players, like those few remaining ultra-high-risk forbidden markets. A group of sheep united are also sheep. That's for wolves to deliver food to. A group of wolves united is called strong. That's right. Lin Qiye's idea at this time was simple. To remove a few people around himself, unite with Xin Qingzhu and Mali as Kong Xiaobao had said earlier, and then distract the masked squad's fighting force one-on-one so that they could have a chance of winning. Hearing Lin Qiye's words, Bailey Fatty and Chao Yuan felt that it made perfect sense and said that he would take the lead and they would do whatever Lin Qiye said. Good, then let's go to the warehouse and get weapons while we can. The two of them, Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan, nodded at the words and then ran out after Lin Qiye, but when the three of them ran a few steps, they suddenly realized that one person was missing, so they turned back to Kong Xiaobao. Lin Qiye didn't know what Kong Xiaobao was playing at, so he asked suspiciously, "Bao, what's wrong with you? Is there something else wrong with my plan?" Lin Qiye thought that Kong Xiaobao didn't go with them because he felt that there were loopholes in Lin Qiye's plan, so he wanted to hear Kong Xiaobao's opinion. When Kong Xiaobao heard Lin Qiye's words, he turned back to them and smiled slowly. "It's okay, your plan is perfect, but in this plan, I want to change it." Lin Qiye didn't know what Kong Xiaobao had in mind, but he still asked him sincerely, "Bao, what do you want to change?" "It's very simple, just do all the plans as you just said, except the only thing that's changed is, I'm going to pick off all 5 of them by myself, and you guys can find a safe place where you can see us sparring to carefully analyze and understand their tactics." "What?" *3. Bailey Fatty picked at his ears before looking at Lin Qiye in shock. 7 nights, did I hear correctly just now? What did Brother Bao say? He's going to battle the masked squad alone. Hiss. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Xie had his own, Mortal Dust Divine Realm, boost, he probably would have suspected that his ears were out of order. However, because of this, Lin Xie couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he heard Kong Xiaobao's words. In his heart, Kong Xiaobao was strong, but not so strong that he could pick the entire masked squad by himself. Bao. Lin Xie was going to say whether Kong Xiaobao would be a bit presumptuous, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Kong Xiaobao. It's fine, don't worry, even if I can't beat them, I still don't have a problem if I run. You guys just find a safer place and watch. Lin Xie and the others had wanted to dissuade them, but after seeing Kong Xiaobao's determined eyes, they realized that Kong Xiaobao wouldn't listen to them. Lin Xie knew after spending some time with Kong Xiaobao that Kong Xiaobao was a person who would never change his plans because of other people's discouragement, so he swallowed back the words he hadn't yet said, and after saying be careful, he took Bailey Chubby and Xiao Yuan and left. Although Bailey Fatty and Xiao Yuan didn't quite understand Kong Xiaobao's character, they probably understood when they saw Lin Xie like this, so they said take care and left with Lin Xie. As for Kong Xiaobao, after seeing Lin Xie and the others leave, he slowly and leisurely walked over to the podium and then lazily sat down on it, looking at the big melee on the field with disinterest. As Kong Xiaobao sat there, the masked squad saw him as well, only intending to prioritize the remaining recruits in the field before taking care of him. They had all read Kong Xiaobao's profile, but they didn't take him seriously. In their eyes, Kong Xiaobao was nothing more than a fighting master and a forbidden artifact maker who made forbidden artifacts. I'm sure they can easily take Kong Xiaobao at their level. Only Wang Mian didn't think so. When he saw Kong Xiaobao sitting leisurely on the stage, a sense of crisis couldn't help but rise in his heart. This was his sixth sense that he had cultivated from years of battling the mysterious. Being often on the front line of combat, he understood that as a veteran himself, he must go on believing in it for this kind of metaphysical sensation, because that was a kind of sensation that only those who fought outside for years would possess when it came to the arrival of a threat, if at all. On the other side, Lin Xie and the others didn't go to the weapons depot because they were worried about Kong Xiaobao, but instead came to a tall building not far from the center of the battle to observe the battle on the field. If they realized that Kong Xiaobao was outmatched in strength, they would rush over and take Kong Xiaobao away from the battlefield at the first opportunity. At the same time, they also looked at Kong Xiaobao with a kind of curiosity, curious as to just how far Kong Xiaobao's strength had reached. 10 minutes later, the rest of the field was out except for the fleeing recruits, and the only figures on the field were the constantly busy figures of the medical staff. And all the people in the masked squad looked at Kong Xiaobao in unison at that moment, and Kong Xiaobao even greeted the masked squad crowd as if nothing had happened. Of course not everyone was present. There were only 4 people present, and the other person who wasn't among the group was, ding! A sudden dagger stabbed at Kong Xiaobao from his back, only that a golden barrier wrapped Kong Xiaobao up the moment the dagger was about to touch his body. Moon Ghost. Kong Xiaobao wore a faint smile as he looked at the moon ghost that had manifested behind him. He as expected of a forbidden artifact master. There are even forbidden artifacts that can protect your body. But it's time to say no dude, you're a little too laid back aren't you? But it's a battle. What do you think? The moon ghost, who had missed a strike, also withdrew the dagger in his hand and looked at him suspiciously. As the moon ghost's sneak attack failed, the rest of the masked squad arrived in front of Kong Xiaobao. Hey, you kid couldn't be admitting defeat because you know you're not good at fighting, right? Before Kong Xiaobao could reply, the rose beside him became impatient when she heard Swirl's question. I hate soft bones like you the most. As a night's watchman, even if you encounter an enemy, even if you know you're not going to be able to defeat them, you still have to be brave enough to fight. Not like you, who was cowardly before the battle. Captain, I can't stand it anymore. Since he wants to admit defeat, let me give him a ride. As soon as the words fell, Rosie pulled out the small purple hammer, and under Kong Xiaobao's straight gaze, the hammer became as tall as a 2-story building, carrying a huge force towards him. The others didn't stop chance, because in their hearts they also despise this kind of people who are cowardly before a fight, so there is no harm in letting Chance teach him a good lesson. Of course, Chance didn't put out his full strength. Although he couldn't look at Kong Xiaobao, he didn't go so far as to lay a heavy hand on a new recruit. He just wanted to give this new recruit a lesson, intending to make him change his weakness. Bang! The moment the giant hammer fell, it stirred up flying dust to block Kong Xiaobao's figure. Tisk Chance is so violent, but it's good to teach a lesson to such a new recruit. To the side, Maelstrom gloated at what was happening in front of him. Yeah, if we had known that the person we were told to focus on in the information was like this, we might as well have gone straight to that killing angel agent. I'm sure he would have brought us a lot of fun. What a waste of time. The two of them, Whirlpool and Moon Ghost, thought that Kong Xiaobao had already fallen under Rosie's giant hammer, and were also planning to go straight to Lin Xie. On the other hand, Wang Fui and Vice Captain Tian Ping detected the clues at this moment and frowned. They felt as if Kong Xiaobao had not lost his fighting strength by this hammer blow. Sure enough, the smoke cleared, only to see Rose's giant hammer being blocked hard by a palm wrapped in golden light. How? The one who was most surprised was Rose. Although she didn't use her full strength, this strike was not something that a new recruit could take, and looking at Kong Xiaobao's appearance, it seemed that taking this hammer was very easy for him. That's an interesting ability. It makes your hammer bigger, which allows you to increase your attack power and attack range considerably. But just this level, it's not a threat to me yet. I don't like this hammer, so I'd better give it back to you. Saying that, Kong Xiaobao slightly exerted force with his right hand, and the giant hammer was pushed back by Kong Xiaobao with the same force as when Rosebud had attacked just now. With just a slight step back, Chance turned the giant hammer in his hand into the size of his palm and put it back. With your strength, I'm sure you can also fight with us. At the very least, you're a little stronger than that little group of trash just now, so why do you still want to surrender? Rose felt the force just now and was puzzled in her heart. To be able to counterattack him with the same amount of force showed that this person's control of power had reached a very precise level, and his strength should not be too weak. Kong Xiaobao smiled and looked around at the members of the masked squad before finally looking at Rose in front of him. When did I ever say I was going to surrender? This is nothing but your own delusion. The crowd choked and fell silent. It then occurred to them that all the thoughts they had just had were just self-guesses made by themselves after seeing Kong Xiaobao's behavior, and that Kong Xiaobao hadn't talked about his words of surrender. At that moment, Wang Fu spoke up. So what are you doing sitting here? You're not going to tell us that you just wanted to come and take in the view, are you? Of course not. I'm waiting for you guys. The other members of the masked squad looked at each other, and there seemed to be some confusion in their eyes. Waiting for us? Waiting for us for what? Kong Xiaobao couldn't help but smile evilly when he heard Wang Fu's question at this time. Waiting for you. Of course. To smoke you guys. Chapter 25, 1 against 5. You're surrounded by me. Waiting for you. Of course. To smoke you guys. Inside the underground base. I'll be damned. This kid is really stiff. Arrogant. It's simply arrogant. TSK. This kid is afraid that he doesn't know how to write the word death. All of the instructors have already viewed Kong Xiaobao's behavior as looking for death. At that moment Hong Hao turned his gaze to Yuan Gang, only to see Yuan Gang smoking a cigarette without saying a word. The exhaled smoke couldn't block out the brilliant light emerging from his narrowed eyes. What do you think, Chief Instructor? Yuan Gang, how can I watch? I sit and watch. I don't know if this guy is really capable, or is he just a pure rash bastard? This kid is cocky, and I guess there are some dodos, but I still don't believe he can defeat the entire masked squad. But if he can show us a good fight, then his own value will be reflected. I just hope he can hold on a little longer. Don't lose too quickly. After Yuan Gang put down such a sentence, he stared unblinkingly at Kong Xiaobao and the masked squad in the field. Training ground. Captain. I've never seen such an arrogant person in all my life. Maelstrom squeezed the words out from between his teeth, his knuckles squeezing white. He felt that the dignity of the masked squad was being trampled underfoot by the other party. Wang Fui didn't move on the surface, but under the mask, his brows had twisted into knots. As the captain, he had to remain calm, but the nameless fire in his chest was burning hotter and hotter. Nah, you'll see it today. Kong Xiaobao's voice came lightly, like a match completely lighting the fuse. Captain, I can't take it anymore. Rose's giant hammer had already swung out with a cracking sound, and she rushed out without waiting for Wang Fui's order. Kong Xiaobao could even see the anger dancing in her eyes through her mask, and the 3-story high giant hammer was as light as nothing in her hands. That hammer just gave you face. Rose's voice trembled with anger, her metal mask refracting a cold light. Today, my lady will teach you what it means to have a high heaven. Kong Xiaobao's training uniform hunted in the sharp whistling sound of a giant hammer tearing through the air. The movement of his slightly raised hand was like pressing the slow play button, and the airflow around him suddenly stagnated and formed a violent tornado in an instant. The people watching the battle from afar held their breath in unison. Boom! The expected home run did not appear. The Taiji diagram drawn by Kong Xiaobao's palms was like an invisible barrier, which actually held the huge hammer like a Tarzan. Rosie's pupils suddenly shrunk. She felt a strange suction coming from the hammer handle, just like being caught in a deep-sea whirlpool. Unload! Along with this soft drink, Kong Xiaobao flipped his wrist. The giant hammer suddenly spun like it was given life, and Rosebud's tiger's mouth failed to catch it in pain. When the huge object slammed into the fence 20 meters away, a metallic wail still echoed in the smoke and dust raised. Chance froze in place, keeping his hands in the hammer grip position. The expression under the mask must have been wonderful to watch. In the dormitory building, Xin Qingzhu's gum blew a bubble then exploded. Asterisk. He mechanically turned his head to look at Deng Wei. Rose's hammer. Flew? This guy has some skills. Meanwhile, Bailey Chubby, who was peeping from the roof of the building, almost bit his tongue. 7 nights. Does Bao Bao he know magic? That hammer is bigger than a truck. Lin Chia's telescope lenses reflected cold light. Taiji gives birth to Tui, but to be able to use the 4 tails to such an extent, his voice took on a rare volatility. I'm afraid Brother Bao's strength is even more terrifying than we imagined. In the center of the field, Wang Frei's eyes flashed with brilliance as he analyzed everything that had just happened, and all of the details pointed to the same conclusion. The energy flowing around that seemingly lazy young man at the moment wasn't a forbidden ruin in the conventional sense of the word for them. This should be the energy fluctuation generated by the new cultivation method mentioned in the information. This energy was breaking through the limits of their cognition. Inside the underground base, all the instructors exploded. What? What kind of tactic is this? Well, it's like Tai Chi, isn't it? Tai Chi? Isn't Tai Chi the boxing style used by the grandparents in the park for fitness? Is it still this powerful? Yuan Gang's eyes were flashing with essence at this moment, and a hint of a smile, if any, was revealed by the corner of his mouth. That's right, this is Taiji, but it's indeed a bit different from what we usually see. It feels like Tai Chi is much more powerful in his hands. Yuan Gang's words affirmed the crowd's speculation, but it didn't calm the crowd's surprise. Instead, it intensified the crowd's curiosity. The crowd was discussing this Taijiquan with you and me. One said it was that this was most likely a forbidden ruin that he himself had brought with him, or else Taijiquan didn't have this much power, and the other retorted up to the man, saying that it was his forbidden market that made forbidden things, and that there could be no other forbidden market. Alright, stop discussing it, let's see it first. If it's just only boxing, then he's still a bit young to face the masked squad. When the group of instructors heard Yuan Gang's words, they stopped discussing and looked at the picture in the big screen. Just because you know I'll create what you call a forbidden object, you think I can't fight. For your information, refining weapons is Master's talent, but melee combat is Master's hobby. While saying that, Kang Xiaobao also would a few kung fu stances, finally stopping with a move of white crane shining wings, looking at the masked squad in front of him with a bad smile. Snap! The Maelstrom and Moon Ghost on the side couldn't help but admire Kang Xiaobao when they saw the demonstration of these moves and applauded. The two stopped applauding under Wang Frei's gaze and looked at Wang Fri with a sarcastic smile. Captain, he's good at kung fu. Let's praise him. Nothing more. I'm the same. Wang Fri rolled his eyes helplessly, then ignored these 2 human living treasures on his team and looked up at Kang Xiaobao. As the 2 of them said, your kung fu is indeed good, but if this is all you have, then you can admit defeat. Really? Well, since you want to know what else I have up my sleeve, watch this and don't blink. The corner of Kang Xiaobao's mouth hooked up into an evil arc, and a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. His arms snapped together and a white residual shadow suddenly flew out of his sleeves. Lighten up, little baby. The white figure stretched out in the air, and it was actually a humanoid puppet with a snow-white body with bizarre red meridian lines. Its hands transformed into 2 long, chilly swords, the blades of which glowed with a piercing cold light in the sunlight. The white puppet was as light as a feather when it landed, but in an instant it exploded with amazing speed and went straight for the whirlpool. Maelstrom's pupils suddenly shrunk, and a layer of cold sweat instantly seeped out of his back. The white ghostly figure zoomed rapidly in his field of vision, and he could even make out the bizarre red lines on the white puppet's face. In a flash of lightning, the white Even's double knives staggered and chopped out, and a half-moon-shaped white blade astral deity broke through the air. The strong wind lifted all the dust on the ground, and Maelstrom only felt that his cheeks were scraped by the strong wind and hurt. The knife has not yet arrived. The biting killing intent has already made his cold hairs stand up. Open! The vortex hastily opened the purple vortex. The purple energy vortex has just been formed. The white blade will be cut into. The collision of the 2 forces erupted into a blinding light. The purple vortex trembled violently. The edge was cut off a corner. Broken energy fragments such as amethyst splattered in all directions. How is that possible? Maelstrom gasped in shock at the sight. The point is solid. Him together. Hearing this, the massed crowd took action, with the moon ghost's hidden form constantly weaving in and out of the battlefield in an attempt to find Kang Xiaobao's cracks. Chance took the giant hammer that had been flown out from a distance and charged at Kang Xiaobao once again. Instead, the scales rose into the sky, suppressing Kang Xiaobao with gravity. Only Wang Fri was marauding on the sidelines, waiting for the time to strike. Shen, what's the situation now? How's that guy doing? This guy is probably going to fall. The remaining 4 members of the masked squad, except for Wang Min, have all stepped in and have now surrounded him. Unfortunately, this guy is too reckless. With his level, if he cooperates with my plan, it's definitely possible to defeat the masked squad. Forget it, let him go ahead and consume the masked stamina, so that our chances of winning can still be a bit higher. That's right, that guy is a reckless person. If he had joined us earlier, with Shen's wisdom, he would have definitely led us to victory a long time ago. The two Li Liang brothers agreed with Deng Wei's words and kept on starting to brag about Xinqingzhu's greatness. On the other side, Bailey Chubby couldn't help but say regretfully when he saw the scene in the field. It's over. It's over. Bao is surrounded. It looks like he's going to pounce. 7 knights. What are we going to do? Are we going to save Bao? Chao Yuan also had an expectant look on his face when he heard this, as if as long as Lin Chiye said he wanted to be saved, Chao Yuan would rush up and save Kong Xiaobao without hesitation. Chao Yuan had already thought in his head that he had killed his way to rescue Kong Xiaobao with his great sword in hand. In the eyes of Kong Xiaobao's expectant eyes, brother, don't be afraid. I, Chao Yuan, have come. Kill. Who brother 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Brother 1, 10, 1 million. Chao Yuan hummed as he pictured himself saving Kong Xiaobao in his mind, and a lewd smile appeared on his face. 7 knights. This Chao thief seems to have some kind of serious illness. I can see that. And very sick. Lin Chiye and Bailey Fatty looked at Chao Yuan with a disgusted expression, while Chao Yuan felt their gazes at this time and came back to his senses, his cheeks reddening slightly as he smiled at the two of them. Sorry, I thought of something happy. Lin Chiye shook his head helplessly, then told the duo to trust Kong Xiaobao, observe and watch again, and then go out to rescue him if it's not possible. Just then, something happened on the field that dazzled the crowd. Surrounded? But unfortunately, it's the other way around. It's you who are surrounded by me. Mask. A cold light flashed in Kong Xiaobao's eyes, the corner of his mouth raised an evil smile, and between his arms flipping, 2 devouring sacks came out in response. More fun. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 black shadows broke through the air. It was clearly the air crying roar and the stealing swallow beast. What the hell is this again? The eyes of the several people in the mask condensed, and before they could react, the air crying roar had already risen up into the sky, pushing straight towards the heavenly scales suspended in mid-air. Buzz dash. Empty weeping roar's mouth opened. An invisible sound wave suddenly exploded. The air distorted and trembled. Tian Ping was caught off guard. His eardrums were like being struck by lightning, and his brain instantly went blank. His figure swayed, almost falling from the air, and the gravity field applied on Kong Xiaobao's body also collapsed. Tian Ping. Seeing this, Rose shouted angrily and swung her giant hammer and rushed forward. However, swish, in a flash of white shadows, the white puppet's twin swords interlocked, stopping in front of her. Asterisk 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 off. Chance was furious and swept his giant hammer across the room, hard enough to knock the white puppet back a few steps. Giggle dash. The white puppet glided a few meters, suddenly stopped. The blood-colored meridian lines around the body suddenly lit up, like blood vessels like hideous writhing. Its double blades crossed, and a shadow of an eerie and ancient building actually emerged behind it. And in an instant, the ghastly wind howled angrily, and the coldness pierced the bones. Hiss. Why is it suddenly so cold? Maelstrom shivered, feeling only the bone marrow freezing. Look at that building. You guys. Tianping's pupils suddenly shrunk when he saw the scene after slowing down. The crowd followed the sound and looked, only to see a mottled plaque hanging above the shadow, inscribed with 3 big scarlet letters. Hades. Is that Hades? Not good. Rosie retreat. Wangfrey violently bellowed, his voice dripping with unprecedented tension. However, it was already too late. The white puppet's figure suddenly blurred, his double knives interlaced and chopped out. A pitch-black blade ripped through the air, wrapped in a morose death intent and pushed straight towards Rose. Rose's sweaty hairs stood on end, and the threat of death hit her like a tidal wave. She snapped out of it and lost her voice. Forbidden Market Sequence 037 Black Impermanence? How is that possible? In the nick of time, she forcibly twisted her body and managed to avoid the fatal blow. The blade brushed against his shoulder. The ground instantly cracked into a bottomless gully, and the gloomy wind whistled as if there were invisible evil spirits wailing. Impermanent beheading. Beheading people, souls, and also longevity. Boom! In her perilous situation, Rose managed to dodge the chopping blow, and when she shifted her gaze to the back, she realized that wherever the sword's astral body passed through, the flowers, plants and trees behind her withered and decayed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Chance didn't dare to imagine what would have happened if he hadn't dodged the blow. At this moment, the group of instructors inside the underground base had exploded. They had expressed their disbelief in this scene in front of them. This puppet, it even possesses the Forbidden Market? How is that possible? And it's also the Forbidden Ruins of Black Impermanence, Chen Mai, the vice-captain of the Shangjing squad back then. This kid, it's a bit over the top, isn't it? This, how did it happen? And Yuan Gang, who was sitting on the chair, had been so shocked and dumbfounded that he didn't even react when his hand was burned by the cigarette. How is that possible? Why would this mannequin possess the Forbidden Ruin ability of Chen Mai, who was known as the Black Impermanence? Yuan Gang looked at Kong Xiaobao on the big screen with a deep gaze, knowing that this was definitely copied by Kong Xiaobao utilizing his heaven-defying divine mechanic technique. although it was a bit of a rip-off. However, the truth was definitely true. Hey, that brat, it's just a sparring match, there's no need to be so ruthless, right? When Swirl saw Rosa's wretched appearance, she couldn't help but complain about Kong Xiaobao. The rest of the mask squad also blared angrily at Kong Xiaobao. So yeah, stop suppressing your strength against me. You'll have to unlock the realm restrictions, otherwise, it'll be dangerous. Don't worry guys, the bet between you and the new recruits has nothing to do with me. I just simply want to fight you guys. By the way, I'll let you guys see how strong what the old ancestors left behind is. Wang Fei looked at Kong Xiaobao with a complicated expression, but still decisively ordered, Mask Squad, recover your own realm and go all out. Stop treating him like a new recruit. As Wang Fei's words fell, all of them lifted their realm restrictions and returned to their original realms. Kong Xiaobao, we underestimated you before. Let's have a good fight next. I hope you can still maintain your current leisurely state. Yes, come and fight. Kong Xiaobao's loud shout resounded through the sky. The domineering voice spread to every corner of the training ground and officially kicked off the battle. Chapter 26039 The strongest Tanto generation in the recruit training camp. Kong Xiaobao let out a bellowing cry like a thunderous explosion, the sound waves stirring and reverberating over the training ground. It was a simple word, but it seemed to ignite the entire heaven and earth. Inside the underground command room, all the instructors straightened their backs unanimously. In front of the monitoring screen, the thermos cup in Chief Instructor Yuan Gang's hand hung in midair, the tea trembling slightly. At the edge of the training ground, the recruits only felt a sense of wariness running down their spines and straight to the top of their heads. Some unconsciously clenched their fists, and some subconsciously held their breath. Flying birds on the treetops in the distance were startled by the wave of sound, fluttering their wings and rushing into the clouds. At this moment, it was as if time had been pressed the pause button. Kong Xiaobao's figure cast a stern silhouette under the sunlight, and his battle intent transformed into a substantial wave of air that swept out in all directions with him at the center. Ha 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 ha, good. This guy is crazy enough. Shin Xingju let out a loud laugh, excitement flashing in his eyes. Whether we lose or win this battle, I, Shin Xingju, recognize him as a friend. Shin is right. Dang Wei clenched his fists, his blood boiling. Other than you, he's the most ballsy person I've ever met. The surrounding recruits were also infected by this battle spirit, and the gazes they looked into the field were filled with admiration. 7 Knights, Bao Bao is simply handsome. Bailey Chubby couldn't help but whimper. From now on, he's my idol. Amit Ba Buddha. Chao Yuan, who also saw this scene, clasped his hands together. His eyes were full of wariness, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. To be able to navigate through the masked squad's offense, it's worthy of being the one who can decipher the problem on me. Bao Bao. It's really unfathomable. Ugh, I thought I was close to Bao, but I didn't realize. Hey, why does it feel like I'm a fake divine agent? Lin Xia was both bitter and joyful in his heart at this time. Bitter because his own strength was too weak, and joyful because this Bao, who was also a teacher and a friend, was so powerful. Since you've all let go of your realms, then I won't suppress them anymore. What? You suppressed the realm too? As Tianping's questioning voice fell, Kong Xiaobao also lifted his realm suppression, and his realm directly rose from the Zhan realm to the peak of the Chuan realm. Masked Squad, is this really a new recruit? That's right. Ever since Kong Xiaobao set the middle palace of the Wind Queen's Chi Men at the heart, Kong Xiaobao had also reached the peak of the Chuan realm directly from the middle Chuan realm and was only one step away from reaching the Sea realm, so it was estimated that he should be able to make a breakthrough after this battle. Good. Since you're in existence at the peak of the Chuan realm, then we won't be bullying you. Go all out. Let him know the gold of the Masked Squad. As soon as Wang Fei's words fell, the other members of that squad attacked Kong Xiaobao. The 5 figures were like arrows off the string, blocking all of Kong Xiaobao's retreats from different angles. Wang Fei a horse first, the hands of eagle kite sheath wrapped with light blue astral energy, directly to Kong Xiaobao face, moon ghost figure hidden like a ghost around to the back of Kong Xiaobao, sleeve cold light flashes, roses from the left side of the pressure to come, heavy hammer lifted up the dust, right side of the vortex hand ceiling, purple vortex suspended in the air, and the vice captain of the Tianping is from the top of the full force of the gravity force field dead suppression of Kong Xiaobao located in the lower part of the coming. The group of instructors inside the underground base couldn't help but stop breathing when they saw that the big battle had begun. The recruits who were peering at the battle from other corners of the training ground couldn't help but sweat for Kong Xiaobao. How would you open a situation like this? Bao. Lin Xia was shocked by the aura of the masked squad whose realms were all liberalized, and he clenched his fists nervously as he watched the besieged Kong Xiaobao. Kong Xiaobao stood in the center of the battle circle, facing the 5 people surrounding him. His expression remained calm. Wang Fei's eagle kite was the first to arrive, and the blade was like a blue meteor, tearing through the air and pushing straight into his face. Kong Xiaobao sensed that Wang Fei's blade was extremely fast, but still dodged it in the nick of time. his body slightly sideways. The blade brushed his shoulders, plowing a deep ravine in the ground. Empty cry roar. He let out a low gulp, and the air-crying roar rapidly approached Tianping. His mouth opened, and the sound wave shook and swept out like a furious wave, the air distorting into ripples that were visible to the naked eye. Tianping's gravity field had not yet been completely pressed down. It was hardened by the sound wave, and he let out a muffled grunt as his figure was unbalanced in the air. It's that damn thing again. Kang Xiaobao seized the momentary break, his right palm's red light sword, Great Compassion Palm, Thousand Palm style. As Kang Xiaobao instantly struck out a dozen palm imprints, the red palm imprints exploded like mortar-like fire covering towards Tianping. Tianping kept dodging in the air, although he dodged most of the palm imprints, but after all, there were too many of them. He still didn't dodge them completely. Seeing the huge red palm prints approaching with the sound of violent wind, Tianping hastily set up his arms to block, but he was still lifted off by the huge force and knocked down to the ground, breaking several trees before barely stabilizing his body. Ahem! Put! Tianping's face flushed red as his chest continued to rise and fall with intense pain, causing Tianping to spit out a mouthful of blood. He knew that this was already Kang Xiaobao staying his hand. With the ferocious attack power of that palm, if Kang Xiaobao went all out, he might be able to die with the world if he just took a shot. Tenpin, is everything okay? Cough. Captain, I'm fine. That kid stayed his hand. Wang Fei couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw Tianping being hit and spitting out blood. When he heard that Tianping was fine, he was relieved. Surprisingly, you were able to dodge the sword dagger chopped out by my eagle kite that was enhanced by the power of time? What a demon! At that moment, Rose on the left side also held a huge hammer and approached Kang Xiaobao. Forbidden Ruins, Rosefire Feather Dress. Shinji Baido instantly unfolded. Crimson fire feathers transformed into a barrier. Rose's giant hammer slammed down, but it was like being stuck in a quagmire. The force was all eliminated by the fire feathers. At the same time, the White Even's twin swords attacked Rose like lightning. The red flame mixed with high temperature continuously scorched Rose. Rose could even see her hair even curled up by the blazing flame, and upon a careful sniff, she could even smell a hint of burnt flavor. Old lady's hair. This ing. Although the white puppet's strength couldn't catch up with the realm's fully unleashed Chance, it still stopped Chance dead in his tracks due to the fusion of Kang Xiaobao's replicated Forbidden Ruins. Rose, I'll help you. Take that, boy. The vortex shouted and pointed its finger. The attacks that had been absorbed by the vortex for many years were continuously released from the ethereal purple vortex in the sky and attacked Kang Xiaobao. Kang Xiaobao pinched his left hand. The golden light incantation flowed. The energy shooting out from the ethereal purple vortex was blocked as much as it could be. The golden light was like a blazing sun. It even incinerated a portion of the absorbed evil spirit power in the vortex. This guy, his methods are really endless. Maelstrom gritted his teeth and looked at Kang Xiaobao, while a trace of admiration couldn't help but rise in his heart. Just as Kang Xiaobao and the golden light spell resisted the whirlpool's attack, the stealthy moon ghost saw the opportunity and quickly appeared behind Kang Xiaobao, and with a flash of a cold aura in his hand, he stabbed straight at Kang Xiaobao's back. Kang Xiaobao sensed the moon ghost as it approached him. Kang Xiaobao instantly struck several palm seals towards the vortex. Just now when Kang Xiaobao attacked Tianping with this move, the vortex also saw it and knew that its palm was rigid, but it didn't dodge. Instead it stopped attacking Kang Xiaobao and turned to use the purple vortex to absorb Kang Xiaobao's attack. And this was exactly what Kang Xiaobao wanted. Kang Xiaobao utilized this gap and suddenly turned around and smiled evilly. Gotcha. Kang Xiaobao suddenly laughed coldly, and his right hand fiercely darted backward. The golden light wrapped around like a living creature, precisely locking onto the moon ghost's dagger-wielding wrist. Moon ghost's pupils suddenly shrunk. His proud sneaking was instantly recognized. You can see me? The chi in you has never disappeared from my perception. Hearing this, the moon ghost's face turned pale. How could he not understand that his trail had been discovered long ago, which instantly made him feel like a monkey being played with, constantly scurrying in front of his enemies? Good girl, you stay aside for a while. Golden light binding. As soon as Kang Xiaobao withdrew his 5 fingers, the golden light mantra suddenly split into dozens of chains, wrapping around the moon ghost's body like a spirit snake, confining him to death. The moon ghost could not struggle, and horror finally appeared in his eyes. How is that possible? I can't even moonlight my body to escape. Hey, you're all District Doyle. You know nothing of the means left behind by the old ancestors. Kang Xiaobao had found a way to deal with the moon ghosts that could moonlightize through the manga he had read in his previous life long before the sparring match, binding the moon ghosts with a rope of chi condensed by the golden light spell, like the armed color hegemony. Don't be stubborn. Hegemony can attack nature-based power users. Can't the heir of the old ancestors do the same? How can? Wang Fei gritted his teeth. Eagle Kite held it horizontally, and the blade trembled. How dare he be able to deal with the attacks of all 5 of us at the same time? Kang Xiaobao looked around the crowd. the corner of his mouth slightly raised. You guys work well together, but unfortunately the ground under his feet suddenly cracked, and his figure was like electricity, charging straight at Wang Fei. Not even close. Kang Xiaobao's golden light transformed into an air sword and battled with Wang Fei. Taiji, tangled cloud style. Kang Xiaobao's golden light air sword flowed like a rainbow. The sword momentum is like water, but hidden sharpness. Although Wang Fei's eagle kite is not a mortal object, it is always pulled by the Taiji sword intent. Every time the sword chopped out, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, but was used to fight against the force, shocking him to the tiger's mouth numbness. Damn, there's something odd about this sword technique. Wang Fei's forehead was sweating, and his pace was already disorganized. Boom dash, with a sudden loud bang, Rose's giant hammer finally smashed Mayfire Feather Dress's defense, and the god machine White Doll was ultimately limited by the scarcity of materials and means, and was lifted off by the furious impact, scattering its parts in all directions. Damn, ghosts are tough. Captain, I'm coming. After Chance finished his words, he then rushed towards Kang Xiaobao with a giant hammer in his hand. Scales also realized that the captain had begun to lose under melee combat, and also took the opportunity to press down with both hands. Gravity 1000 jail. Gravity instantly skyrocketed, and the ground beneath Kang Xiaobao's feet collapsed. Kang Xiaobao felt the change in his own gravity and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. What a pain in the ass. And the other side of the vortex rushed by. Maelstrom grinned and made a seal. Big mouth vortex. The ghostly purple vortex suddenly expanded, like a giant mouth of the abyss biting at Kang Xiaobao. Swirl, you're such a ing naming waste. What kind of crap move name is that? Maelstrom's old face flushed when Chance yelled at him like that. Fight first. I'll let you think of another name when you win this, kid. Ha! Kang Xiaobao's sword momentum steeply changed. The golden light of the air blade blossomed. A powerful horizontal chop forced Wang Fei back, and in his left hand, he instantly pulled out a three-pronged bell from his devouring pouch. Soul Shaker Bell. Jingle bells dash. The crisp bell sound swung away, but in the ears of the crowd turned into a flood of soul impact. The gravity field of the balance instantly collapsed. The purple vortex of the vortex twisted and disintegrated, and Rose's giant hammer dislodged from her hand. Clutching her head and kneeling on the ground, even the moon ghost, who was bound by the golden light on the side, also stifled a grunt and rolled up his eyes. And Wang Fei was not feeling good at the moment. He felt as if his soul was being pulled outward in pain the moment the bell rang, although a few people were momentarily unaware of the road. But fortunately, the strength of a few people is still okay, and did not receive too serious injuries. After all, the people in this world are majoring in spiritual power, and the strength of spiritual power is also related to the strength of the soul. But just this momentary opening was enough for Kang Xiaobao. Kang Xiaobao clenched his hand on his sword and chanted silently, 8 gate carrying. As the words fell, a blue Chi Men Air Bureau covered the entire training ground with Kang Xiaobao's feet as the center, and Kang Xiaobao stepped on the Chi Men, his figure flashing like a phantom. Strike 1. He appeared behind Chance and slashed her in the back of the neck, and the power bearer, who had not yet recovered from the Soul Shaker Bell's attack, crumpled to the ground under the forceful blow. Strike 2. Sundance. Wind rope. Maelstrom just barely raised his head and was mummified by invisible ropes binding him. Maelstrom suddenly stiffened like a statue. Aha, let go of me. I'm going to fight you for 300 rounds. Kang Xiaobao couldn't help but snort when he heard Swirl's words. I haven't fought anyone for 30 rounds since I joined the Night's Watch, so where's the 300 rounds? You. Just when the vortex was still trying to open its mouth, Kang Xiaobao, once again, used the wind rope and tied the vortex's mouth. Woo woo. Strike 3. Burgundy. Moving mountains. As Scales struggled to get up, he was stopped dead in his tracks by a huge mountain that had risen from the ground. Tenping could only exert his gravity force field with all his might, constantly fighting against the large mountain on his body. Don't you like to play with gravity? Is this one heavy enough for you? Ha. Tianping looked at Kang Xiaobao's beat-up smile and hated to hammer this handsome face of his to burst, but at this time being pressed down by the mountain he no longer had the chance to realize his thoughts, and could only look at Kang Xiaobao through eyes like knives, as if he wanted to cut Kang Xiaobao into 1,000 pieces with his eyes. Kang Xiaobao shrugged his shoulders, ignoring Tianping's eyes that wanted to knife him, and instead turned his head to Wang Fei. Next, you're left. Don't worry, since you're the captain, I'll give you a decent one. You kid is truly a monster. Should I say no? This tactic of yours is indeed very strong. Come on, let's get this over with as soon as possible. Although he said so on his lips, Wang Fei cursed Yuan Gang in his heart. Wang Fei, is this Yuan Gang really here to find us a townie? It's clearly looking for someone to give them back the reins. Yuan Gang, I didn't build it either. I didn't know this guy was so strong. If I had known, I would have listened to the arrangements from above and just made him an instructor at the recruit intensive training camp. After Wang Fei finished his words, he quickly adjusted his state and then unleashed the divine might of Kronos. The god of time. Light blue light burst out from Wang Fri's body, spreading around like mercury. His pupils transformed into a flowing sand funnel of time, and ancient time runes emerged in front of his forehead. The space around him suddenly fell into a strange stagnation. The falling leaves hang in mid-air. The splashing dust is still. Even the wind stops flowing. Field of time, stagnation. Wang Fri's voice seemed to come from the distant end of time and space with a metallic reverberation. Kang Xiaobao only felt his body sinking around him as invisible pressure squeezed from all directions. He saw Wang Fri walking slowly with eagle kite in his hand. The black blade was entwined with twisted time ripples, leaving silver residual shadows in the air with every swing. Kanji, water mirror. Kang Xiaobao's feet suddenly unfolded the Chi Men Bureau that covered the entire training ground, and the 8 trigrams directions lit up with blue light in turn. He stood in the center palace position. His hands formed a seal, and light blue ripples spread around his body. When the power of time stagnation touched the edge of the Chi Men Bureau, it was bounced off like hitting an invisible barrier. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Fu's eyes, but his attack increased instead of decreasing. Eagle kite sliced through the stagnant air, the power of time boiling on its blade. Time sequence chop accelerate 30 times. The black blade suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment had appeared 3 inches in front of Kang Xiaobao's throat. It was not an instantaneous movement, but Wang Fri had increased his own time flow rate by 30 times, completing the sudden stab in a gap that ordinary people could not perceive. 2AZ Black Swamp. Kang Xiaobao stomped his foot without panicking, and the 2A position in the Chi Men Bureau lit up with black and gold light. Eagle kite suddenly decelerated an inch from his throat, as if stabbing into a sticky swamp. Wang Fri felt that his arm became incredibly heavy, and the effect of time acceleration was mostly cancelled out by some kind of force. Kang Xiaobao took the opportunity to retreat 3 steps back and pinched his right hand, leaving character Fire Meteor. Chi Men Bureau leaving bit spewed out 7 flames, arcing through the air to attack Wang Fri. Wang Fri snorted coldly and swept his eagle kite horizontally. The wall of time. The flames all solidified the moment they touched the blade, like an image that had been pressed on pause. But Kang Xiaobao's offense has just begun. He only saw his hands rapidly changing his seal, and the Chi Men Bureau rotated with it. Koan Z, Tu He Che. The ground suddenly rumbled, and a rocky python broke out, opening its huge mouth to bite at Wang Fri's lower disc. Jinzi Thunder Snake was launched at the same time, and 3 lightning bolts struck down from different directions. Wang Fri's pupils contracted, and time runes lit up on his body surface. Chronological folding. His figure suddenly split into 3, appearing in different locations, a secret technique to briefly project oneself to different points in time. What the rock python had bitten was just a remnant. The real Wang Fri had already leapt into midair. Sequential chaos, 100 choppers. Dozens of Wang Fri's figures appeared in the air at the same time, each of them holding the eagle kite in a different attack stance. This was not a diversion technique, but a visual residue created by Wang Fri's continuous appearance in different locations within a very short period of time, utilizing the time difference. A crippling elephant diversion technique formed by excessive speed? Interesting, but, District Doyle, in the Chi Men Bureau, all the information in the bureau cannot be hidden from Kang Xiaobao. Gotcha. Kang Xiaobao suddenly revealed a smile. He knotted his sword fingers with his left hand. Watchman Chaos Gold. Wang Fri, who was still in the air, was instantly immobilized. Phew, it seems that fixing the king's exemption is hardly too much of a drain on me. It's time to end it. Turtle fly body. Open. Instantly, Kang Xiaobao's bodily functions were boosted several times while his speed suddenly increased. Kang Xiaobao's right hand condensed the golden light air blade, and leapt to Wang Fri to swing out a knife in front of him. Click dash. Wang Fri's mask was split in 2, revealing his handsome face underneath. Watchman Chaos Gold. Solve. As Kang Xiaobao touched Watchman Chaos Gold, everything in the strange door bureau began to move again. My mask. At this time, Wang Fu also resumed action, and saw the masks that were floating and falling to the ground also understood. I lost. Seeing such a barefaced Wang Fri, Kang Xiaobao didn't put on a victor's stance. Instead, he arched his hand towards Wang Fri with the Taoist cupping salute. Fellow Taoist is overstating the case. It was just a narrow victory by a fluke. Wang Fri couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he looked at Kang Xiaobao like this. The one who was rampant before a fight is you, and the one who is humble and courteous after a fight is you. Which one is the real you? Kan and Li are in harmony, rigid and soft. Kang Xiaobao suddenly merged his fingers to form a sword. The sharp chi of the golden light curse gulped and sputtered at his fingertips, but it transformed into a wisp of spring wind when it was about to touch Wang Fri's brow. Understood. You're very strong. I'm convinced. Wang Fri's smile was like a spring breeze, not the least bit disheveled from being defeated. Kang Xiaobao's strength was a good thing in his eyes. After all, Kang Xiaobao was also a member of the Night's Watch. As a veteran, he was very pleased that he had such a powerful descendant. *******. He won? Shin Xingju's pupils contracted violently as he stared dead on at the figure in the center of the field. Dang Wei grabbed his shoulder violently. Brother Shen, what did you just say? He won? That's the masked squad. Ha! Shin Xingju suddenly laughed lowly, his shoulders trembling slightly. Then his laughter grew louder and louder, and finally turned into a long whistle. 1. Masked squad, complete defeat. The entire training ground fell into an eerie silence. Even the sound of breathing was clearly audible. In the next second, deafening cheers erupted like a tsunami, and countless military hats were thrown into the sky. 7 knights. Look! Bailey Chubby was so excited that his face turned red, grabbing Lin Chia's arm and shaking it frantically. Bao won! What a ing win! Bao bao! Monkey Sai Lei! Lin Chia was shaken to the point of being unsteady, but she didn't push him away. In the haze of light, the teenager's ever-so-silent brow stretched, and the corners of his lips lifted in a shallow arc. Well, see, inside the underground base, surprisingly, winning, Hong Hao couldn't believe that Mask, as a special squad, was crushingly defeated by a new recruit. Yuan Gang took a deep breath at that moment and stood up. Order! The instructors sat up and stood at attention. Pass on the Commander-in-Chief's order. Employ Songnan Squad 136 recruit Kong Xiaobao, as an instructor of the 039 Recruit Intensive Training Camp, responsible for teaching the recruits the air refining method. The crowd of instructors couldn't help but be shocked when they heard the content of the order, and they were all murmuring in whispers. Chief Instructor, he's still a new recruit. Would it be a little inappropriate to let him be an instructor? An instructor raised his hand and asked weakly, a new recruit? Then I'd like to ask you what you can teach him? Fighting? Weapons? Or something else? The instructors were dumbfounded. Yeah, even Masked lost. What can they teach Kong Xiaobao? Let me tell you, the means shown by Comrade Kong Xiaobao is not the forbidden ruins or divine ruins that we know. That's a very powerful cultivation method left behind by our old ancestors' air refining. As you can see, Comrade Kong Xiaobao defeated the masked squad with this powerful tactic. Doesn't that qualify him to be an instructor? Hong Hao at this point first agreed with Yuan Gang's words, stating that he had no objections to Kong Xiaobao serving as an instructor. With Hong Hao's statement, the other instructors also expressed their unconditional obedience and support for the Commander-in-Chief and Instructor Yuan's orders. Good. I declare that the 039 Recruit Intensive Training Battalion carries out the orders of its superiors and hires the 039 Intensive Training Battalion Recruit Tong Tian Dai, Air Refining Sure Kong Xiaobao, as the current recruit instructor. Chapter 27, Reward Arrival, Air Body Source Stream, Training Ground. While Wang Fei and Kong Xiaobao were there talking and laughing, a miserable voice suddenly came from the side. Captain, let's not talk yet. I'm still pinned down here. Wang Fei sniffed and couldn't help but turn his head in the direction of the voice. Ruined. One could only see a huge mountain pressing down on Tian Ping's body, while Tian Ping was lying on the ground was constantly using his gravity force field to fight against the mountain, and the veins on his forehead were hefty and bulging. Kong Xiaobao also noticed such a wretched scales and slapped his forehead in sudden realization. Sorry, I'll get rid of it. Kong Xiaobao had just forgotten to close his Qi Men Bureau, causing Tian Ping to still be pressed by the big mountain. So he raised his sword finger and lifted the Qi Men technique that was acting on Tian Ping's body, and after the spell was undone, Wang Fei also helped Tian Ping up. Tian Ping didn't say anything after she got up. She just looked at Wang Fei with a grudging look. Wang Fei's old face flushed at Tian Ping's gaze, and he could only cough awkwardly and change the subject. Ahem. How about we go check on them? Tian Ping looked at the hand-wringing Wang Fei with complicated eyes, and in the end, he could only let out a deep sigh, forcibly holding back his inner sourness, and walked over to Rose's side. Chance, are you okay? Rose. Scales kept shaking while calling Rose's name. Well, finally, Chance gradually woke up under the constant shaking of the scales. What am I? Hiss my neck. Tempest was relieved to see that Rose was fine, and then smiled. It's okay. Rose, who had been a bit confused, saw the scales beside her and remembered something. I'll go. My old lady remembered. That brat even dared to knock me out. Let's see if I don't smack him hard with 2 big ear scratches after the battle is over. Tian Ping was still happy in his heart because Rose was fine, but when he suddenly heard her words, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Afterwards, he covered his mouth in death. Shoo, Auntie, stop it. Isn't it embarrassing enough? What's wrong with this? We didn't get hit enough once, so we're going to get hit a second time? We'll lose face if they us up one more time. Chance had his mouth covered by a hand from Tempest, and slapped his hand in an ungraceful manner. Tian Ping, you're going to die. I'm just nagging. Can I really whip him? By the way, how's that kid? Did the captain give him a good beating? Not really. The words weren't spoken by Tian Ping, but by Wang Fei, who had just walked over and heard Rose's words. Hey Captain, Where's your mask? Chance was happy to see the Captain Wang Fei come over and didn't notice that Wang Fei's tone was so helpless. But when he saw that Wang Fei's mask was not on his face, a bad feeling was born in his heart. No way? Hashtag. No, 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 that kid could never be a match for the captain. Surely the outcome of the battle had been decided and the captain had taken it off himself. But Wang Fu's next sentence completely killed her. My mask was chopped off by that kid. I'm sorry everyone. For failing you. Captain you. Rose looked at the face full of bitterness Wang Fei. Also do not know what to say. This ending is really what she did not expect. At this moment, Tian Ping, looking at the Captain Wang Fei, also let out a light laugh and looked at Wang Fei with a disinterested look. Captain, don't say anything stupid. In our hearts you are always the strongest. It's just that there are talented people in the rivers and mountains. We're just being swept onto the beach by the latter waves. Hearing Tian Ping's consolation, Wang Fei also smiled. Yeah, it's a bit humiliating, but I'm proud that the Night's Watch troops were able to come out with such a demon. It shows that our troops are getting stronger. Maybe there's about to be a new human ceiling level existence in our vigilante force. Speaking of this, Wang Fei's eyes had revealed a brilliant light, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but hook up. That's right, this was Wang Fei. In his heart, the interests of the country and the people were above all else. He didn't take this small loss to heart. Instead, he was pleased and proud because Daxia was able to have such a demon like Kong Xiaobao. Chance then stood up and patted the dirt on his body, then gently placed his right hand on Wang Fei's shoulder. Captain, you're right. Although being defeated by a newcomer is indeed so humiliating, but like you said, as seniors we should be happy that such a demonic junior has appeared. Wasn't it just one loss? Just go back and cultivate hard and find him again. When Wang Fei heard that Rose was so thoughtful and open, he also smiled slightly and patted the hand that was placed on his shoulder. And Kong Xiaobao also assisted Moon Ghost and Maelstrom at this time, walking towards the three of them. You guy, you're really a demon, but it should be said or not, this means of yours is indeed fierce. We and the captain have traveled all over the world on missions for so many years, and we've never encountered such bizarre tactics, and this time, we've grown to know a lot. When Kong Xiaobao heard the Moon Ghost's words, he also said modestly, what's so great about me? I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants to move forward. It's our old ancestors who are great. Yes, Kong Xiaobao never thought that he was a particularly powerful demon. If there was no system, if there weren't those divine techniques and feats that were comprehended because of the painstaking research of the old-timers, he still might not be what he was. At this time, Maelstrom also spoke tiredly. Old ancestor is awesome, but I have a request. Of course, if you find it difficult just forget it. Kong Xiaobao probably guessed Swirl's request, but nevertheless gestured for him to speak on. It's true that those means of yours aren't a forbidden ruin or divine ruin in our conventional sense, but its power and versatility are indeed much more powerful than our forbidden ruins. If possible, I hope you can teach us. This question had also crossed Kong Xiaobao's mind. As early as before the training set, he and Yi Fan had discussed this issue, and he was definitely going to promote the means of air refining among the Night's Watch, and in the future, he would even promote it in the whole of Daxia under controlled means. After all, this side of the world was not as stable as the one-man world. The Daxia of this side of the world was shrouded in mists and coveted by the outer gods. Daxia could be considered a crisis in such an environment, and with this number of people in the Night Watchman's force it was simply not enough. At this time it is necessary to do extraordinary things to do extraordinary means. At least cultivate more people in the face of the mysterious invasion. There will not be such as the second in the middle of too many casualties, but also as soon as possible to let the Night's Watch troops to get fresh blood. Kong Xiaobao felt that he shouldn't hide the mysteries and gods from the people of Daxia, thinking that my Daxia had been invaded by foreign enemies countless times in its 5,000 years of civilized history. In the end, it was all under the unity of my Daxia people that we defeated the strong enemies and guarded our homeland. Kong Xiaobao wants a big summer where everyone is like a dragon, but in order to do that, we need to clean out the assholes within Great Xia. For example, the group of scum from the Church of Ancient Gods. Since that's the case, the first thing to do is to strengthen the combat power of the Night's Watch. And by the way, to help those ordinary people who have the heart to serve their country but don't have the ability to awaken the forbidden ruins to gain transcendent power. Kong Xiaobao had promised Yufan before that he would pick some reliable people among the Night's Watch to teach them this method of refining air, and the masked squad in front of them was impeccable, both in terms of virtue and loyalty to Daxia. How about, let's start with them and this class of recruits and instructors. However, Kong Xiaobao remembered that in the original story, there were a few instructors inside the training camp who had gone rogue for various reasons, and these people needed to be found out and cleaned up internally. He had the ability to search his soul with both full hands, so he wasn't worried. Kong Xiaobao, who had thought carefully, agreed in the face of Maelstrom's request. Well, that's fine. It's not just you guys either. I'll also pick out a portion of the Night's Watch troops to teach them. In the end, it will slowly spread to all of Daxia. Of course, for now, I can only pick some people from within the Night's Watch troops to teach them first. Kang Xiaobao's promise so quickly was a bit out of Maelstrom and Moon Ghost's expectations. To know that there were such mysterious and powerful means put into any clan, it would not be easy to agree to pass it on. And the Kang Xiaobao in front of him only thought for a moment before agreeing. Kang Xiaobao, you. When Kang Xiaobao saw the eyes of the two, he knew what was going on in their minds, but he just so-called smiled. There's no need to be surprised. In such a time of crisis for the Grand Xia, if one still has to hide and keep to oneself and skimp on teaching secret passages, then one is truly too patternless. I've met a young man who has a particularly good philosophy to have a teachable moment. Although his philosophy is not recognized in his world, I think it's very suitable when put in the current situation of Xia, isn't it? Seeing Kang Xiaobao who had such a heart, the two of them, Whirlpool and Moon Ghost, actually felt that he was faintly radiating a divine light. Captain, there's good news for you. Maelstrom, who originally still needed to be assisted by Kang Xiaobao, at this moment, he even ran towards Wang Fei with a dragon's vigor and told the three of them what had just happened. The three of them were shocked to hear that Kang Xiaobao actually promised that he would teach them this magical cultivation method. When Kang Xiaobao helped the Moon Ghost to come over, Wang Fei took a step out and held Kang Xiaobao's hand with tears in his eyes. Thank you for your contribution to Daxia. The eyes of the crowd looking at Kang Xiaobao at this moment were also full of excitement and gratitude, and the only trace of displeasure in their hearts due to being defeated by Kang Xiaobao had completely dissipated. Kang Xiaobao's such a broad mind had bowled them over. Coincidentally, at this time, Yuan Gang also walked over with a group of instructors. When Wang Fei, filled with excitement, spoke about what Kang Xiaobao had just done, Yuan Gang's eyes turned to Kang Xiaobao with a look of relief and admiration. All instructors of the 039th Intensive Training Battalion, salute to the Heavenly Channel leader, Comrade Kang Xiaobao. Yuan Gang gave a deep salute to Kang Xiaobao. Swish dash. The mask squad and the group of instructors behind Yuan Gang likewise quickly stood upright and saluted towards Kang Xiaobao. This salute, the crowd honored willingly. A young man with powerful means, who also possessed a broad mind like the sea, deserved to be treated like this by them. And Kang Xiaobao didn't just watch, but returned the same humble Taoist cupped fist salute to the crowd. Kang Xiaobao likewise admired this group of warriors who, leaving their families behind and disregarding life and death, fought on the front line for the sake of Daxia and its people. When the image is frozen in this moment, the art has become salute. Yuan Gang then similarly conveyed to Kang Xiaobao the order given to him by Yifan himself, hiring him as an instructor for the recruit intensive training camp. At the same time, Kang Xiaobao was allowed to pick the right people to learn this new cultivation method on his own. Instructor Xiaobao, I just spoke with Commander Yi, and he has only one request for me, and that is to fully cooperate with you. No matter what materials you need, what people you need, as long as it's what you need, I will fully cooperate with you. Kang Xiaobao smiled and nodded, then thanked him, indicating that he knew. By the way, Instructor Xiaobao, actually, you should understand why I want to give this group of recruits a hard time this time. Watching Kang Xiaobao nod, Yuan Gang continued. Originally, I was planning to let the masked squad clean up after them, hoping that they would put away their arrogance and cockiness and receive good training, in order to hope that they would be able to survive better when they face the mysteries in the future. But what I didn't realize was that this dismounting had already been brought to an early end by you before it had even begun. Kang Xiaobao scratched his hair awkwardly and asked a bit sheepishly, then Chief Instructor, what do you mean? Yuan Gang also smiled and waved his hand when he saw Kang Xiaobao in this state. It's fine, you don't have to be like this. Instructor Bao, even though my initial purpose was not achieved, it's excellent to discover such an outstanding talent like you. Yuan Gang paused, then continued, here's what I'm going to do next. I'm going to tell them about your hiring as an instructor, and at the same time, I'm going to use you as a benchmark to suppress the prideful arrogance of this group of recruits. What do you think? I don't have a problem with that. Just feel free to operate. Good, just follow my idea. Then, we'll rely on you and our instructors to train them more in the coming year. I believe that after having you join the instructors, our new recruits in this session will definitely be the strongest batch in all previous training camps. After agreeing with Kang Xiaobao, Yuan Gang called the dispersed recruits back into the training ground, and even the ones who were injured before were pulled back with bandages. And Kang Xiaobao, at Yuan Gang's request, stood in the line of instructors, right next to the masked squad. At this point Kang Xiaobao finally had time to collect his reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing this quest. Reward, 8 wonderful skills. Air Body Source Stream. Air Body Source Stream, known as the end of art. That is, 1 person in the billion from the baby to obtain the old peasant gong. That is Zhang Huai left him Gong Fu. After obtaining the old farmer's Kung Fu, Billion planted a gas seed in her body. And with continuous cultivation, this gas seed grew into a gas baby similar to a yuaning. This feat is claimed to be able to take all technical air and comb it back to the way it was in the first place. And on the body of the air baby you can still see these words, "No gain." To the valley god mingling spirit. In his previous life, many people speculated that what Billion had obtained was most likely a divine spirit. But in fact, Kang Xiaobao was more convinced that it was an air body source stream. Although the air baby body has the 3 words of God Mingling, but the most important of them is actually the front of the word valley. The Tao Te Ching has this to say, the god of the valley does not die. It is called Xian Mer. The gate of the Xian Mer is the root of heaven and earth. Sheep are not used if they are stored. The word Goktion, simply put, it can be understood as the root of all things. It's also the origin of the Tao. The word mingling comes from mingling, which means bright. It means Holy Spirit. Taking the growth characteristics of Lao Non Gong and combining them with the above passage, we can deduce that the end of the art is also the root of the air. The strange and bizarre techniques in this world are different, but the vast majority of them are made up of air, and the air body source flow, which can sort out any technical air into its most fundamental form, is to control it from the source of the air. This divine technique, that is the root of the air and the primal rule of the art, so the word source and stream is the beginning and the end. In other words, it meant that the vast majority of energy attacks would now be combed into the most primitive air by Kang Xiaobao's air body source flow. With the characteristics of the air body source flow over all arts, the fundamental characteristics of the air, coupled with the extreme control of the life of the 2 full hands, it can be said that Kang Xiaobao thought that he already possessed the conditions to become an immortal. If one were to add the other 6 wondrous techniques, then one could even reach the level of using techniques to enter the Tao. And with that group of outer gods that do not cultivate their lives in a vulgar way, when their own life cultivation is accomplished, coupled with other strange techniques for the ultimate control of their respective art domains, those outer gods will not be their opponents at all. The future is bright. A group of new recruits stood with their heads held high within the training ground, each radiating confidence. Yuan Gang on the stage looked at the new recruits below in this state. This is the promised way out of the deal. Chapter 28, A Passage of the Browns. The moonlight was like a sheathed silver knife that suddenly split through the clouds, and the training ground's barbed wire fence was instantly covered with a frosty, cold light, while it enveloped the training ground so abruptly. Quiet. As Yuan Gang's thick voice rang out, all 239 recruits stopped communicating and looked at him. What? Are you guys happy? Most of the recruits couldn't help but tickle the corners of their mouths when they heard Yuan Gang's words, but didn't reply. I can see that you're all happy, but I'd like to say, you guys are happy my ass. I'm embarrassed to say that you guys, did you win that battle? Most of you were eliminated without even touching the corner of Masked Squad's coat. The corners of the recruits' mouths that were originally hooked up all skimmed down after Yuan Gang finished speaking. Even those who had fought against the Masked Squad at the beginning showed expressions of shame. Report. Speak. One of the recruits raised his hand and said weakly, Chief Instructor, didn't you say that if any of us can take off the mask of the Masked Squad, it will be considered a win for us? Yuan Gang couldn't help but smile badly when he heard this recruit's words, his eyes looking at him playfully. Yes, I did say that, but what I'm saying is that as long as one of the recruits can take off the mask of the Masked Squad, it's considered that you win. After Yuan Gang finished speaking, the recruits were confused. They didn't get it. Yuan Gang wasn't talking about the same thing? The recruit who stood out just now, whose brain was also down at this moment, couldn't help but look at Yuan Gang in confusion. Seeing the expression on the recruit's face, Yuan Gang innocently said, Don't understand? Then take a closer look. Where is the person who defeated the Masked Squad just now standing now? After the crowd looked around, they suddenly realized that Kang Xiaobao was actually standing in the team of instructors. 7 Knights. Why is Bao standing there? Could he be standing on the wrong side? Should we remind him? Lin Qiye and Xiao Yuan couldn't help but blank him when they heard Chubby's words. Pure landlord's stupid son. At this point in time, he still can't distinguish the situation. Lin Qiye looked at Fatty with a caring retarded look and said to him, Fatty is there a possibility? Bao. What about him being an instructor? Chubby froze for a moment, then waved his hand. 7 Knights don't you tease. Bao he is a new recruit like us, how can he be? Xiao Yuan looked at Chubby with the same look, then asked, Say it, why don't you say it? Bailey Chubby hadn't thought about it yet, but when he suddenly saw Lin Qiye's playful eyes, his heart thumped and he had a bad feeling in his heart. 7 Knights. It can't be. Lin Qiye nodded in relief, rather feeling like my family had a son who was growing up. Yes, it is what you think it is. I threw thunder. It's too much. It's a clear case of trickery. Without waiting for Chubby to finish, Lin Qiye took his hand and cupped Bailey Chubby's mouth. Just understand and don't say it. Although I'm also upset, I understand him. After all, you don't want to see these brothers around us fight against mystery without training then die on the battlefield. Hearing Lin Chia's words, Bailey Chubby was silent for a moment before nodding. Seeing Chubby nod his head, Lin Chia then let go of his hand. That's right. After saying this, Lin Chia even pinched Chubby's cue-bouncing little meaty face. A portion of the smart ones had guessed what was going on, but there were still most of the new recruits who were not in the situation. That's right. Comrade Kong Xiaobao is none other than one of the instructors of our intensive training camp. So that battle just now is just a sparring match between our instructors in order for you guys to be able to know how big a gap there is between yourselves and the real geniuses. As Yuan Gang's words fell, the crowd of recruits exploded. I'll go shameless. I believe you. At this time, even if the slow reaction of the people also understand, this is Yuan Gang to play a trick for them to take away the payoff. Listening to the tirades of the new recruits under the stage, the masked squad looked at Yuan Gang, only to see that Yuan Gang had a breezy face, and did not receive the slightest influence from these words, and could not help but marvel at the thickness of Yuan Gang's face skin. Yuan Gang, face? What's the point of having it, if you can eat it? Che. Shin Xingju looked at Yuan Gang with a disdainful face, but he didn't stand out to accuse Yuan Gang, although Shin Xingju was tugging, but his IQ was online. He could understand Yuan Gang's approach, and he likewise wanted his brothers under him to live better in the face of mystery. As for Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang, although they were furious, but seeing that Shin Xingju didn't make a move, they forced themselves not to come forward. I know that you guys are upset, but if you guys are any more upset, you should hold it in. If your eyes weren't blind, you would be able to see how intense the battle was just now. Whether it's the masked squad or Comrade Kong Xiaobao, tell me with a clear conscience, are any of you a match for them? You guys aren't already so stupid that you can't see the gap between yourselves and your opponents, right? Of course, if any of you are unconvinced, you can practice with Instructor Xiaobao, and if you can win against him, everything I said before will count. Although the crowd of recruits were interested, they hesitated after thinking of Kong Xiaobao's bizarre means before. While Kong Xiaobao was unaware of everything that was happening on the field at this moment, just as Yuan Gang had finished his sentence, a huge wave of energy suddenly surged out from Kong Xiaobao on the stage. At this moment, whether it was the new recruits or the instructors on the stage with the masked squad, all of the gazes of everyone looked towards Kong Xiaobao. This is a breakthrough to the Sea Realm? Rose asked Wang Fri with a bit of disbelief. Wang Fri, that's right. After Kong Xiaobao received this reward, his own realm reached the point of refining the air to return to God. In terms of the cultivation system of this world, it meant that Kong Xiaobao's spiritual power had reached the realm of the Sea Realm. But as I said before, Kong Xiaobao as an air refiner, repair is the essence of the three treasures. To Kong Xiaobao's combat power is far from ordinary Sea Realm can be compared. If it is in the previous realm encountered Klein realm of the enemy, although it cannot be 100% guaranteed to kill, but the fight of the flag is still comparable or can be, or even a slight advantage. However, the current Kong Xiaobao, if he encountered an enemy from the Klein realm, Kong Xiaobao had 100% certainty that he could easily kill him. After feeling the changes in his body, Kong Xiaobao also came back to his senses. When he came back to his senses, he realized that all the people were all looking at him, causing him to be a little bit overwhelmed. What are they looking at me for? Could it be that Yuan Gang has failed to play his game and the recruits don't buy his excuses so they're going to beat me up to take out their anger? Kong Xiaobao blinked uncertainly toward Yuan Gang. Kong Xiaobao, screwed up? Yuan Gang. Kong Xiaobao, what are they all looking at me for? They're not going to beat me up in a group, are they? Omega. Yuan Gang. And Yuan Gang gave him a wink when he saw his eyes open and swept around, and wondered what it meant. The wind squinted? Yuan Gang, oh I see. This is to see that the new recruits are not convinced and intend to stand up for me. You and I really have an understanding. Thinking of this, Yuan Gang gave Kong Xiaobao a playful smile and nodded heavily. And Kong Xiaobao understood after seeing Yuan Gang like this. Kong Xiaobao, sure enough, no, I can't take the blame for Yuan Gang. Since you guys want to beat me up, then Master Dao I have to make the first move. The main fight is a solid one. After making up his mind, Kong Xiaobao took a step out, and in an instant, a ghostly blue air bureau rippled out like water waves, instantly covering the entire training ground. 2AZ Black Swamp. With a bellowing cry, the ground beneath the recruits' feet suddenly softened, and the dark mire spread noiselessly, like countless greedy hands tugging at their legs. Sundance character Wind Blade. Before the words fell, an ear-piercing air-breaking sound suddenly rang out. Invisible air currents transformed into sharp blades, flashing with cold light under the moonlight, whistling and sweeping across the entire field. Koan Z, Tu He Che. The ground trembled violently, and several giant pythons congealed from earth and stone broke out. Their scales and armor were fierce, and they opened their bloody mouths to pounce towards the crowd. Jin Z, Thunder Dragon. Rumble. Purple-white lightning ripped through the night sky, and thunder transformed into a hideous dragon shape, wrapped in the momentum of destruction from the sky. Before the recruits under the stage had time to react, Lin Chia knew it was bad the moment he heard Kong Xiaobao's voice and had already dragged Bailey Chubby and Chao Yuan to seize the road and escape. The trio met Chen Qingju and his 3 small followers and female soldier Molly unexpectedly on their way to escape. The moment their eyes met, each read the meaning in the other's eyes. These are all smart people. Run! I don't know who shouted. The crowd could no longer care about the image, and sent their feet running wildly. But it was too late. And the screams that rose up behind them and the roar of the building trembling became a symphony of the most horrific kind. Come on! Demolition! Help! Bailey Fatty's wail cut through the night sky, living like a fat cat that had its tail stepped on. Although the rest of the people did not make a sound, their pale faces and rapid breathing exposed the extreme fear in their hearts. Looking back, the training ground has been reduced to an inferno. Struggling figures in the black swamp like moths caught in a spider's web. Wherever the wind blade passed, broken fabrics mixed with beads of blood flew in the air. The earth and rock python rolled and raged, plowing deep grooves in the concrete floor. The thunder dragon roared and struck down, and the twitching human form was vaguely visible in the piercing electric light. Just when the crowd thought that the nightmare would end, Kong Xiaobao seemed to feel that it wasn't stable enough, so his clear and cold voice sounded again, leaving character fire meteor. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with crimson, and countless fireballs trailing flames poured down. Blazing waves of air swept in all directions, illuminating the entire training ground as bright as day. On the viewing platform, Yuan Gang stroked his chin as he watched in fascination, and an instructor said with impatience, "Chief Instructor, will this be? Hey, no harm done." Yuan Gang waved his hand, excitement shining in his eyes. Instructor Xiaobao has a point. The members of the masked squad unanimously swallowed their saliva. What kind of grudge is this? This is simply the scene of a natural disaster. That's a long time to live. Well, that's steady. Dare to hit the Taoist master me humph. Instructors, you're pretty solid. Masked squad, talent of whoever is your enemy. I'm afraid that the ashes are not raised by you. In fact, it seems to be a grand scene, but Kong Xiaobao did not lay a hard hand. Are low to see the brothers? Kong Xiaobao cannot lay this hard hand. Basically are all traumatic injuries. Rest for a while will be good. A few moments later, the escaping Lin Chi's several people also returned to the training ground one after another, while the recruits who had been beaten up by Kong Xiaobao, although they bared their teeth in pain, they still endured the pain and stood straight, not even daring to breathe. Yuan Gang was also very satisfied at this time when he saw the new recruits. Well, anyone else not convinced? The recruits shook their heads frantically. Recruits, just kidding. This is going to be a no-brainer. I'm afraid I'm going to have to go out lying down. Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction. Very well. It shows that you guys aren't hopelessly stupid. Since this is the case, from tomorrow onwards all of you will unconditionally obey the instructor's commands and train however they tell you to. Do you understand? Understood. N. Well, get some rest tonight, and savor your last moments of fun. Tomorrow won't be a good day. Dismissed. At Yuan Gang's command, the recruits returned to their dormitories with each other's hands, their eyes full of tears of excitement. Recruits, this day can be so hard. After Yuan Gang told the crowd to disperse, he came to Kong Xiaobao's body and patted his shoulder. Bao. The two of us really have a tacit understanding. I was originally afraid that they would really disobey, but I didn't expect that you would just give them a direct education in love, completely convincing them. Nothing more to say. In the future, we'll work well together, and we'll definitely train them to be the best night watchmen. Kong Xiaobao had originally heard Yuan Gang say that the two of them had a tacit understanding and had quite agreed, but as he listened, he sensed that something was wrong, and so on. Chief Instructor, I thought it was because your excuses didn't work, and they didn't take it well then tried to beat me up. That's why I stepped in early. So you basically had the situation under control? Yuan Gang was a bit confused when he heard Kong Xiaobao's words. Yuan Gang, is that so? Kong Xiaobao, isn't it? Yuan Gang. Instructors. Masked Squad. Kong Xiaobao looked at the silent Yuan Gang. His heart thumped, then he sighed deeply. Sloppy. Kong Xiaobao's heart was shamed and angry, pointing at Yuan Gang with a trembling finger. Hoping that you and I don't even make eye contact on the same channel. What eyes? Kong Xiaobao, that's it underscore. Yuan Gang, this? Kong Xiaobao, yes, that's it underscore. Yuan Gang, I thought you were blinded by the wind. Masked Squad, well, straight face. Chapter 29 Assembly. At 2 o'clock in the morning, in an empty warehouse in the 039 Recruit Intensive Training Camp, Kong Xiaobao was lying underneath a huge metal device, with a flashlight in his mouth and a wrench in his hand, screwing around on a certain part. I say, old Yuan, you've talked to Commander Yi about my ideas and requirements, right? Kong Xiaobao asked without looking back, his voice a bit slurred from biting the torch. Yuan Gang leaned against the door, smoking a cigarette as if nothing had happened, listening carefully to the movement outside. Don't worry, I've reported it all to the commander. And since you've spoken to him before? The commander agreed without saying a word, telling me to just listen to your arrangements in this matter. He turned his head and looked at Kong Xiaobao's busy back. Are you sure this antique-like contraption will work? Yuan Gang saw the warehouse in this square bucket halberdier furnace a little bit cannot believe, only to see this is called by the small treasure to repair the body furnace thing's unique design. Square bucket, dome, thin wall, the lower part of the gradient, the wall of the symmetry on both sides of the halberdier, the bottom of the bottom bearing 4 sides of the folding feet, surrounded by the runic carvings like, the whole shape of the atmosphere of the stable. It's nice to look at, but it's hard to believe that this big furnace can awaken people to air. Hey, old Yuan, you don't trust my craftsmanship. Kong Xiaobao finally screwed up that part, spat out the flashlight, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I tell you what, I've helped awaken the air of all of our squad just by virtue of this big furnace in front of you. Yuan Gang listened to the words of Kong Xiaobao, inhaled a mouthful of smoke after the cigarette was about to extinguish the hands of the cigarette. Suddenly next to scurry out Arohua reached out to take over the cigarette slowly extinguished. Yuan Gang froze for a moment, then said thank you, and he didn't care if Arohua could understand. Yuan Gang walked over and surveyed the disassembled and then reassembled cultivation furnace slowly spoke. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that this time you need to transform too many people. I'm worried that this thing won't be able to withstand it. Didn't you also say that this thing is likely to explode if it exceeds the limit threshold for transformation? I don't want these recruits to die before they get out. That's an extreme case. Kong Xiaobao rolled his eyes. The main reason is that I'm afraid that the conversion energy output is unstable, which will easily cause the air veins to go backwards. These devices I'm adding right now can ensure that the transformation process is smooth and controllable, so even an ordinary person with no talent can safely obtain a sense of qi. Not to mention these geniuses from all over the place. Yuan Gang also nodded after hearing Kong Xiaobao's words. Alright, I don't know anything about this stuff anyway, just leave everything to you, but you must remember that safety always comes first. Well, that's right, leave the professional stuff to me. A professional, and I'll talk to you if there's anything I need, or if the body repair furnace can be used. Yuan Gang heard this and said no more, just quietly watched Kong Xiaobao remodeling the body repair furnace. After watching for a while, Yuan Gang realized that he really couldn't see the reason, so he said pay attention to your health to Kong Xiaobao and turned around to walk out. And at this time, inside the warehouse, there were only Kong Xiaobao and the many busy figures of Ruohua. The night was deep at 3 in the morning, and the entire training ground was plunged into darkness except for the very few buildings that had faint lights on in them, and the recruits' dormitory was among them, where the tired recruits were sleeping soundly after a long day. Yuan Gang, who had come out of Kong Xiaobao's place, slunk to the front of the new recruits' dormitory building. Chief Instructor, what brings you here? Hong Hao, who had intended to blow the assembly whistle, saw Yuan Gang walking over, so he immediately put down the whistle and saluted, then asked. Yuan Gang waved his hand towards Hong Hao, signaling that there was no need for him to be formal, and said that he was just idly coming to take a look, so that he could do whatever he needed to do. Hong Hao heard Yuan Gang's words and said no more, then blew the assembly whistle. Choo! With a short whistle resounding in the quiet night, Lin Qiye was instantly jolted up, shook his drowsy head, and after feeling slightly more awake he quickly got up, and while putting on his clothes, he started to call Fatty next to him to get up. Chubby, Chubby, get up. Well, pretty girl. At this point, Chubby is dreaming of a chance encounter with his beautiful girl, Molly, in a supermarket in a very ambiguous scene. Chubby had seen Molly on the run, but didn't know her name. Chubby, pretty girl. Molly turned slowly under Chubby Piggy's gaze, her 2 twisted braids flicking. Molly, what's going on? Chubby was distracted by Molly's spring-like smile, then picked up a jar of gum and handed it to her. Chubby, you're Yida. Molly saw it and gave a wink towards Chubby. Omicron equals Omega smiley face row. Molly, it's your Yida. Snap, snap. Lin Qiye saw how he could not wake up Chubby. He could only helplessly take the slipper to Chubby's face left and right to pump him 3 times, but seeing that Chubby's 2 sides of his face were different heights, he suddenly felt as if it was a little disproportionate, and then pumped another one. Lin Qiye, now that's symmetry. What's wrong 7 nights? Chubby asked Lin Qiye in confusion while rubbing his face after being jerked awake. Get up. It's an emergency assembly. Ah, what's wrong with you? It's only 3 o'clock. I was just dreaming about waking up at the critical moment with the pretty girl I saw yesterday when I was running away, and you woke me up. Lin Qiye sniffed and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Didn't you only meet someone once when you escaped? Fantasizing about it so soon? Bailey Chubby said while putting on his clothes. 7 nights you don't understand. The first time I saw her, I recognized her. This might be love. Lin Qiye, I love you twisted love. Cut the crap and get dressed. I'm leaving first. Seeing Fatty who was like a demented man, Lin Xie felt that he couldn't stay for a second. After saying that, Lin Xie opened the window and leapt out. Wait for me. 7 nights. Lin Xie had jumped down from the upper floor and quickly opened, Starry Night Dancer, to come and stand in front of Hong Hao, who was the first to arrive. Well, this Lin Xie is not bad. Hong Hao also let out a sigh of admiration after putting a check mark on Lin Xie's position in the book. Not a moment after Lin Xie arrived, Xin Qingzhu, Chao Yuan Moli, and the others ran over. Yuan Gang looked at the recruits appreciatively, but also frowned when he saw the recruits coming here one after another behind him, and then asked Hong Hao, how long has it been since the muster whistle blew? Reporting to the chief instructor, exactly 3 minutes. I guess these new recruits should have slept well. The plan was to wake them up at 12 o'clock. If it wasn't for the fact that they all had injuries on them. Look at the way they look, all dressed up and dragging. It's really bad. Chubby Bailey, on the other hand, was the last to arrive in front of the building. After Yuan Gang saw that everyone had arrived, his eyes looked at the group of recruits with displeasure. Your speed really amazes me. So much time has passed since the assembly whistle was blown, and you've only just finished assembling. Even old Sun Tu, who cooks in the cafeteria, is faster than you guys. If we let you guys go on a support mission, I guess by the time you arrive, our teammates would have already died. Today I'll tell you what an emergency muster means. From the sound of the whistle, I don't care what you're doing, you have to be at the muster within 3 minutes. Even if you're taking a, clip it off and get dressed and come over to the muster. Did you hear everything? Understood. N. Hong Hao. Here. From now until breakfast. I don't want to see this bunch of losers standing here comfortably, and if one of them is standing here comfortably, I'll make you uncomfortable for 3 days. Do you hear me? Yes. Hong Hao started to move the moment he received the order, while Yuan Gang left the place with his hands behind his back. Now, everyone, run all the way around the playground until you're wasted. And at that moment, Xin Qingzhu stepped forward. Report. I'm not late, so why am I running too? When Hong Hao heard Xin Qingzhu's words, he came to him angrily. I'll tell you why. Because you are one. Is it possible that when you go into battle you only charge yourself and don't care about the people behind you? Answer me yes or no? Report. No. Xin Qingzhu almost gritted his teeth as he said these words, which made him very upset, but he still agreed with Hong Hao's words, because after all, he was also the big brother of a group of people, and he himself wasn't the type of person who could abandon his brothers behind him. Hong Hao then looked at the recruits present with sharp eyes. Shall I tell you that from now on, if one person makes a mistake, all will be punished? If you want your teammates to be punished for your mistakes, then you do what you just did. But now all of you run for me. Xin Qingzhu, go carry 20 kilograms of weight yourself. Do you know why? Xin Qingzhu didn't reply, just turned his hat to the back, then went to the training ground and picked up the weights and ran in silence. Lin Xie looked at Xin Qingzhu, who had picked up a weighted backpack to run laps, and his gaze deepened. Then he similarly picked up a weighted backpack and ran around the playground. And when Chao Yuan saw Lin Xie carry a weighted backpack, he also carried a weighted bag to follow, and those who were late, looked at a few people in shame, then gritted their teeth and similarly each ran with their weighted bags. Hong Hao looked at the crowd and pressed the brim of his hat, a pleased smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It's kind of fun. On the dimly lit training ground was a long line of people running around the playground without stopping, sweat pouring freely. The leaders were Xin Qingzhu and Lin Xie. Huffing, wasn't I the only one carrying the weight? Why are you guys carrying it too? Xin Qingzhu asked as she ran while looking at Lin Xie next to her. We are one. How can we let you be punished alone? What's more, my captain told me don't abandon or give up, and I'm not going to watch my comrades get punished and pretend I don't see it. After saying this, Lin Xie returned a sunny smile to Xin Qingzhu. Xin Qingzhu looked deeply at Lin Xie in front of her, then smiled helplessly afterward. Comrade in arms? Lin Xie, right? I'll make you my friend. My name is Xin Qingzhu. Forbidden Ruin Sequence, 068, Chi-Min. Lin Xie, Divine Sequence, 003, Blazing Angel Agent. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. The word is split, and the chubby side is miserable. Bailey Chubby's already weak physique was even more unbearable under the weight. At this moment he had fallen far behind the end of the team. Bean-sized beads of sweat fell from his reddened cheeks, and every breath seemed heavy. As he stumbled around the corner, a gaunt figure suddenly swept before him, and it was Molly, who had lassoed him for a full lap. Chubby panicked and wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeve, bracing himself to straighten his back. Even his breathing deliberately lightened a few points. Hi, pretty girl. Chubby squeezed out a big smile, but his voice broke from panting. We met yesterday on the run, remember? Molly slowed down her footsteps at the words, her two twisted braids under the moonlight swinging gently with her pace. Her cool gaze lingered on Chubby for a moment, and she said indistinctly, You're that Kang Xiaobao's friend? I've seen you and the other two playing with him yesterday when I first came here. Yeah. Chubby nodded his head in a hurry, then said he wanted to get acquainted with Molly. Hello pretty girl, my name is Bailey Tu Ming. Everyone calls me Bailey Chubby. MO style Blade Clan, Molly. What is your forbidden ruin? Chubby dashingly shook his hair off his forehead and casually said, I don't have a forbidden ruin. I'm just an ordinary person. Molly couldn't help but frown at the words, but then suddenly seemed to think of something, so she asked suspiciously, your surname is Bailey? Then what's your relationship with the Bailey group known as the Museum of Forbidden Objects? Chubby instantly came to life and proudly straightened his collar. My father, Bailey Xing, is currently the chairman of Bailey Group. Low key, I'm just an ordinary family's child. Before the words fell, Molly's eyes suddenly turned cold. So it's a rich boy, she snorted. I hate you rich boys the most, and the richer you get the more I hate them. Wait, I'm really a child of an ordinary family. Chubby's outstretched hand froze in midair. Molly, on the other hand, had long since run off into the distance, leaving only the faint scent of jasmine wafting on the evening breeze. The searchlight from the training ground stretched Chubby's shadow. He stood frozen in place, as if he heard the sound of his glass heart breaking. At that moment, a bleak melody suddenly drifted in. The snowflakes are drifting, the north wind is blowing. Chow thief? Chubby turned his head to see Chow Yuan wearing headphones, and the other man was fumbling to turn off his outgoing cell phone. Sorry. Chow Yuan smiled sarcastically. Running song list randomized to. Chubby was about to have a fit when Instructor Han's muffled roar suddenly sounded in the distance. Bailey Tu Ming, how dare you slack off? Is it because you don't want to carry enough weight? I'm running. The little fat man instantly bounced up, his round figure leaping faster than a rabbit on the runway. Where is the appearance of a lost soul? The sun rises and brushes against the moon. At this time, the recruits had all sat down on the ground in exhaustion. Sweat soaked through their lapels. Everyone was incredibly quiet. It wasn't that they didn't speak, but they were already so tired that they didn't have the strength to speak. Lin Xie and Xin Qingzhu, a few people with better physiques, couldn't eat at this time, and were leaning on their knees and panting heavily. Hong Hao also walked over with a smile on his face at this time. Good. It seems you guys aren't as useless as I thought you were. You have only one training task for the rest of the day, eat. The crowd originally heard that there are still tasks heart is dying, but did not expect to usher in a reversal. A moment of disbelief actually did not have any response, and Hong Hao saw that the crowd was not moving and did not care but continued. Target, cafeteria. Time to eat, 15 minutes. If you're late again, you won't want to know what consequences you'll have to suffer. Dismissed. Brothers, charge. I don't know who shouted. The crowd listened and rushed towards the cafeteria, stirring up dust and dirt, and Chubby, who was as tired as a dead dog, didn't know where the stamina came from, but ran in the first position. Lin Xie and the others followed him into the cafeteria. When they entered, they saw a scene that left them dumbfounded. This is today's breakfast? Chapter 30. The walking mall points are here. After a night of extreme training, the crowd had long been hungry, and the moment they heard the opening of the meal, they were overjoyed and came to the cafeteria, only to find a scene that made them not dare to believe, only to see. In the huge cafeteria, there were two big pots of food placed on the table. Only one pot was bloody raw beef, while the other was a big dry hard steamed bun. What the hell? A barbecue buffet? But why don't we see a grill? And we only have 15 minutes to grill. Recruits. Lin Xie patted Bailey Fatty's shoulder and comforted him with a struggling face. It seems like our breakfast is this 0% cooked beef and these white bricks. Bailey Chubby first froze when he heard Lin Xie's words, and in the end, his entire expression became aggravated. Why are you messing with us like this? Is the instructor a pervert? The other recruits were also bitter in their faces as they took their seats. Only, seeing this bloody beef genus was really not appetizing at all. Holy, is this our bun? Is this sure it's not a brick? This recruit cursed and looked at the steamed bun in his hand, then knocked it towards his head. The result was that he fainted. The crowd was incredibly silent at the sight of this scene, but then the entire cafeteria exploded. Yuck, I came here to be a night watchman, not a savage. Is this human food? Who cooked this? Get out of here. And with Xin Qingzhu's outburst, the other recruits also threw down the breakfast in their hands and started yelling for the cooks in the cafeteria to come out. That's right. How is this human food? We've been tired all night, and we're given this to eat? Is there any law here? Is there any law? Why are you doing this to us? Tell me why. Why, baby, why? Just then, an old man with a big spoon came out of the cafeteria. What's all the shouting about? You little brats, want to revolt? When Xin Qingzhu saw the old man come out, he quickly walked up and looked at him with bad eyes. Old man, you're the one who cooked for us? The old man sniffed and clasped his hand holding the large spoon to his chest with a confident jaw. Well said. I'm the man known as the god of food in the training camp. You little brats can call me grandpa son. God of food? Old man son, Take a good look at what you're making for people to eat. How dare you call yourself the god of food? Ha! Shinju spoke while pointing at the recruit who had just been slapped unconscious by himself with a steamed bun. Take it or leave it. Anyway, this is it. You guys are worthy of eating this now. After saying that, Old Sun too also gave Shinju an impatient blank look. Just when Shinju was about to have a fit, suddenly a few people came in from outside wearing gray cloaks and holding masks walked in. These people were none other than the 7 members of the masked squad, and the one at the head was clearly wine-free. After entering the cafeteria, the few people walked straight to a round table closest to the food punch and then took their seats. Yo, so it's you little brats. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Old Sun too, who had just been impatient, instantly changed his smiling face when he saw the several people from the masked squad come in. Elder Sun, you're still cooking at the training camp? Great. We've long been fragrant of your cooking. Now we're in for a treat. Alas, this is not old. Can no longer be like the original frontline fighting. I can't fight at the front like I used to. I can only play my role here. And it's good to see you guys back. Afterward, Old Sun too chatted with the several people from the masked squad for a few moments before noting down the dishes they wanted to eat one by one, and returned to the kitchen. Not long after, a burst of aroma of rice came out from inside the cafeteria, and when the recruits saw that the masked squad was so respectful of this Old Sun Tao, they had no intention of making any more trouble. The crowd could only reluctantly eat the things in front of them that made it hard to swallow. Vom. I can't, it's too hard to get off. As the sound of dry heaving came from one man, one by one the others were affected by the sound and similarly dry heaved. The masked squad snickered when they saw the sorry state of the recruits and were reminded of their own years. Captain, this instructor Yuan still has these same old ways. After so many years, he doesn't say anything about changing. Maelstrom sputtered when he saw that it was still the same routine as when he was a new recruit. Well, indeed, but seeing them suffer, you can't say I feel sorry for them. He said he was sympathetic, but the grin on his lips had betrayed what he was really thinking at that moment, and at this time, Kang Xiaobao also walked into the cafeteria, and after looking around, he took a seat beside Lin Qiye, then picked up a steamed bun and nibbled on it, and the recruits were silent when they saw Kang Xiaobao walk in, and some even winced at the sight of him, as if they were remembering again the fear they felt when they were dominated by Kang Xiaobao not long ago. What are you looking at me for? Eat. When Kang Xiaobao saw that the crowd was not eating and were all looking at him, he felt a bit uncomfortable and spoke towards the crowd. But you don't say. The people who were originally a bit unable to accept the food, after hearing Kang Xiaobao's words they all forced themselves to hold back their nausea and ate it. At this time, Lin Qiye, Bailey Chubby, and Chao Yuan, who were next to him, looked at Kang Xiaobao with a puzzled expression, and Lin Qiye then asked, Brother Bao, didn't you become an instructor? Why are you still sitting and eating with us? Kang Xiaobao said casually while chewing the raw steamed buns. Hey, what instructor or not? We are all brothers who came in together. I'm just having some more stuff you guys don't usually know. Besides, I feel comfortable eating with you guys. Although Kang Xiaobao's voice was not loud, the recruits heard it, and their hearts were plummeting in favor of Kang Xiaobao. Xinju, Emily and the others also gave Kang Xiaobao a deep look, then silently ate the raw beef in their hands. That's right, Kang Xiaobao did this on purpose. He wasn't one of those veteran instructors, but was promoted directly from the recruits, and said that he was an instructor. But in fact, he was a target set up by Yuan Gang for the recruits. If you can't mingle with the recruits and share their pain, how will the recruits accept themselves from the bottom of their hearts? Although it could be suppressed by force, this was obviously not a permanent solution. Bailey Fatty gave Kang Xiaobao a thumbs up, then with a twinkle in his eye, he pushed his raw beef towards Kang Xiaobao. Bao, you're tired. I'm not very hungry. Eat more. Kang Xiaobao also smiled evilly when he saw Bailey chubby like this. Oh, I don't eat beef. The beef was then pushed back to him. While this was going on, Sun Lao pushed a food cart and placed a freshly cooked meal on the masked squad's table. Eat while it's hot. Little ones. Thank you, Elder Sun. *7. Instead, the recruits had their eyes dead set on the food on the masked squad table, their mouths watering. That's when a new recruit quit. Why should they be able to eat so well and we have to eat this stuff? Old Sun said to the new recruit in a bad mood. You want to eat too? That's fine. When you guys come back here after you've become real night watchmen, Old Sun, will definitely make you a table full of food, and I'll make you whatever you want to eat, but right now you can only eat this. The recruit mumbled and sat down, only to continue eating the unpalatable breakfast in his hands. Hiss, it smells so good. Pan-fried siumai, roasted mutton haggis, red and white blood sausage, mutton buns, fried rice and milk tea. I can't do it anymore. I'm going to cry from craving. Bailey Chubby looked at the breakfast in front of him, and then looked at the breakfast of the false face. That drool flow just as depicted in an ancient poem, flying down 3,000 feet, suspected to be the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens. Fat ass, wipe your mouth. Bailey Chubby sniffed and reacted, picking up his sleeve and wiping his saliva. Fatso, why don't you just wipe it with my sleeve? Lin Chie, on the other hand, had his eyes firmly fixed on Wang Fei, and again, as a divine agent, he actually had a lot of questions he wanted to ask Wang Fei, but again, due to his lack of familiarity, he didn't open his mouth. However, Wang Fei seemed to have sensed Lin Chie's gaze and opened his mouth for Lin Chie and Kang Xiaobao to go over. Xiaobao, Lin Chie, come over and have some together. Kang Xiaobao nodded casually before walking straight over, while Lin Chie hesitated for a moment before walking over as well and taking a seat across from Wang Fei. Just as Kang Xiaobao sat down, the crowd of the masked squad seemed to be very enthusiastic about him and kept serving him food. Wang Fei, on the other hand, chatted with Lin Chie. Lin Chie, I feel as if you have some questions you want to ask me, right? It's fine, as long as I know what I can say I can tell you. Lin Chie then asked Wang Fei for some advice on divine agents, and when he learned that it was that simple when Wang Fei represented Kronos, the god of time, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. By the way, what was the assignment your agent gave you? Mission? Don't you know? The gods will give their agents a task, and call that a contract? You help him fulfill his request, and he gives you his divine power. Like me, I need to help the god of time go into the high heavenly planes to get him an item back. Only I'm not done yet. What about you? What is the task that Michael has given you? Or, what price do you need to pay? Lin Chie thought back carefully and realized that Michael really hadn't given him any tasks. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Does being blind for 10 years count? Wang Fei. The duo then chatted about a few more things before a whistle suddenly came from outside. The moment the crowd heard the whistle, regardless of whether they had eaten enough or not, they all ran out. They didn't want to be punished for being late again, and the masked squad likewise put down the dishes in their hands and ran, but only reacted to the fact that they were no longer new recruits after running halfway, and then a few of them sat back down under Kang Xiaobao's playful eyes. Ahem. Sorry, reflex. Eat, eat. After Wang Fei finished speaking, the crowd then continued to eat their meal in a slightly awkward manner. Hey, by the way, how's that device you told us about earlier that can quickly help us feel the air doing? Kang Xiaobao casually grubbed 2 mouthfuls of rice from the bowl, then said, basically finished. I've given the rest to my cute dolls to complete, and I expect to be able to use it tonight. What? Are you guys in a hurry? King Free nodded. Yeah, according to the orders of our superiors, a Sea Realm mystic has appeared in the north, and we need to go over there to deal with it. We're leaving after this meal, but it's fine. It's not too late for us to come back and get it after handling it. While Kang Xiaobao had another idea at this time, his exchange points were still too little. If he stayed in the training camp and did nothing during this year, how could he still exchange those feats in the mall? Thinking of this, Kang Xiaobao asked Wang Fei to go with them to solve the mystery. The mask squad's eyes also lit up when they heard Kang Xiaobao's request, and they all looked at the captain, Wang Fei, with expectant eyes, knowing that Kang Xiaobao was a strong person of the Sea Realm, not to mention that he also possessed so many mysterious and unpredictable means. Having such a strong person to carry out the mission with them was a sense of security, wasn't it? Wang Fei was fine with it, but said that Kang Xiaobao needed to report to Yuan Gang. Kang Xiaobao nodded and quickly cleared his bowl of rice before walking out of the cafeteria and striding towards Yuan Gang's office. And Yuan Gang felt a bit puzzled when he learned that Kang Xiaobao wanted to go with the masked squad to deal with the mystery, not understanding why Kang Xiaobao would suddenly make this request. Kang Xiaobao only told Yuan Gang that he needed to recharge his batteries, and told him that it would also be beneficial to the people's air refining. Yuan Gang agreed without saying a word, although Yuan Gang didn't know what Kang Xiaobao meant by charging. But when he learned that it would be beneficial to all of them in the matter of air refining, he didn't even need to hesitate. If not for the fact that he needed to sit on the base, he would have wanted to go with Kang Xiaobao. As for Kang Xiaobao's safety, Yuan Gang expressed that he was very relieved. Joking aside, dealing with a tiny Sea Realm mystery, deploying a mask squad plus a Kang Xiaobao would purely belong to a cannon hitting a mosquito. The one who should be worried about the safety of his life should be that mystery of the Sea Realm. Yuan Gang even sympathized a bit with that mystery. He didn't know what kind of sins this mystery had done in its previous life. In this life it had been targeted by such a powerful team. Mystery, I don't build it either. And oh, can't you guys afford to play? Just like that, after Yuan Gang's consent, Kang Xiaobao boarded the helicopter with the masked squad who had finished eating and started to head to the mission location. Walking mall points. I'm coming. 5 thunderbolts. Smells so good. Jia jia jia. The author found that many people do not read the author has something to say, so here to explain to you why there is no update in the past 2 days. One is because I need to work night shifts, and the other is that the author's second book will soon reach 80,000 words, so the author prioritized the storm of the second book. Let everyone wait a long time. Really sorry, the author bows to all of you.